可以听到吗？
Than the very handsome Jenkins.
Thank you.
That's a compliment.
Well, this is an incredible crowd, by the way, for a Thursday morning. Like, this is an insane amount of people. Everybody's super hyped.
Hello, Andrew. Hello, Mr. Stipich. Always nice to see you.
Same here. Always good to be here. This is my 8th DI, and it always feels like it's the first one. I always get way too excited, and good to see the crowd. Good to see that there's so many people already in the arena.
Can you introduce him? You didn't introduce him. You gotta wait for the introduction.
I don't need no introduction.
It's 8th DI. He needs no introduction at this point. But it's such a pleasure to see you guys, of course, here out on the stage. Have you had a chance at all to talk to some fans to get out there to see more of the arena?
I mean, I've been busy with this guy.
He's a handful, right?
I have. I saw a guy biking to work yesterday.
That's not the arena.
He's out in the crowd somewhere. Yo, shout if you were the guy.
Yeah, unfortunately,
He's out
they're
there.
not that.
It's just there's one guy, so it's very
There was
quiet.
that one guy. We know 2 guys, though, that love to catch up with our fans, get all of the inside scoop before we do kick off.
Barclays Arena, 8 a.m. tsunami, and the people are awake.
Are they though? Are you guys awake? Ready to start the day?
Damn, it was
Bright and early.
somebody way in the back who didn't even hear what you said and went, woo! Good for that guy. All right, I'm gonna interview the freaks at the front of the line. You go down. Let's see if we get some info. Gentlemen, the first men in line, how are we doing today? What prompted you to get up here today?
Well, I had to get up at 5:45.
5:45.
Yeah, and then we didn't breakfast. Just got here on the way. We grabbed something, and
Are you with these guys?
it's my brother,
Oh.
and these are friends.
Oh, Yes,
First in.
also here. He's always here. All right, you guys all Dota players, or are you in the same squad? What's the deal?
It's really awesome. Look at his collection.
Oh, we've seen Mr. Crimson Witness. Once again, Mr. Crimson Witness has come back again. He's getting his new pin for the year. You've been to every TI. Good to see you again. We'll do a longer piece with you in the crowd, but how's it feel to be first in line for the 14th year in a row? 14th
I don't know
year
about
in a
that.
row.
I do it so they don't have to. I do it so they don't have to.
Now, you guys said you pubbed together? Now, you guys said you pubbed together?
No.
No.
We met at ESL Birmingham last year.
Oh, Birmingham's a friendship made in Dota land?
Yes, it's possible.
What better advertising than that? You too can make friends if you go to these things. Gentlemen, hope you get the best seats in the house. Who do you want to win?
Well, I would have liked to Liquid to win, but
Well, you know, we all can get what we want.
now Nigma would be nice.
Yeah, baby, stars align. Let's go. All right. Burger, delicious. Very good. What's your name?
Anirudh.
Yeah. How's it feel to be second in line?
Too bad. I mean, I wanted to be first. I woke up at 5. Kind of disappointed.
I'm so sorry. I really thought that was going to go a different way. Do you know these guys?
Yeah, we all came together. We're from Berlin. Like, we have a pub stomp group.
I'm from the U.S.
He tried to hide that, so that was a good effort from you. We're all from Berlin. Don't talk to me. It's all good. All right, sir, you excited to get in there?
Very excited.
All right.
I'm sad I'm second though. We've been in the same group.
Well, technically, you're like 8th, so it's not that bad.
Still more bad.
Yeah, no worries. Tsunami, did you find someone?
I did.
Okay.
So this is a massive pub stomp group, and you've been to quite a few events with this, like, what, 30-person group now?
Yeah, I think the group itself is it's even bigger, but like here we are 30 people just to come to watch it live. So.
And you guys are German locals, so I need guys if they're saying, like, are you ready for TI? Are you ready for some Dota?
Seid ihr bereit?
Seid ihr bereit?
Bereit, ja.
Bereit?
Seid ihr bereit?
Let's test it. Let's see how many. Hey, how many Germans are in the crowd? Das be what guides? I don't think I got it. I tried. But then you're ready for your first ever international now?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
And you've got a little gift, I say.
You, bracelets, like with the theme and everything, it says TI14.
Amazing. Just a small sample. We got to get you into the secret shop next time. But thank you very much. Enjoy the show. And I believe Slacks is down there.
Hey!
What do you want?
I found Tori! All right, you think you got a good bracelet? Tori said she made bracelets too. Give me that bracelet, Tori. Look at that, baby! That's gold! How's your bracelet? Oh, green.
That's pretty good.
Green.
Wow.
Tori's the queen of bracelets! No competition from Tori! Thank you so much, Tori. You excited?
Yes.
Yeah, she said, please don't put me on camera. Please, please, please. What's your name?
Erwin.
All right, you here with Tori?
Yes.
All right, why are you guys here?
To watch TI.
Yeah, who's gonna win?
Falcons.
Falcons is gonna win, the Falcon fan. How could they possibly beat Extreme Gaming, sir?
Because they have ATF.
Okay, the toxicity runs well. Thank you so much. Tori, very non-toxic. Give him the bracelet. Where'd he go? Oh, he's found another one. All right, Tsunami has another victim. Tsunami, who do you got?
I've got a purple-haired person.
Oh, she's wearing a liquid jersey. Everybody point and laugh. Sorry, just kidding.
You know there's a hair dye meta at TI. You've seen it over the years, right?
I'm pretty sure they're following the other meta though.
Slacks, I found your people as well.
Hey, the boys! What's up, my bald brothers?
Who else
Wait,
we got? The line goes further.
I got one more over here. We've got a man ready to represent the heroic boys. We got the sign. We're out here. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing okay. And you?
I'm doing very good. Look at this. You even got their level 30s on there. Oh, my God. We got the meme Meepo right there. Fantastic. How do you think they will fare? Are you going to be cheering them through?
I think they are going to do like really good at this today, and they're going to win the TI for South America.
Okay. Any other SA fans out here? We got,
you got another one.
Talk to that person over there. Yeah, she's very excited. All right. Yeah! Well, I sure hope you two are sitting next to each other for that one. But thank you so much, my friend. And with that, we have talked to many of the fans. Fans, can we get one more time for everybody at home what idiots they are for not coming? Let's hear it. Are you guys ready today? right, they're ready. Thank you very much, my friends. And we'll shoot it over to you guys. Back to the show.
Slacks and Tsunami always doing a great job of finding out all of our most dedicated fans that are out there. But everyone here showing up on a Thursday morning is just as dedicated, wants to watch all the Dota actions. Have you guys run into any other fans out there?
We were busy doing prep.
Okay, I wasn't. I ran into Tori, and she gave me my own friendship bracelet, by the way. Can I just give her another shout out? She was at TI last year as well, giving a bunch of them out. It's a big shout out to Tori. She's a massive fan, putting in a lot of dedication there. For you guys, though, seeing some underdogs being cheered for there. Heroic making it to the top 8 and having some fans, getting some artwork out there, some signs. I can hear some of the cheers, too.
Everyone wants to see Meepo.
That's what it is, you reckon?
I think people want to see Pudge. This is the only team willing to pick this guy.
Yeah, it would be really cool. Imagine if he predicted that Heroic is going to win TI with 5 heroes that he actually drew on that sign. That would be pretty amazing.
That guy's the Oracle, the true Oracle.
Yeah, no one was Oracle enough, though, to be able to predict the road to the International. We're going to have exactly what the Swiss bracket looked like a couple of days ago, all right? I know not everyone might have been watching, but you should have been, because there were a lot of upsets, a lot of game 3s, and a lot of 60-plus minute games. Anything that stands out for you, Jenkins, when you do reminisce back 3 days ago?
I mean, this just genuinely has been like the least predictable TI that has ever happened. The games have been absolutely incredible. We've seen a ton of like 60-plus minute games. You know, previous TI winners are out. Like, everybody is saying, and I 100% agree, that no matter who wins this year out of the top 8 that we have, like, it's going to be some Cinderella story, right?
Yeah, also the fact that Chinese Dota, are they back? You know, that's a really, really big question, you know, after the road to the International.
Yeah, they had 2 out of their 3 participating teams qualify to the International, make it to this top 8, and they were 2 out of 3 of the first teams to make it, right? We had Extreme Gaming go undefeated, Lacoste, Tidebound. They lost to Extreme and then ended up qualifying just the day after.
Yeah, they had a pretty rough year last time. TI 2024 was the first TI with 0 teams, Chinese teams in the top 4, and now they already have 2 in the top 8. Chinese Dota is definitely back.
China is in an interesting spot because, yes, they don't always make it to the grand finals, but in the last 26 tournaments, in the 5 grand finals they did make it to, they've won 4 out of 5 of them. So, like,
they just need to get there.
If they can get there, like, when China is dominant, it's really dominant. So I don't know, it might be their year. We'll see.
Yeah, it could also be a patch thing. You know, I think this patch currently really favors their playstyle, where a lot of heavy team fighting, Chinese teams have always put a lot of priority in that. So maybe this is their time, you know?
Yeah. Would you say, then, that Extreme Gaming are your favorites to win Winter, this TI?
Yeah, probably. I think they have a very favorable playstyle towards the patch, and they're doing really well. They boot camped in Europe for a month, approximately. I think that actually helped them a lot, because in SCA and in China region, it's very difficult to find scrims. I mean, it's hard for you to figure out the meta. I think being here itself helped them a lot in the past month.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing that whole month lead up, because like Cost, there's been conversations on what is too much that you kind of feel yourself burn out in a way that you're almost over preparing, but then you have to find that line that you're not coming in under prepared either.
Yeah, you got to find that right balance, I would say, but it is also the reason why we are having such good games, where we're seeing such 60-minute games. We're seeing some of the new stuff coming out as well, is that we did hide the information from the public, what these teams are going to be playing. So there's a lot of new innovation, a lot of new stuff coming out, which I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, is there a specific team for you that has more of that innovation and therefore could potentially go further?
I would say Enigma Galaxy. This is the team that I think a lot of got surprised with being in the top 8. They started pretty strong against the BB team and then losing 3 in a row. But this is a team that will get your heart pumped because they had played another series after that. They played another series after that, eliminating Navi, eliminating Aurora as well. And this is a team that has a lot of hidden strat. They're the only team that are willing to play heroes like Lone Druid. They're so far undefeated, 2-0. And this is why Ghost is such a scary player. I like what he's been doing with some of these hero picks, but this is one of the plays that he did. I guess that's why he's called Ghost out of the invis. The bear attacks him, even forcing Miero to use a refresher, and he manages to get the kill. I love to see the gelling between the team. I feel like Enigma Galaxy right now are extremely hungry to win this whole TI.
Yeah, I think winning 2 elimination series as well, and whilst they went quite long, it felt like the games that they did win were just very dominating, and that lone druid pick being somewhat of a specialty for them too, no one else picking it up. But Jenkins, I haven't heard from you exactly which team is going to win in your eyes.
So I was spending a lot of time during the group stage watching player perspectives. I was trying to get into like, how does, Satanic, for example, like how does he farm? How is he always top of net worth? And I saw a little kill that to me really represented like a champion mindset from this kid, because my question was like, in front of a crowd, can he perform? So there was a kill that I watched where he killed GPK. The Roche pit, instantly TP out. And it's one of those things that as a Dota player, you're like, what is he doing? Why would you Epi BKB TP? Boom, 9 class steals the Aegis. They trade 1 for 1. They don't lose the game because they got the Aegis in this play. And it's like, somebody made this call to take a fight, but not really take the fight, right? It's something which is like, if you're a more skilled Dota player, it's kind of complicated to do. It's not just committing or not committing. It's like some gray area in between. So in terms of fighting, I think P-Vision is exceptional as well. They're on the level of extreme gaming right now.
I feel like you're really selling, the plays there for them, the story around them. But I do think that it is fair for people to have those questions. It's first times. You're going to be first times out on this stage as well for a lot of those plays, 3 of them in fact. But there's players that are veterans here. There's players that have won before. We're going to have a look at exactly who are still multiple TI winner hopefuls for us after having such a cutthroat road to the international. We say goodbye to 8 teams and also a lot of 2-time hopefuls. So right now, Tidebound, Tundra, Enigma Galaxy, and Falcons, they're the only team that have potential 2-timers, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is very interesting. You can see, the old Tundra squad as well, Skeeter, Snaking, and Saxa being on the same team. You see the combination between Team Liquid, the EG with the Sumail. The King is back. The uncrowned King is back as well. Ame, he wants the crown. But yeah, also the Chinese players as well. I'd say they've been very hungry. Last time they won TI was TI 6. OG kind of had to ruin it because we had West, then we had Chinese team winning. OG, we were too good at the time, kind of ruined the perfect sequence that we did have. But yeah, I could definitely see somebody being crowned again as a TI champion.
Yeah, well, there is still one person as well that could potentially be our very first 3-time TI winner. That's, of course, 33. He's still left in the tournament. All of our other potential 3-peats were unfortunately eliminated when we had to say goodbye to both Aurora and Spirit there.
Yeah, hope the stars align for him. I can't wait to ask if he's going to change his nickname to 333.
I love
you think you should have another one?
I love that this is just Spirit and 33. Like, essentially, this is the 2-time Spirit. It's so funny.
No, it is. It's a lot of fun to look at it when you see it.
take, if you're a Team Spirit fan.
To be fair, not to make excuses for, the previous TI winners, but like Spirit and Liquid, the way that they got eliminated in their series, like the first game, both games went over 60 minutes. And I understand that's happening a lot these days, but like the games are very close. I think the level of competition has just never been higher in this game.
I would agree with that, but also the way that the format played out too just led into we had to say goodbye to some of those teams. It was kind of inevitable. We've only got a top 8 here performing at the International, so we were going to have to say goodbye, of course, to 8 teams. And you've talked about, Winter, whether you thought this patch was going to favor them, but I want to see what heroes have been favored this patch, right? We want to see who's the most successful, who's been played the most, because that's something other teams are going to be looking at. They've had a couple of days now to really reflect on the road to the International. That was such an intense 4 days for them. Now they get those 3 days break. And for our most picked heroes, it's really heavily support leaning here with the Disruptor, Bane, Pugner, and Snapfire.
I mean, the heroes here have one thing in common where they have catch and they're really good at the team fights, So basically what's happening right now is you have to play the map. Maybe you don't have a good start, but you're still going to be farming on the corners of the map. So it requires you to have heroes that can catch the enemy heroes because you can't take a direct team fight. But when you are strong enough, the heroes that can take a direct team fight is obviously also going to be very, very preferred because team fights are very, very important, especially around the objectives, Tormentor, the Wisdom Shrine, everything, So team fight is, I think, the name of the game other than Helm.
Yeah, these are all lane bullies, pretty much, all these supports. Disruptor, Pugna, Bane, Snapfire. And all 3 of those heroes have been picked, you know how many times? 33. I think this is a sign.
It's his year.
It might be the sign.
I love like how into numerology Lacoste is. He's like, I'm just gonna, all the numbers, they just seem to meld together.
This is the astrological
Yeah,
TI.
Mercury is in retrograde.
It is
right
definitely
now,
in retrograde, yeah.
What star sign are you, Lacoste?
I don't even know.
Let's have a look at our most successful heroes, though. Let's get back on track. Let's keep talking about something we all know and we all want to hear more about. And this is a little bit different, right? Our most picked were the supports favoring, but for our most successful, with over 10 games so far here in the International, road to International, is favoring the cause with a question mark because of that Alchemist.
Yeah, let's talk about the elephant in the room here, guys.
That Shadow Fiend is so broken.
No, everybody's
the
thinking
other one.
it when they see it. This 9-class Alchemist, I was trying to figure this out. It looked so complicated the way that P-Vision was playing it. Like, this is something that just does not work in pubs because every time 9-class would like clean up some farm somewhere, some core on P-Vision would go and basically like act as a support somewhere else. Like they had, and it was never the same core. Like you couldn't duo queue with a buddy and have them kind of like act as a core that's supporting. It was like whatever core it was convenient for. They were like weaving in and out of like, okay, 9-class, you can have my farm.
I mean, imagine being DM, in this sort of game, it's...
But the thing is,
it works.
It wasn't just DM. It was okay, DM in the laning phase. Don't get me wrong. That guy gets grief, bro. But it was the other cores outside of the laning phase. Like it just looked like such a complex strategy to play against, which is why I understand why teams are just straight up banning it. They're like, we don't want to play against a team that does this. It's just so weird.
You're a P-Vision enjoyer though, so I want to hear from Lacoste and Winter as well what they feel about it, right? Because you think they're going the way, Jenkins. So you're like, you're gonna hype it up. It's done well, but I want to know if you guys are split, if it's the same as the win rate, if you're 50-50 on this hero.
Well, I think the thing with the ALP as a support is you have to kind of help the support get a good game. So you need to pick an offlaner that enables your support, and usually it's the other way around. You pick a support to enable your core. But in this instance, you kind of have to adjust that, and like Andrew mentioned, DM is kind of already used to it at this point. I have to play for my support. He's the core, I'm the support for the first 10 minutes. And it works out for them, and especially because of the lack of information, you don't get to see what your opponents are practicing right now. So I think this actually helps them a lot in developing all this new tech, so to speak.
They've been called out to be playing dishonest Dota throughout the years, ever since 9-class started to kind of this trend where he's playing this position for Slark, something that he's on the completely opposite side of the map, going for the careers, just not playing Dota, playing for Vision, being very annoying, forcing any kind of rotation from the enemy team. He shows on the map for a brief second to try to force a rotation, and then he goes away. Like, this is very difficult to deal with, especially in this current meta where we have Helm of the Dominator being the core item. So he's also building into that item and also being able to cut the waves and just be even more annoying than he was before.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there is honest Dota anymore. I don't think this exists. Since the Facets patch, like when we looked at the most picked heroes, like just consider Snapfire for a second, right? that hero used to be kind of honest. Now you're getting a talent where you get 2 cookies, you're going for the Aghanim shard, and you're one-shotting creep waves. It's like there are all of these gimmicks. People are eating the Helm Dom creep and then throwing it in with the Gobble Up. It's like, this
also,
is...
the range on Gobble Up is insane, too. That
It's
also
insane.
doesn't feel like honest Dota.
This is not honest.
I mean, Snapfire has got to be one of the more honest ones in the current
Out of those heroes, yeah, Bane is sleepwalking heroes into towers. Like, we play a very complicated game.
But nothing is dishonest if everything is dishonest, you know?
That's the Dota mentality. That is absolutely true.
It definitely does ring true within. So that's the shaping up right now of the heroes we are most likely going to be seeing, whether that's being picked, whether that's going to be banned. But we want to see exactly where our teams are now lined up, that we have our top 8. We are, of course, going to have everyone starting off in this upper bracket. It feels like after such a grueling 4 days of the road to the international, it is only fair, Lacoste, right? These matchups are so close. You're going to have all 8 teams up there. And then, of course, we can talk about our schedule when exactly they're going to be playing. But is there a matchup that you think isn't so easy to predict if you were in your Dota client and trying to look in your predictions right now?
I think there's a lot of them. I would say Tidebound against Falcons is going to be a very close one. China is definitely on the rise, and Falcons also playing pretty much their own style of Dota. They're really not building into that Helm of the Dominator the way they did eliminate Team Spirit as well. Didn't buy a single Helm of the Dom in that game, in both of these games as well, but they looked very dominant. We talked about the meta being, some of the longer games as well. This is where Team Falcons really shines.
Would you say that Falcons is an honest team?
No.
In this tournament, would you say that they're an honest team?
No.
They just play their own dishonest Dota.
Exactly.
Well, that was our schedule there. Our day is closing off with BB up against Nigma Galaxy. We've got that Tidebound Falcon series you guys talked about. Of course, second is going to be P-Vision up against Heroic. And to start us off, it is going to be Extreme Gaming up against Tundra. All of the games, in my eyes, are a must-watch, a tune-in. But for you, Jenkins...
I mean, I gotta go P-Vision Heroic.
Yeah, I knew you were.
But the thing is, because also, on the other side, you have Heroic, which I think has surprised a lot of people. Like, they are playing this chaotic, fundamentally South American Dota. Like, it's so good to see it back. Like, Schofield and Whisper are playing Pudge Clockwork offlane. Like, this is some griefing stuff that your friends are playing in unranked, where it's like, we're not going to win anyway. We're going to play Pudge Clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, they're also Heroic side. They're on an 8-game win streak so far as well. So there's those things you have to think about that's coming into that series.
Oh, they got momentum for sure.
100%. And of course, those heroes that you mentioned there for P-Vision, but that's not the one that we're going to be starting on. It's going to be Extreme Gaming up against Tundra. And so I think it's only fair that before we get into TI, before we get into all those nitty-gritties, we talk about them, just exactly how we can expect this to go, because Tundra having a stand-in in their position 5, Whitemon not here with them, Toby instead, and Extreme Gaming being our 4-0 team, undefeated.
Yeah, Tundra kind of lost the formula. The formula is 4 players plus 1 SEA player.
I wanted to ask about that as the Southeast Asian expert, of course. I feel like Whitemon is potentially the best position 5 in the world. I think a lot of people have held this opinion. If there's one person that you are going to replace him with, I feel like Toby has been the stand-in of the year. He has proven that he is a genuinely very good position 5. People ask, well, why is he not on a team? It's because he's switching to position 5 this year, right? He's learning, but he's learning at a crazy pace. And I feel like he's having a lot of impact in these games.
Yeah, he also has a very wide hero pool right now, and considering he just swapped over for about a year, it's really, really impressive,
Do you feel like making that change is easy? Is making any change in Dota ever easy, really?
I think from the offlane to position 5, some of the things are kind of overlapping in terms of the item builds, because sometimes on position 5, you build like support items, like aura items to help your team. That's kind of something you do on the offlane as well. Whereas if you compare like switching from mid, say, to carry, I think would be quite different. It's a lot of the things that you do don't really connect to each other.
It definitely depends on the heroes, right? And like Toby's known for like Venomancer offlane, right? Like that's a position 5. So I feel like there was enough that he could play his specialty heroes as position 5 just to start out, and then learn how to play the other heroes by first learning the role, playing his specialty heroes, and then switching into the other heroes.
Now, this guy has the most deaths out of any player, average
Oh,
number of deaths.
He went there. He went there. I was trying.
You were, but in a good way. You know, these are tactical deaths that he's providing vision for the team. It does allow the rest of the team to play extremely well. Like, you're killing position 5, but you're really not getting the value out of it because he's collecting the info where the enemies are. And I think Toby has been doing a very good job at making sure that he is securing the lane for Crystallis because they've been winning most of their lanes.
I mean, look at the team that he's playing with. It's Tundra. Like, these are some of the greediest cores, depending on like what they're playing. If it's like BZM Invoker mid or something like that, you know, offlane Doom, like, you need somebody that's running in and just dying for that team.
Yeah, I think so too. And, you know, he was like a sacrificial offlaner, doing a lot of things for your cause. Now you're playing a sacrificial position 5, doing a lot of things.
I mean, I would
for your
argue
cause.
that's actually better because now you're not doing it on a core role. So it has a least amount of negative impact on the game for your team.
Yeah. The inverse, though, when their opponent's Extreme Gaming, it just feels like they're winning these lanes. They're coming together earlier as a group, and Winter, there's no really stopping what they're trying to achieve. The number advantage almost always is in favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very, very tough team right now. I think there's like some kind of heroes that you probably have to think about when you're playing against them. But overall, it's very, very difficult to play against them in a game because they're just so good at the team fights and outmaneuvering you on the map.
Yep, and I think it's worth mentioning, we're talking about position 5s. X-Nova has the world record for D wards over all TIs. Like, this guy...
Which TI is that?
All TIs.
Oh, right, so like...
He has the world record.
I see.
He's the record holder. So
wow.
if you're talking in terms of dewarding, like, this guy's the best support in the world for it. Vision game, he will win.
Okay. We can hear a little bit better of a countdown going on. Yeah, it's a loud one, right? The horn, Lacoste, do you remember what the horn signifies here at TI?
Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time.
It's definitely time, guys. It has been 14 years since we had an international in Germany. The very first one. Yeah, it's massive, right? We're back here in Germany again. It has been an unpredictable road to the international so far. I'm sure that journey is going to continue. There's going to be a lot more action. And whilst we've talked a lot about things that have happened and what will come, the one thing I know for certain is that it feels not official yet, that we almost need to open the new chapter on our 14th international.
Some call it fate, others destiny. A meridian that spans the course of cosmic history. Vesting all that was and all that will be. Chasing the spark of creation across the eons, into the unseen eternity beyond. is broken, when an inflection point arrives, those who see the true shape of the system might step forward to defy all forces of opposition, to inscribe their own names into the cosmic record, and decide for themselves the course of things to come. The Aegis of Champions. It shines like a beacon, daring us to meet the magnitude of the moment, to join a constellation of greatness, to reach for a horizon beyond which only dreams can see. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred, the triumphs we still celebrate, the legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing, but the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. And now introducing the finest Dota teams in the world. Heroic! Vision! Team Tidebound! Team Falcons! BB Team! Nigma Galaxy! Tundra Esports! Extreme Gaming! Hi, I'm Gabe Newell. 14 years ago, we held the first international in Cologne, Germany. For me, that first international was awesome. It was awesome to see the skill of the players and the enthusiasm of the community. Before that first international, I really enjoyed the game. But after the international, I loved the game. It's not just the game I love, but the community. Sure, people talk shit at me in chat, and about once a week, people say, hey, noob, uninstall the game and but that's really about their enthusiasm for the game and the energy that they bring. And that's why, after all these years, I still play Dota every day. Now we're back in Germany once more to cheer and celebrate again. Oh man, wäre das ein Spaß. To all the Dota fans who've been with us from day one, to those of you who've joined us along the way, and to any of you who are tuning in for the first time, welcome to the International.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the man. Thank you so much, Gaben. Welcome to the International 2025 Hamburg!
The International started here in Germany in 2011, and in the past 14 years, we have witnessed some of the most iconic moments in esports, and along the way, inscribed 55 different names onto this Aegis. And no matter who wins here, I can guarantee that at least 3 new names are going to be added to the list.
Absolutely so. No, I mean, nobody could have predicted the teams here today. Literally, none of you guys predicted it. Scientifically proven. Not a single one of you bastards, but anyway, it should be one hell of a TI. We're talking 60-minute games, almost every game. We're going to game 3 all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is shaping up to be one of the greatest TIs of all time, baby!
And there was only one thing missing on that road, and that is you. So crowd, Barclays Arena, are you ready? Then let's get the International 14 underway.
The biggest question is my panel ready? Are the viewers at home also ready for what's about to unfold? Because now it's official. Nothing like an opening ceremony, a message from Gabe himself to really get the emotions running and the pressure on Winter.
Yeah, I mean, the players are just going to feel a lot of the heat, but at the same time, we always tell the players, just play the game, don't think about everything else. You have to block out everything and just focus on your duties in the game.
I think you could see it on a lot of their faces, honestly. Like, look at Sumail. Sumail was locked in, dude. There's a crowd of 5,000 people here. He was not looking anywhere. He was in the zone.
He was like envisioning the Dota game in front of him.
And they went crazy for Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy and Extreme Gaming. But I also liked the way Ame looked. He was fully focused. Like, I don't think he was just seeing that Aegis, fully focused on it. He wants to lift it.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely has to be one of the more locked-in players, right? Because even though all 8 teams are playing today, he's up first, right?
I mean, he definitely knows a thing or two going to the last day, you know? So he is definitely going to want to change the story this time.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's also why he, was locked in the way that he was. The rest of his team as well, though, also standing up there with him, Jin-Q. You can't look past Jin-Q and how cute he looked up there.
You can't. The whole team is so important. But we will talk about Ame because so much of the game is through him. I think there's an understanding of the meta that this team has that other teams in the break needed to look at to see what they're doing. In this meta, you have a lot of heroes that you just can't commit to a fight. There's Silencer, there's Dawnbreaker, there's Dazzle, there's all of these heroes where it's you jump in and they get saved, right? The way that XG takes team fights is they have that vision advantage we talked about with the X-Nova D-warding, and then boom, Ame jumps in on one of these big burst heroes, kills one hero, and then they back off. They play as a complete unit, but in order to do that, in order for them to do those back off plays, he has to be these burst heroes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see other carry players adopting the Ame heroes into their pool.
The toughest thing is you're saying the players they've had this time, they should have gone back and looked at what Extreme Gaming were doing. But the thing is they played the least amount of series and one of the least amount of games as well, Lucas. So where are you even beginning to look at how to break down such a dominant team?
You need to shut down Ame. In all 10 games that they did play, they last pick his hero. So this is their win condition. And one of the reasons why Jenkins was talking about that Ame has this explosive game, he's playing these explosive heroes that can go in, can shut down pretty much anyone. The burst, because we're seeing a lot of these longer fights, we're seeing a lot of these longer games as well. Extreme Gaming is a team that is a bit slower on the side. Like they have 3 games over 60 minutes. They did play that 78-minute game against Falcons, which they did win. They did win all 3 of those games. So a bit of a slower team compared to Tundra, who is a bit of a faster team.
I think they're slow because they pick and choose their fights really well. And they always have like multiple ways to win a team fight. It's not just like one condition. They give themselves enough conditions that if they get the vision, if they see an opening, that they can actually take it. But that requires like an insane amount of synergy between the players on the team and trust.
I mean, on top of that, I don't really feel like it's just them being slow. I think the meta is slower as well. So it's not like they're intentionally trying to play slow. Like the game just feels more natural when you're being more patient, taking the objectives, and you have team fight. You don't really worry so much about, oh, if I lose the lane, I don't have anywhere to go on the map because the map is just so big right now.
I think the map is big, and also let's just like once again, there's a lot of elephants in
the room.
Yeah. Talk about. When there's like 2 Dominator creeps running around cutting creep waves, like it takes a while to push towers. There's no creeps taking the backdoor protection off. You have to kill the creep first, then get a creep wave to the tower, then push the tower. This is a 3-step process. It's not exactly easy.
I mean, it kind of incentivizes heroes that can kill off the creeps, right? You've been saying to me that that's why Nature's Prophet's good, because you can kind of TP in from anywhere and you can kill the creep, deal with the problem, without moving too many heroes to one side of the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you TP globally, like you also mentioned it, that the heroes that can actually kill the creep are carries, and you don't want your carry wasting a very long cooldown TP scroll to go somewhere and kill the creep. So a hero like Nature's Prophet that can just do it for free on a 20-second cooldown, like that's great. And by the way, the creep can't get a Quelling Blade. It can't get out a Sprout. So that's really nice. Another reason that Nature's Prophet is overpowered. There's not enough of those in today's day and age.
Well, look, who really knows, right? Sometimes we think something is overpowered, we let it through, we don't actually see the result we expect. And something we can expect, though, is for our series to start very soon. We've already seen our teams out on stage, but now we want to welcome them to the stage. We want to bring them out, put them in those booths. And of course, we're going to start with our very first team, Extreme Gaming. Road to the international playoffs, 4-0 series wins here. The uncrowned king leading his team to the booth. One of the longest game links we've seen at a TI as well. Will they change? Was the 4-day break in their favor or against it? The biggest questions are still up for grabs. And the biggest thing that I really want to know is their opponent also ready to take the stage?
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Just a couple of days ago, it brings the question of what has changed for them. A massive stand-in for themselves in their position 5 with Kobe now joining the squad and the sole potential 3-time TI winner there in 33. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot these players are having to live up to, and so I have to ask my panel here just exactly where we can put our expectations and our predictions for Extreme Gaming up against Tundra.
This one is not easy. I feel like Extreme Gaming has shown that they played the best Dota so far this year, but also Tundra, they should not be underestimated. Even though they don't have, you did say that he is the best 5 in the world. Whitemon is not here, but he filled the shoes really well. Toby is playing really good Dota, and you have 33. One of the greatest, if not the greatest mind of Dota that we ever had, because this guy is going to try to break the game. We saw it during TI 2022 when they won it with Tundra, the right back. Now we're seeing the same thing with potentially this Helm of the Dominator strat that they've been running very successfully with this BZM Invoker that they did win every single game. He builds into Helm, he builds into Drum's Alacrity, then you have another Helm from the offlane, plus potentially a pipe, and they know how to close out the games quickly.
If there's any player that I really trust when it comes to like breaking down
it's this guy.
his own team and like how strong they are in the current meta, it's 33. You know, he has said that they in the past few patches they've kind of struggled to find an identity. And they didn't perform as well as what we just saw on the screen there in their hugely dominant first year. But in this tournament, it looks like they have found an identity. They're picking SK again. They're picking Earthshaker mid. I feel like this team is really successful when they have scaling heroes, when they're able to pick scaling heroes on all of their cores. And it's because they're a bunch of specialty players, right? You have the BZM Invoker that we just talked about. They've got Crystalis on all of his level 30 Dota plus carries. Like, if they can play a meta where all of the roles can scale, then they can pick the best hero in the best position and then give that to the scaling player and then win the game through that way. So I think the meta really favors Tundra right now, and I think they know it as well.
Yeah, and if you're comparing the matchups, like XG is a little bit slower than Tundra. I think Tundra is really good at hitting specific timings with their heroes, and using the Helm of Dominator, I think they are probably going to be able to try to stop the game from going too long, where it enters Extreme Gaming's territory. And I think they have a really, really good shot here at doing that in the current meta and how everything is really revolving around the Helm of Dom and the auras right now.
Yeah, I think another strength for them as well as we talk about, you know, the fact that Toby's standing in, they just kind of have to find that flow for themselves. It's a little bit of a change up, but this is technically the 5th new player they've had on their roster since last TI, right? There's been a lot of changes, a lot of iterations, and I think a lot of the time that actually favors Tundra quite a lot. It keeps a lot of things fresh for them. I think it's a lot of effort and a lot of stress though on their coach Moon, where we haven't really turned eyes to yet.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I remember when Duraccio was playing with Tundra, and my first thought was like, how is this going to work? Duraccio's crazy, man. That kid is nuts. Playing with 33, one of the most calm, cool, collected guys. And then seeing them together, it's like the jokes that 33 was making with Duraccio, they're not PG. I can't even say them here, you know? And it's like he switches his personality to make his players comfortable. Like, genuinely, I know we always talk about 33 as like one of the greatest minds of all time, one of the greatest offlaners of all time, but he's also one of the greatest captains of all time, like integrating players into the team. So I think if there's any team that's going to win with the stand-in, it's either Liquid, they're out, or Tundra.
What about Extreme Gaming? They have a stand-in too. X-Nova, I think a lot of people are kind of glossing over that right now. He did play with them in their previous tournament, which was a whole month ago, but he was a stand-in there. So right now, we're seeing this team going undefeated winter, and then we're also forgetting that they do have a new player on their roster too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, X-Nova, he's not like a new guy, you know, for them. They've played together before. And on top of that, I felt like the synergy that he has with Ame is probably better than when Ame was playing with Poloson, because they're both very different players. X-Nova is very, I think, more defensive, like in a way where he protects the core a lot more. So you see a lot more smoke tanks, you know, he's really just trying to make sure Ame can farm, whereas when they were playing with Poloson, they were playing more for the kills and trying to attack the enemy more, you know.
It's like Mirana every game, like that sort of thing, like distracting on the other side of the map and then making space for Ame, which sometimes doesn't work.
That kind of feels better, you know, for the Ame's playstyle to work, you know, where you're just sitting back and just waiting for your timings.
So you think he's hitting timings better because of this slight change up in which position 5 he's laning?
I don't think position 5 is a slight change up. Out of all the 5 roles, I think if you were to have a stand-in to swap a role and it's easy to to adjust is the mid lane because you don't have to interact with your side lane, your duo. I think when you change a duo, it takes time to get used to the other person.
Yeah.
Because the other person has different habits. You have to learn it. The way he speaks is different. So there are a lot of things that comes into play.
You said that Tundra did change a lot of players throughout the year, but one thing they didn't change is the offlane duo. Like, this is the stable for a good reason, and whenever we talk about the offlane duos, this duo comes to mind to a lot of people because they have been so stable throughout the years as well. Saksa and 33, I don't think it gets better than this. When you're laning against them, this might be the most difficult duo in Dota to lane against because they will always try to find something, try to break the game. If you're playing into unfavorable matchup, you will find a way how to play it.
Exactly. I mean, look at these top 3 offlane combos, right? Like, a lot of these heroes are gimmicky. They will find farm in some way. 33 playing Darkseer farming stacks, Sand King farming stacks. These are all stack farmers, essentially. And I totally agree. I think the most annoying thing about playing against 33 and Saksa is that even if they have a bad lane, like heroes that are not good at laning together, they still find some way to farm by cutting creep waves, putting a sentry ward in the tier 2 to aggro the first wave of creeps so they get a lane advantage. There's always some sort of trick that they can pull out to get a good lane.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention as well, I think for the draft and for the overall strategy, a lot of the plays start on your offlaner, right? If your offlaner gets a really good start, it becomes very easy to play the map because your carry will just gate and gank, the lane's pushing, the Karti's coming in, you take the tower, everything feels natural, right? So I think a lot of the game starts from the offlane, so you have to really have like a foundation of the draft and strategy based on your offlaner. That's why they don't want to change things too much in that regard.
Yep, and he's very familiar with building Helm of the Dominator / Overlord. Even on the heroes when it was not popular, he was always playing like these micro heroes, his Visages, his Broodmothers, Lycans, Beastmasters, and I gotta say, I've been very impressed with his Doom as well, because he's building it the Helm of the Dominator as well. And this is the word that we're gonna be saying quite a lot, because this is something that is kind of OP right now. It is a bit imba, but you do go for another aura, and then you get an aura, you eat the creep, so you have 2 auras, and then you can get maybe a pipe from the offlaner as well if necessary.
I mean, the thing is, you call him an offlaner, but is he an offlaner? He just feels like another carry in the game.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Like, Dota is just so different right now. There's like just side laners and mid laners, and even the supports feel kind of similar in what you actually do. There's like no specific role for the 4 and 5. You just do what it feels right in the game. You build items if you need to build items. It's no longer like, oh, you're position 5, you're not allowed to farm. This is your quota for the game and you can't exceed it,
I mean, especially with the games going the length that we're seeing it, right? I feel like this average of 55 minutes, you almost want your support to start looking towards that later game for themselves.
You have the license to farm. Basically.
Yeah, you want some sort of scaling plan.
Yes.
Something to
in one of the supports.
Something to get to the late game and then to actually use the fact that you're in the late game. I would like to propose, we've talked a lot about the side lanes. I would like to propose we go to the mid because...
Look, I'll let you do that.
It's a formal proposal.
When it's more important, because right now, the thing that is important for us is the fact we are getting our very first TI Series Game 1 draft.
Extreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports Game 1.
Let's see what these teams have been brewing over the last few days. If we're going to see a shift in what is popular, what works winter, and just exactly if the teams want to start changing up their priority for pick order, where we feel the importance on that is.
Yeah, talking about pick order, I kind of feel like it's easier to be on the first pick side because of the overall, I think even in the first phase, the bans, because you have the last ban and you go into your first pick, I think that's kind of nice to have. And obviously also the 18th pick, which helps you decide your overall strategy. I kind of like to be on the first pick side more because nowadays teams are really good at banning out heroes that are really good for you. So you rarely see like, oh, that's a really good 24th pick, overall last pick that actually just going to win them the game,
And something to touch upon is you talked about the games going long. You want to have this position 5 that really scales well into the late game. There's this one guy, one hero that is the most picked hero of the tournament, and that's Disruptor. He has the most amazing Aghanim Scepter upgrade in the game, which can turn the whole game around. So that's why we're seeing it being picked so much, because once you get to that timing, you always know that you have some kind of a play that can turn the whole fight around.
Oh, there you go. That's the first Helm hero here. right now, Beastmaster. Very, very oppressive hero if you give him a good lane.
This does leave Nature's Prophet in the pool. There's some very strong heroes that are still left in.
I mean, you're definitely thinking about
Monkey King is also there.
The lane, you know, I think you want to give Beastmaster a hard time, you know, when you open up the draft with Beast, you definitely want to at least consider slowing him down for the start so that his aura items come up slower.
Is this Beastmaster more straightforward for a team of Extreme Gaming? Because we know others are willing to flex it between that mid or that off lane. Does that archetype also fit to them?
Probably not so much, I think, for Extreme. I think to them it's mostly going to be
the off lane?
Yeah, the off lane hero. Whereas right now we are seeing this Lycan and Beastmaster. I mean, the story of the tournament, right? All the Helm heroes coming out early and you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, this is definitely going to be one interesting game, so Battle of the Helms.
Both teams have picked the Helm hero. Now both teams need to pick the counter to the Helm hero. You need both.
Or do you just go, as long as we have more Helm heroes than them, we'll win?
I mean, it's also the supports, right? You see the opening picks and you're definitely thinking what supports works well with Beast, what enables the Beast, and what enables the Lycans, you know, because both sides are probably going to be looking at similar heroes to pick for the laning phase, and this is going to be an interesting one. Like, what do you ban out? And with Tundra coming out to pick first in the next phase, they're going to have the upper hand in picking the support they want.
I really like the Pugna Beastmaster matchup. I feel like even if Beast does end up going for the Aghanim Scepter build, like decrepping and healing the hero who gets roared is always a very good counter, and this is a hero that Toby has been playing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like a hero like Wyvern, which didn't really get picked much. I was kind of surprised that the hero didn't get a lot of spotlight because it seems like
it's definitely good.
It's good now, right?
It's a strong hero with the recursive facet. I see a lot of, or actually
even with the other one,
facets.
yeah, even with the defensive one on the towers, I think
Healing the towers, yeah.
Yeah, that is also a really good option because it gives your core damage, you know, when you come out of the core embrace.
Yeah.
Supports don't really like to play, I would say, in this meta. No, especially after seeing two of the openers. You have Beastmaster with all the summons. You have Lycan as well. You got to be building into defensive. Like, you got to start thinking about, I think Pugna is a really good suggestion kind of for both teams. But Lycan, he also builds into relatively early nullifiers, so it makes it almost impossible for supports to play the game. This is why this hero is so aggressive. He has a really good timings as well.
Yeah, that's why it's really important to pick a good lane matchup into the Lycan. You really need to slow him down as much as you can, and SD is the first one that comes out. Really good counter towards the Beast, you can save the Raw, and he's also one of those heroes where he can kind of defend the tower against the Helm because you can wave shove. And wave shove is also something that's really, really important if you're playing support nowadays, because if you can't wave shove, you're talking about the game going long and you can't farm and you can't scale. And this is one of the better scaling supports, if not the best scaling supports in the game right now.
Why is it one of the best?
Yeah, because of the Axe and because of the BKB piercing disable. Like, if you're a carry, right, and you see SD, you're like, oh, I can't play Lifestealer, I can't play Ursa, you know, oh, you can, but it's going to be very...
Ah, there's the Wyvern.
Yeah, there we go. Winter Wyvern here. It's a very, very good hero against the Lycan. I mean, for obvious reasons, you counter him with the ulti, you counter with the Cold Embrace. Nullifier doesn't work against the Cold Embrace. Interested to see which facet actually he goes for. I would probably prefer the defensive one more.
I mean, I will say it's not a totally free Wyvern game, though. SD, you can save from Wyvern ulti.
Yep.
But I think the reason that Extreme is picking it is not necessarily just for the Winter Wyvern ult. It's, like you guys mentioned, it's for the heal and the save, right?
You defend the towers as well.
Yeah, just delaying kills a little bit by preventing the physical damage, and then also delaying the tower push that Lycan is inevitably going to bring against you.
You know, one of the biggest counters to Wyvern is a hero we haven't really seen, I think, Skyra. Cold Embrace and you put your ulti on top.
That hero's legitimately
okay.
good.
Yeah, he's in an okay spot. I think any kind of magic damage that's going to be coming out from Tundra is going to be really good. Both of the teams don't really have, I would say, that much control, especially on the side of Tundra. Lycan, Shadow Demon, these heroes are relatively easily exploited. So far, we haven't seen the big hero pool from XM. We have seen only 4 heroes with Storm Spirit, Leshrac, Shadow Fiend, and Puck. Puck has been banned, but anything elusive could really work out for them. For now, this Tiny, he can go anywhere. He can go mid, he can go to position 4 lane with the Beastmaster. It's an okay lane. It's not like super strong, but it gives Beastmaster a stun in the lane as well.
I do want to go back quickly to the Winter Wyvern for you. The one time that had been picked so far here, they went for the Winterproof facet, which is the Cold Embrace one.
Yeah, the defensive one. I think it's actually kind of better, at least for me, you know, when I play the hero. I feel like it's...
Oh, of course you take Winterproof.
Yeah, haha, of course. And here we go, Storm. This is one of the better heroes against the Wyvern because you can find him when he's flying around the trees.
I think they were also going to get stormed as well. XG wanted Storm, so Tundra's also picking it to...
The 16-17 pick is the most, I think, difficult part of the draft for the second pick because you are already considering what heroes are going to be picked at 18 because 18 is really good for the first pick side, and so you have to be prepared for that. So most of the times, like Andrew said, you try to pick a hero that also blocks their hero.
Yeah, and I like if you're picking Storm, I like Silencer Storm when you're picking in a difficult situation like this because all the heroes that get countered or that counter Storm get countered by Silencer. So like this is usually how teams try to operate in this situation. Like you know that you're going to get the Storm countered, right? So you need to pick something which counters those counters.
Do you think that's something that's leading into Storm not really having a good win rate right now? He's only sitting at 35% in this tournament.
Maybe. I think some teams are good at like picking these heroes and knowing how to play the heroes which counter. Instead, they go for the Warlock, more of like a teamfight hero. It's very strong against a Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds.
Fatal Bonds the boar, right? And you can push the wave out. Beast doesn't really like that.
It's a really good combination with Lycan. You kind of work really well with each other in the team fights. The Lycan runs in, gives you space to drop the rock on. And Troll is one of the better matchups into the Lycan.
It's a really good Troll game. This hero is undefeated so far. He has won 7 out of 10 games. 7 games, I believe.
I mean, his only issue here, I think, is the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is the one that can actually make life...
8 games.
Yeah, can make life very hard for the Troll. But he's going to have to probably rely on his teammates like the Tiny or the Beast to kind of deal with the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I'm going to rely on you guys for this knowledge. This Troll, being an Arme hero, is one of the very few times that we do not see an Arme last pick. It is something, even when they've been second pick, they still save him until very last in the draft.
18 is like I feel like the most influential pick in the first pick phase, you know, so at least in my book, he's already getting the highest priority in the draft right now, even if it's not the 23rd pick. Okay. I mean, Troll, Beastmaster, there's a lot of synergy. You come together, you hit Roshan quickly, you have the auras. I think Troll really likes to have aura heroes on the off lane. He kind of thrives in those environments. You play really fast when you hit your timings, and I think the heroes that are good against Troll are not exactly very, very good here. I mean, I'm thinking of maybe like something like Faceless Void that's really good late game, but Faceless Void has problems.
Into Wyvern.
Yeah, into the other heroes, you know. So they kind of have a lot of their bases covered here with the first 4 picks. And there's also the Slug, I think, which is kind of like a decent matchup against Troll, but it's not exactly a Slug meta, but it will fit their nighttime draft. You know, you have Slug plus Lycan.
I just love that in these like high-level games, you see like Troll picked into SD, which is traditionally considered a counter, but they just have so much confidence that their other heroes can
do their jobs
and deal with the SD that it's otherwise a very free Troll game. This is why they banned Bloodseeker. Very good against Troll, very good also against Pangolier, and they have absolutely secured the team fights here for them. Even against Warlock, like nothing deals with Pango right now. Like there's no BKB piercing disable. What are you gonna rock him for a single second out of his
You also
roll?
don't have the damage. At least you don't have the damage to kill Pango.
I mean, there's only Faceless Void, right? Like with the Dilation and the Chrono. I don't see anything else that can kind of deal with the role. But then again, their lineup will be very, very slow.
Oh, what about some Carry Doom to stop the healing coming through? It's very good against Troll.
It is, yeah.
But it is also very slow.
The only issue there for me is like, you don't do anything against Pango. You doom him when he's rolling and he just keeps rolling, right? Like, I feel like you're totally happy being a Pango in a game against a Doom. I like the Faceless Void, but there's counters. Razor's also there. They picked a Jug. Okay.
This is a statement. If we talked about throughout the whole year, one of the more staple heroes for Ame, it has been Jug. He tried to make it work for such a long time, and now they last picked Jug against Ame's Troll Warlord.
I mean, I
This is
kind of
pretty
feel
fun.
like it's gonna be so tough for the Jug though. Like there's Curse, that's Raw, and then you have the Rolling Thunder, which you don't really do much to it. I mean, sure you can Omni Slash him, but the thing is, I feel like Jug has a lot of counters already in the game with the Raw and the Wyvern, Co-Embrace, and Curse itself, you know. And
They
against
have-
Troll, it's like he doesn't care if you Omni Slash him, he just needs to pick his R.
They have no control. They have like no silences. This Troll, I feel like he's gonna pop off. Extreme Gaming, they have overall better team fight, I would say, with Rolling Thunder, with Winter Wyvern, Troll. They don't have that burst damage that he's gonna be afraid of. Sure, there's some kiting coming up from Shadow Demon, but he can survive long enough because of all these reset mechanics that they do have on Extreme.
Yeah, Jenkins, you said even before you saw the last pick of Tundra that Extreme Gaming had secured the team fight. Does the Jug alter that formula for you in any way, or it's still very straightforward?
I think that Extreme still has the team fight secured.
Yeah.
But Tundra now at least has like scaling options in the game. You know, like Juggernaut with Omni Slash, he will full to zero any hero. Like if some heroes are orchided, they will die. So they have play options because whenever you have damage, you always have play options. But I agree, it's not like a free Jug game by any means.
Yeah, I think the execution level is definitely higher for Tundra's lineup, whereas for XG is, I think, pretty straightforward with their heroes. You get some auras, you have Dagger on your Wyvern, you group together, your Troll's hitting a tower, everyone's behind him, it's straightforward, right? Whereas for Tundra, they're gonna have to juke and jive, you have to use the Storm, find the Wyvern, you have to farm your items on Jug, and it's not a straightforward game for them.
Yeah. In the earlier part of it, though, Lacoste, we're talking about just how strong we're feeling the safe lane is for XG and also how strong the off lane is for Tundra. So now with heroes in those placeholders, does it feel like it favors one way or the other?
Now, Extreme Gaming, they have a very strong safe lane. You have
Didn't
Troll
even think
against
about it.
Lycan with the Winter Wyvern. You're not losing that lane.
Okay, at all. Anything else that you guys want to put out there before we get to know some more information from the coach?
I will say I think Jug's generally like an underrated hero. I was seeing it in pro-level pubs up until TI, so I feel like some players just have a read that it's a really good hero and people are not valuing it high enough.
Okay. And Winter?
I think Jug is going to...
Wait, did we see what facet the Winter Wyvern went?
No, but I think Jug is not going to do much this game, so I'm not going to agree with Andrew here.
Okay, alrighty. We've heard it all that we can from our panel right now, but we're going to get some more words from one of our coaches with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Xiaowei, coach of Extreme, and Helen will be helping me translate. It is the first game of TI 14 here on the main stage, and more than a game, I'm quite interested in your hair. Ame's got lavender hair, X-Nova's got blonde hair, you've got red hair. What's the story behind this?
本次比赛主舞台第一场比赛，我们更关注的是你们的发色很有趣。阿妹的发色是淡蓝色的，然后X-Nova 的是黄色的，你的是红色的，是有什么故事吗？
没有，我们三个就集合训练的时候，不约而同发现大家都染头发。
There's no story, but after we arrived at the boot camp, we noticed that we have different hair colors.
Wow, the synergy on this team, even without communicating. And then in the days off, you guys qualified quick through the tournament. How'd you stay sharp after you went 4-0?
作为本次比赛首支晋级正赛的队伍，在休息日当中是怎么保持自己的状态的呢？
我们就晋级以后就稍微讨论了一下，然后每天都会保持训练，然后打路人，也没有干别的事情。
So after advancing to the main event, we continue with our scrims. We had discussions and played ranks. So that's what we did.
Well, hopefully the pubs have kept your things sharp. Going up against Tundra, Xiaowei, thank you very much. Good luck in game number 1. And let's send it to our casters, Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We are here. We are ready. Hamburg, are you excited for the first game of the International? Well, that's good because we're going to be here another 60 minutes. Surely, if anything, go by from what we had earlier.
Do you think that's what Tundra have in mind here, though? They picked a Juggernaut. into quite a bit of, debuff immunity stuns here, Lyric. I'm a little concerned.
You know, you're not wrong. And the panel was talking about it, sort of this team fight supremacy that you sort of have in this early goings for XG. And I was wondering if they maybe are even just thinking, we're going to Healing Ward try and like push high ground. And that's why they went for it. Because there were those other more team fight oriented heroes they maybe could have gone for. Instead saying doubling down on the push potential.
Yeah, Winter was bringing up the Faceless Void. I thought that looked kind of solid too. Obviously there were issues no matter what hero you picked. This is a very well-rounded draft from XG. You've got this very defensive and annoying Winter Wyvern hero that we haven't seen too often, but you start to think about what happened at the road to the International and you're like, yeah, Wyvern kind of fits, you know?
Oh, yeah.
We got some swarming units for potential with the Helm creeps. We've got this ability to just like try and defend these towers, slow things down, and also just really big team fights that have been very game deciding at the later parts of this game. And of course, Winter Wyvern, just like Disruptor, one of these supports that late game, you get a Blink Dagger, the fight can just be on you completely.
Yeah, and of course, that's where BZM is going to be looking to make those big jumps in later on to find X-Nova hanging out to the side. But at least out of this early going, we're just getting a solid laning stage, it looks like, for Tundra. You can see they're already putting a little bit of a hamper here onto Ame's Troll Warlord, a hero that I absolutely despise, but it does actually seem like it's pretty good in this game.
Yeah, it's got some issues, but it's pretty much just the Shadow Demon, right? This idea of just trying to disrupt who you're attempting to target during your ultimate, also just being disrupted yourself, perhaps. So some nuisances, but overall, it's obviously been a very successful hero here so far. You saw it's already 8-0 along the road to this tournament. So seeing if Ame can keep it lossless thus far.
And already they're doing some pretty good spam out here. Interesting to see XXS go for the early boars, considering the counter that we've seen them take in Toby's Warlock, but still opting to play more around that, of course, boar, and then eventually Helm of the Overlord build.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to get like tons of value out of the Fatal Bonds versus his boars right now. And of course, the ability to just stack constantly. You know, we've seen these Beastmaster players just very early getting multiple stacks off, and that has been a key to a lot of the success that we've seen from XG so far. So I can appreciate still using that. And his lane partner here, XinQ, on this Tiny, I feel like this is a very contested hero between these two teams. I was thinking that they were maybe going to be grabbing it for Soxa, perhaps moving Toby over to the Shadow Demon if they could, but then just instantly snapped up there by XG. And I have a feeling it's not the last time we'll see this hero in this series.
Well, after the early stages here of this lane, you can see across the board Tundra just getting a little bit of the better of it, and Ame might get a fourth stack here of the poison. Do they want to stick around for a fifth? If Soxa hit this would be huge. Instead goes over to X-Nova, stacks him up again, gets it onto both. Oh man, Ame very low there.
Yeah, some big value happening here. Has to be past a Tango, and does have a salve coming on. The Courier Chrysalis now spinning away up top here onto XinQ.
Turns, realizes this is not going to work. Toby low. Oh, gets the root, a few more hits, but Toby, he manages to survive.
All right, big ward value there.
He just last hit a bird that was going. I have not seen that before on a jug. That was pretty cool.
You know, this is this is what Warlock usually does. You know, you pick Warlock so you can pick your Spectres or your, some other hero that needs a little bit of help in the lane, right? And they just get healed over and over. Chrysalis picks Jug, saves the Warlock under tower. You know?
Not what you expect all the time, but still very good stuff. 29 and 13 for Chrysalis. Still only 13 last hits on XXS. They are really taking it to him here.
XinQ kind of struggling to assist, right? He's at half HP, so even if he mangos and goes for a play, if he messes up, he's just going to get spun down to death until he has boots.
Well, usually we think about last picks in the context of, being this hero that's going to be a great team fighter later or cause this like huge problem. Maybe this problem is just trying to completely dominate the lane and then snowball from there, shut down XXS's timing, because it's going to be a while before he gets that Dominator.
And while all this action is happening in the side lanes, very quietly, we have a pretty big lead growing here for BZM. That's why they call him the best zoomer mid, you see.
Oh my God.
Because he's crushing it right now. Look at him, he's top of the board. Where's this Pango? XM's leading for his own team, but he's under all three cores for Tundra.
That's true. No, they're having a good time of it so far. Obviously can turn in a moment if things get a little bit too spicy and some early hits thrown out. But 6-minute mark coming up. First rune, obviously a really important time for a Storm Spirit. And they're getting set up. Should be able to secure the top one. Tiny's there too. And it's going to be an invis gotten by XM. Never mind.
All right, back he goes.
But if there's a rune you're going to miss as a Storm, invis, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's, you know, we'll take it here. Of course, that is going to be a major focus, as it always is, for any sort of a spirit mid.
So as we get close to the 7-minute mark, we'll see if anybody decides to make the movement over for Wisdom. It does appear like Shadow Demon is going over to try and sneak one, or maybe go for a kill here onto XXS. He's just a little bit... Oh, and Pango rotating also.
Yeah. They really need this play right now.
The invis, they see one, don't spot XM though, and now Rolly back and forth, finds two. Chrysalis decides that he cannot make that move forward onto the Beastmaster, so they shut down any extra action coming their way, and it looks like it is just going to be a trade-off of Wisdoms.
Yeah, that's a lot of time spent here from the mid, unfortunately. Big effort, and you know, I'm looking at XXS. He's lowest of the cores, and he doesn't have anything to fall back on right now.
Yeah.
There are no stacks made for him at this moment. And even if there were some, like, they're obviously getting very aggressive right now. As you can see, Tundra, BZM's coming in here, he's like, where are the stacks, man? Like, I'm trying to steal a double or a triple here, and there's just nothing for me to grab.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, they already put some good pressure on after the big rotations over to this side of the map. XG are able to keep their tier 1 tower alive. But you can see kind of the idea that Tundra's going for here. They want to shut this down before XG really come online. 33.
Yeah, it's kind of there's this idea of trying to shut down Ame, right? And make sure, because Ame has been the game winner in a lot of these drafts that they've gone for. He is the big condition to get the W at the end of it. But we're not seeing that pressure on him, right? They've kind of just left the lane because they're worried about potential kills. Instead, they're putting all this focus on XXS to try and just slow down any sort of an engine that's going to give that time to Ame. Rather than focusing him, shutting him down, get rid of the playmakers themselves in this XXS Beastmaster.
And then naturally, he's going to lose the rest of his map as things go on. That makes a lot of sense. Well, 8 minutes, another rune taken away from the Storm. That one was a shield rune. So should have a decent chance of getting a kill rune after the fact. Toby takes over at mid and wants to... Obviously, won't be getting that many more points in his Grimoire since it is still 0-0 at 8.5 minutes.
Ah, yes. To be expected, it would seem.
Yeah.
I mean, that has been the narrative, right? There's this idea of, like, XG are crushing the late game. They're doing so well whenever they go late. They are playing for the late all the time. Can Tundra come in and just punch him in the face, get rid of that plan, attack them super quickly? You see this immediate 3-3 Lycan, and you're thinking, oh, yeah, here we go. So far, we're not there, but it's all coming together, you know?
That's right. Xnova still hanging out. Soxa spots him, and that should turn into an eventual kill as the banishment is there. Does have a TP away. Any way to break that? Yes. Soxa gonna draw first blood.
Oh, I see some red flashing in the crowd here. Everyone immediately checking for their Crimson Witnesses.
That's right.
Oh, speaking of flashing in the crowd, it's National Alert Day here in Germany, Lyrical.
That's right. So in a couple of minutes, there might be a loud sound. Do not be alarmed. It's only an alert. You don't need to run away. It's going to be fine.
You got like 2 minutes until that's going to go off. So
maybe there will be a hype fight happening at the same time.
Yeah, so check your phones. It might go a little wild. Just so you know. Thanks. Shout out to everyone warning us about that in the community.
That was good. So 1 kill so far as we get towards that 10-minute mark. And at least for now, no big rotations after that one that went up top. Could look for another rune here. BZM is going to go down bottom. Pango almost done with the Diffusal Blade, and that is a haste rune bottled up for BZM. That's what you want to see if you're a Tundra fan.
Ooh, but he goes right into a ward here, so obviously going to be spotted. Plants a very sneaky one there. BZM helping out the fantasy gamers there as he plants a ward.
Chrysalis gonna come and contest these immovable objects.
Is that what we're calling the helm creeps?
Yeah, I think so at this point. As 33 sent one through also. So helm on helm action.
It's what everyone here came for, you know?
The heroes are so yesterday, you know?
Yeah.
We're also almost about halfway to a Battle Fury done for Ame on the Troll Warlord, if he can get to a good time, I mean. And likewise, Chrysalis trying to make his way there too.
Yeah, at the top of the board right now. Chrysalis, you know, a lot of his signature heroes were still in this pool. I didn't know what we were going to get. A late ban on the Bloodseeker, but to go for the Jug, you know, this is New Age Chrysalis. He didn't force a Razor, because like, it's tempting in some ways, but it also has some disastrous counters there.
Oh,
but that hasn't stopped him in the past, you know? He's usually very willing to force his very specific heroes. But wants this Jug this time.
An interesting moment there. And now, as we are scooting forward, it looks like they're still just trying to get Toby level 6. I mean, they cut down one of the towers on bottom. I kind of feel like there might be a moment where they could go for another push towards mid potentially. We'll see.
They could indeed, my friend. They could indeed.
Trent's just happy that he got a Crimson.
What?
Unbelievable.
What? No, I'm not.
BZM takes Ame down.
I thought it was the alert happening and it was the Crimson. That's not my fault. I was trying to be a good member of production.
That's right. BZM working his way down it.
There, I hear them ringing out now, actually, across the arena. That's a lovely sound.
Yeah, it's nice.
There we go. Hopefully not in the booths as well. Thank you, everyone, for dealing with that.
Is this real that he's going for the Holy Locket on Storm Spirit?
Well, all right, we're juicing it up here. That's a lot of energy, you know?
That's crazy. What an interesting decision.
With a Soul Ring as well.
Yeah.
Just fully committed.
You know what? If nobody's casting spells, you need to make your own charges.
That's right.
So Holy Locket Storm, let's go. Could also be like some pretty cool, like, you know, late game saves.
So this has been attempted before.
Okay.
But the problem is you don't do anything.
Right.
Right? That is the issue. It's because like you're not going Orchid. So it's not some like super aggressive build. You're not going Witchblade to boost your damage. It's kind of like it helps in fights, but it also sort of helps passively, right? It's good attributes. You're just farming it up a little bit. I'm curious to see how it fits. Maybe it's because he wants to be like this heavy initiating role. And so he wants to make sure he has lots of zips to go in, to get back out, and open up these fights for 3-3 to dominate. I think that's the plan here.
Dude, a Cold Embrace. I mean, this is what you basically have to do, though, I think, because it's going to be too tough otherwise. So you've got the Cold Embrace ability to keep these towers alive, and they are desperately going to need it, because I think Tundra is just going to start grouping now.
Yeah, it looks like they're indeed hitting their timing. There certainly has been an impressive recovery here from XXS, I do have to say, with the help of these Helm creeps. He is back right now, so he does have some capabilities as they move in for this fight, but he's going for that Ags next.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of sunk gold right now that's just giving him some stats, but until he gets that Ag in him, he hasn't really upgraded that much.
Oh, and the potential here, they're smoked up.
Is it our first big fight of the International Lyrical?
To contest, they roll it up, trying to find an opening. XM
he
managed to get it, actually. They do have the winner's curse if they need it. If they step too far forward on Tundra, they're going to be in trouble. Cold Embrace onto Xingqiu, keeping him alive for only a moment.
Oh, he's going in.
Still hanging on to this. The winner's curse is ready, but the roll through on XM. They did manage to kill the Tiny, but they won't get anybody else.
Look at X-Nova. He's just getting zoned back.
Yeah.
Like, the Dragon was on him. The Lycan creeps are there. He's trying to get in there to create a good fight opportunity by baiting in Xingqiu, but he can't get the finish.
Yeah.
Because, how can you get in there as this Dragon?
Sorry, another smoke.
Wyvern.
There you go.
My
Sorry.
bad. Sorry, but there's particulars out there.
That's a crazy one. I mean, yeah, and like going for these arcane boots first, you obviously understand you want that, but like some extra mobility, this is the thing that this hero struggles with a lot in this game. But another tier 1 tower taken. That's 3 of them down, and still stacks are being built.
Yeah, this is, of course, the specialty of Shadow Demon. Very easy to do multiple camp stacks. And he's even going to get back to his own wisdom here. So very happy Soxa right now.
Can see top net worth still being held by the Jug. And oh my God, not a camp stack.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been watching across. It's like, it doesn't exist.
Wow. I mean, I guess if they know they're going to be giving up a lot of the map early, stacking camps just like makes that eventual steal worse.
I actually think they would have lost their stacked camps.
Yeah.
Had they stacked near their ancients, I do think BZM would have just simply stolen them.
Interesting. I mean, I guess with the Jug pick, they kind of knew it was coming. It was going to be this early pushing, and so they're like, we're just going to give up the areas where we need to, make sure that they fight for the runes, though. Ame getting jumped on now. Do they have enough to bring down the troll? Zipping in, chasing for more. Xnova nearby. Does still have that cold embrace waiting. Turns, pops the ulti.
He's got to pop it, he thinks.
Yeah. And now he's not free from this. It's still not completely safe for Ame, and he drops.
Oh, that hurts.
Wow.
That's a really painful death because he's into a dangerous road coming up here soon. We have an Orchid being built by 3-3. He wants to create this opportunity where they can target the troll, throw the Orchid on him, and then he has no choice. Like, right? He has to build into this Manta to escape from that, to have the opportunity to go into his ultimate while being targeted by a Storm and a Juggernaut.
The late game team fight from XG is very good, but I'm starting to have some doubts on if they're going to be able to get there. There are those other couple of big items that are coming up, for instance, the Beastmaster and the Pango in terms of these Aghanim Scepters, but that Orchid, it creates some problems for Troll that nobody else can really solve.
Yeah,
he's got to do it himself.
And BZM's about to have his Witchblade, so he's gotten his little Holy Locket to help him out here, but he's going to have a little bit of damage to help out here. So they can actually go for these finishes. And then it's time to just start making moves with the Golem. I'm sure that will be the plan here from Tundra and XG. It's kind of a matter of like, how much can you get before this pressure comes in? There is a very important item coming. We're gonna have the Aghanim Scepter done here for XXS. So now, he is now a hero. He's garnered something else to assist. But, you know, a lot of the value of the Aghanims outside of taking objectives comes down to how the fight plays out as BZM jumps in Q.
They go, try and blow him up. He's already used his Avalanche, and Zinq, is he gonna pop to that? Cold Embrace comes in. Meanwhile, they just dropped a Golem onto XXS. He turns and starts beating it down. The Golem being used actually makes this scary for Tundra.
Yeah, I think what happened is he was worried about BZM, because BZM was kind of getting wrapped on a little bit.
Oh no, Ame. Forced to pop it again. He's fully trapped in by the Lycan here. Nowhere left to go.
When the dog walks you.
Oh no, Ame in trouble. And in spite of the butterfly, it's going to be a second death for Ame.
And although he's dying, this is what you get with the eggs.
They scan it though. They know immediately, but no Golem.
No Golem, no ability to get here. I mean, BZM, he has no TP, he has no mana anyway. He does have a great healing Lotus, but you know, it is slow.
They're zipping, they're thinking about it. Tundra starting to run down the river. They're gonna get there, I think, just a little bit too late. XXS gets the Aegis. Chrysalis gonna drop the Ami's out, and it goes over to the
That was crazy.
Unreal. Do they find him? Can they kill him? XXS still surviving. XXS jumps in, he finds Toby. Oh, how is this working? Now they get that Cold Embrace. The winner's curse on top of Roar. Oh, you hate to see it, but he might be in trouble. Disruption save. Sox is right there. Do they have enough to catch and kill onto Chrysalis? Looking down, finding, yes! XG win a fight they should not have won. And they managed to put it together. And he still has the Aegis.
You know, I feel like this fits what's been happening at the Road the International. It was a risk, and it feels like taking risks almost never works out right now.
Oh, it was a risk for Tundra to go in and fight that, exactly.
Like, I think throwing out that Omni Slash was just so dangerous.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the vision issue, right? He doesn't know. He can't see that those creeps are still in there, so he's just like, he thought he had something there. But I'm sure versus the Beastmaster anyway, he kind of assumed that wasn't going to be it. He was thinking like, oh, I'll get the spin down, but he doesn't want to chase XXS there. He gets pulled back, and even though some of the spells didn't quite sync up the way you'd hoped, it still went pretty well for XG.
Unbelievable.
He was close to having spin here too, but I mean, he's just surrounded at this point. Ame's coming back up, and this game evened out, if not in the favor of XG at this point, because that really does put a damper on this ability to keep on pushing for Tundra.
It's bought time. That's the most important part of it, for sure. That was the Aegis that I think you're supposed to get from Tundra and, start walking down tier 2 towers.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I'm not sure what the game plan is.
I mean, that is definitely a wipe all 3 tier 2 towers Aegis. I think without a doubt, they're all gone if you get that. So now they are able to just regroup, focus up, grab the Tormentor. So that'll go over to Toby. At the same time, Xingqiu did finish his Blink Dagger on this Tiny, which obviously opens up a whole new avenue in how to defend these objectives and take these team fights.
Well, next up for XXS is going to be a Lotus, which can make a really big difference when playing against a Juggernaut, as well as several of these other heroes. But looking to the 21-minute Wisdom, and I think that XG are going to try and sneak away the Dyers. Radiant scanning right now, seeing that they're not over by theirs, at least for the moment.
They do love to give these to Ame.
No, yeah, they're backing out. So they're not going to go and try and contest.
Yeah,
When they saw that nobody was at theirs.
Yeah, they were hoping to just give Ame theirs and focus in there, but not able to get there in time. So that's going to go to Soxa again. As he hits level 12, gets the second point in this Demonic Purge.
And you think about like all of that stuff and what could have gone differently, but they get the Aegis kill just in time, and now 33 going to have to summon a new creep for himself. Gets the Marsh Mage. Kind of a weird one. Love the Croaker more personally because it does that.
Yeah, but this guy looks cool. Look at that staff.
That's true.
Yeah, he's kind of swag.
He's pretty awesome.
I think we should get that as a cosmetic in some of the heroes.
As like the new Tide skin or something?
Oh, no, I was thinking like you get this just the staff. Like you killed him and took his staff, you know? So this, there was a plumber on the panel. I don't know if you guys saw that. He mentioned that XG tend to draft many ways to get into fights, which I thought was very good because that is something they have consistently done. That's why they win these fights, because it's not super formulaic. They play it, you know, more like this idea of there's so many ways to get in the engagements every single time that it's very difficult to predict how the fight's going to break down. You look at Tundra, how does the fight start? Storm zips. Like, is there really anything else? Like, either they're hitting a tower and that starts the fight, but if they want to get aggressive, it's a Storm zip every single time, right? You're not just going to like Lycanol then run at someone very often for a good 5v5 situation. You look at XG, we got a Blink Dagger on a Tiny, we got a Beastmaster who can like frontline into a Roar, we got Pango Roll, and then we're going to have this mobility and longer cast range eventually on the X-Nova here too. So it's much harder to predict how the engagements are going to go on the side of Tundra. They have to try and like figure out what XG are doing. And XG can just sort of position, always thinking like, where's the Storm Zip?
And then play around that continuously, absolutely. A smoke up now is they're going to try and bait out Ame for a moment as they get ready to walk uphill. XXS sees the Watcher, does not see the Storm, which is lurking nearby. The rest of the team also wrapping around. They just also finished a Blink Dagger, weirdly enough, on the Lycan. So he's got another way to get immediately into the fight with this Blink Orchid.
All right, I like this. This brings me back. This is some TC Dota, you know? This is some old school. It's like buying the Blink on the hero that you don't really expect it, then you're like, yeah, this kind of makes sense, you know, because it synergizes with whatever item you bought. Or just the way that you need to win a fight in this case.
I think the one thing that's scary about it, though, is that it's also like kind of doubling down on an idea that's already been answered. With the exception of XM.
Because he has a Manta.
Troll has a Manta, Beastmaster finished a Lotus, and now Pango, I mean, he doesn't have a way to deal with it yet. So that's something to watch for. You could also potentially see maybe a jump line, a jump at the back line of X-Nova, and that could be a really good answer. If he's able to spot out that Wyvern, then you could jump him with the Lycan.
Yeah. Yeah, this Lotus could be really nice too, especially if Storm zips in without BK being first.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Suddenly you're just yeeted.
That's true. But you can see Tundra, they are not comfortable with trying to make any big moves at this point. And actually, Chrysalis is starting to get a bit more farmed. I believe that's the full Butterfly, or close to it at least, coming on out. No, still waiting for the Talisman. Okay.
Yeah, he's shifting around that inventory a little bit. But XXS getting a little aggressive here, almost runs into Toby, but Toby walks it off.
And not willing to commit much. And I mean, this is again all into the favor of XG right now. I'm at least feeling like them going into the later stages will start to feel better, but Tundra have a couple scary windows when they can keep this push going, particularly if they manage to get the next Roche.
Yeah, and you heard the panel talking about like scaling supports. That Shadow Demon, great. You know, heading into the late game, you're always gonna have this opportunity to just ruin the way that they want to go into a fight. As we do start one here.
Jump in, Zinq, avalanche toss. They drop the golem. Connection, XM, roll through onto 3. It's pretty good, and Chrysalis tries to spin it up, and now realizing that's not gonna work so well. They are all grouped together. 5 heroes of Tundra.
Where's Xnova? He just, you know, kind of scary.
They just don't have a great way to make this function. Again, that's the jump in from BZM, but what's the follow-up? Now immediately trying to drop huge amounts of damage out, but he gets the ulti disruption. Saksa, key play, need to find more. Can they get it? Ame is low, Ame is dead. Tundra, they've outlasted so far with that healing ward. And
do you want to chase into Curse though? XSS stands.
Needs to be careful. There it is, the winner's Curse connection onto 33. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? Not quite, but he does fall. Omni Slash onto the Beastmaster and then hits over to the side. XM trying to play cleanup. Gets down Saksa. Maybe a chance here for him to bring down the rest of these heroes. He needs a few more hits. BZM, he gets the triple though. And then the turn finds the double on Chrysalis. Too much sustain.
Oh, focusing down, getting Ame at the beginning there. They lose it on so much of their damage on the side of XG, and they just hold out. They don't allow too good of a curse. You know, it was good targeting the fact that they're able to get down 3-3, but after that, Saksa, he does go down, unable to save his ally, but then there's that cleanup from BZM. That's going to put him up to 12 galvanized charges now.
Oh, man.
As they're going to get some revenge here and grab a Roche for themselves.
I mean, this was nuts. How many heals did Toby throw out?
Look how close Ame is when he pops his ulti here.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was crazy. Then the silence comes.
Yes.
Like, that was wild.
And we are seeing the problem of the XG draft right now. Not a great way for them to find those backline supports. They're just free casting.
It's also, we're talking about like these abilities they have in these big team fights, but they're not synchronizing, right? Like the Pango roll happens, it ends, then Tundra start their fight. And also, you know, a full Omni Slash coming out was pretty huge too.
Oh yeah. Full on all of those heroes, and you can see here the cleanup.
I like Toby.
Yeah.
Just standing here throwing in his right clicks.
Every little bit helps.
A 7K lead now here for Tundra. Of course, we have seen that gold leads mean pretty much nothing this tournament. Plenty of comebacks have happened. But it's more than just gold, you know. They have this Aegis. They have this ability to push waves pretty safely. They're going to start trying to contain XG. And now try and march down these tier 2 towers that they were hoping to get a little bit earlier in this game, I imagine.
I gotta say, Ame is just exploding in a couple of these fights, though. He's gotta get some more stuff going for himself.
It's coming. The BKB is only 100 gold away.
And a disruption into push is what it looks like we're going to be seeing. Saksa sends out the illusions. And in the meantime, the goal for XG is what it's continued to be. Farm, farm, farm. Find a pick when you can. As MKB is going to be the next bet for Ame. And another Blink Dagger, this time for the Jug.
I like this. This is just another way to sort of give these ideas of how to start fights to heroes that traditionally don't build a way to do it, right?
Right.
Better ways to try and outplay and make sure that you're not just like super one-dimensional for your opponents.
Ame might show for a second here on this wave, but is very far back, recognizing the danger that could be coming his way. Well, is he? Do they know? Okay, sees the poison, and Saksa gets the banish. He went back over. Okay, no, they're not close enough, though, that it's going to matter.
Tumblr's toy's crazy.
Yeah. Jump in. They see that Ame is not there, and now they feel like they can go. An immediate catch and kill on XM.
That lack of Dispel. Just deadly still for that Pangolier as Xnova and Zinq both going to TP out.
Manages to escape. Hide and seek. That's the game that XG are playing.
Toby lurking nearby Ame here. Ame, of course, no chance at an MKB as he didn't finish that BKB. So in the 1v1 versus Chrysalis, he's going to have a bit of a rough time right now. But Toby decides there is no play here. He's going to let Ame go. Now
managed to kill his courier.
Close to a blink as well here on Saksa. That's going to be another massive change in these engagements. And Xnova seeing the struggle in this game. I mean, 4,800 net worth now. That Blink Dagger, he knows it's not really coming very easily, so he's gone for the Pavise instead.
More ways to try and keep his team alive as a smoke up with 3. 33 joins the rest of the fray. Manta to back away. And so that initiation, when it doesn't work, ends up getting away freely on XG.
And it's going to push them back, though, while they grab Tormentor, so.
You know, I gotta say, I felt like we were gonna be getting more out of this Aegis this time around, but not any of the tier 2 towers have fallen yet for XG.
Yeah, I guess it kind of comes back to something we were talking about before we went live, this idea of just like taking risks.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those situations where even going to a tier 2 is a bit of a risk right now because you're playing versus this Wyvern, versus this Pango. Why bother? Why not just farm up the entire map right now, get an even bigger lead, get even more defensive items on our heroes before we commit to anything too large? Now, if the fight occurs, if there's some sort of a pick-off they can go for, I'm sure they'll opt for it. As, I mean, they can even see now the push up top has caused, like there's so much vision up top, they've seen that like, oh, okay, we're safe down here. You know, we can go for this tower.
Well, we'll instead start to move towards the mid lane a little bit. BZM, again, threatens with the jump. XM is nearby. And they call off any extra hits that way. But they pressure, take that bottom tier 2 tower. Juggernaut shoves out the wave the entire way through and is getting close to a Swift Blink now. After AC completed on like it. Man, they're getting some big items.
Now, Ame's illusions aren't enough to stop this mid wave with the help of the Lycan Wolf as Xnova now. He's going to be that pick off.
Yeah. Should be a pretty easy bring down. So they find and kill the Wyvern.
BZM wants a little bit more here as he gets the regen.
Aegis expiring, jumping. And we'll find a creep. Extra 100 gold in the bank. No problem.
Nice. Toby gets the wolf. Let's go. And look at this. Chrysalis just, with the help of the dragon, taking that tower down as his allies, moving towards the Ancient to grab this outpost.
Yeah, bullying movement. That's what you want to see. And the areas where you can farm right now on XG are few and far between. I do like this eventual Shiva's pick that they're getting on Beastmaster. It feels like with all the heals, that was a big part of that sustained live that happened for Tundra last time around.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of value into this game for sure. XinQ going for these high skill items as well, grabbing himself a Yules, so trying to interrupt some of these plays. You know, you have these blinks coming in from heroes, you just immediately get a Yules on them. I'm not memeing. Yules is a high skill item.
No, I'm with you. I was I was laughing because I looked and I saw there's 3 greedy enchantments on all of the supports that could get it.
You love the greedy.
Oh, the greedy is good, man.
You're checking it every game.
Well, you know, you got this Blink Dagger queued up for Xnova. That's how you get there eventually.
We don't have
the only one without it.
We don't have any dormant curios left. That's always my go-to. I love those. So, if you're XG right now, are we contesting the Roche or are we going to wait for high ground?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like you can like lightly contest, but that's how they got into that terrible fight last time.
Yeah, but the first one was really good.
That's true.
You know, they're 50-50 on Roche fights this game.
That's true. Now, one of them came right afterwards, didn't even lose the Aegis.
I would say with how XG have played so far this tournament, I would imagine them to try and push out these waves, try and get some vision down, and contest the Roche.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
BZM leading the charge again. And zips on forward, finds Xnova. Ame right there, gets the root, pops the ulti. BZM forced to pop his BKB. And then get out of here. Wait, jumps back in. TP out. Ooh, buddy.
Oh, meanwhile, we got a smoke coming in. Chrysalis coming close to XM and XinQ. Ulti dropped by Toby.
What do they have on the docket? XM gets caught and killed, shows the value of that Omni Slash, and now XinQ in further trouble. Tundra hitting hard, finding kills.
BZM wants to join the party here as an arcane rune, so he's okay with burning a little bit. Just to get up with his allies. This amplified damage rune annihilated that Pango, and now it is coming for your towers.
And jumps forward, Chrysalis, by the tier 4s.
Jeez, danger there for Xnova. That could have been a disaster.
And ready at a moment. They throw out the Splinter Blast do also have another Cold Embrace, so these towers are going to live a little bit longer. They also have Shiva's done now for the Beastmaster. Tier 3 tower down, jump in, finds one, Ame there, roar, on to Shadow Demon. It's a good target to get. Do they have enough for the kill? No! Saksa lives through it.
X-Nova bought back, he's coming.
Let's go in hunting, ethereal mode, a couple more hits is all they need. They got to take down that Shadow Demon. He's in further trouble with Chrysalis just walking away.
BCS on X-Nova.
Going, but do they have enough damage? Needs a few more avatars, yes! ZenQ gets him!
And X-Nova lives!
He might be able to do a bit. I mean, BZM is inside the base still while the rest of XG is cleaning up. Can they take down any more? Toby is gonna fall, but the hold happens.
Oh, X-Nova surviving long enough to get the curse off to delay BZM. Gives so much room for XG to go out there, and now the third Roche has spawned.
It was almost an instant spawn. And Jug is not here. Do they realize, though? Are they going to go and check? Oh, man, that was a huge moment.
You got summons. Surely you're going to go. Soxa did scout already. He also knows it's up. He threw poison in there.
They have buyback. I kind of feel like you have to go for something here. But also, it was Tundra that got the last Roche. So they're not going to get a roar. And so I think they just get this in time.
I mean, Soxa sees it, but
they're on the other side of the map. They cannot get here in time.
No, there's no way.
Oh, third Roche going the way of XG.
That is an Aegis. That is a refresher, and that is some cheese to the team that mere seconds ago was losing a mid lane of racks. And it was only the range racks that went down.
Oh, man. This is going to get a little spicy here in a second. I'm starting to feel it. It did cost a buyback from the Wyvern, but well worth it considering what they were able to get out of it.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Shiva's now claimed for BZM. Still an 11K gold lead, but signs of life for XG.
And you think about how that push started too, right? It was an amplified damage rune on a Jug who managed to get the ulti onto the Pango. You can't really be sure this stuff's going to happen again.
Oh, yeah. 9K on that gold lead. And where are we going to go now as Tundra? Because, again, they are really far ahead. The gold lead is into their favor. You're getting these big items, but they're playing now into an Aegis. I mean, I do feel like they've shown that they have what it takes to sort of team fight with XG in the late game. But do they want to try and just sort of delay out longer? Is there a point where they sort of run out of steam a bit here? Tough to know.
Yeah, these are the questions. But right now, you can see the confidence is back a little bit here as they move outside. There is a great Ob Sentry combo inside their base right now, so there is some good vision here for Tundra. Maybe they can take advantage of that to try and find themselves a good play, but for now, they don't really see a whole lot of what's going on. They're trying to just keep pushing in this bottom lane, using the creeps, but XSS is back to defend.
You can see there, too, a Ghost Scepter picked up for the Pango, understanding the danger in this game. Of course, with Soxa in it, you've also got the Demonic Purge that can come out, and then you're just done.
Yeah.
Oh, Ame decides to go for Satanic after the MKB.
Yeah, he's got himself double Dispel here, so very helpful. And we are going to have, it looks like, 2 Abyssals at some point here as well. Chrysalis, not exactly sure what he's going to do. He's got a few items going on right now.
Yeah, the Swift Blink seems like it makes sense. A straight up refresher bought now on the Beastmaster.
And the Shard is sitting on the Pango as well.
24 on Beast. XXS has had a pretty standout game after a rough laning stage. And now a smoke up with 5. Tundra. Are they going to realize what's happening?
Speaking of which, it is the plus 50% Blade Dance lifesteal on that Jug, so...
Okay.
That could be very pivotal in these fights, but, that Shiva's certainly helpful.
Oh, and actually going for the Shard on Troll now, too. Ame has that one coming out for himself.
True.
So the extra percentage chance to throw out ranged attacks at the same time. Nullifier for XM. It's going to be the next call, but as has been the case so far in this game, the big save is that guy, Soxa, and does not care about the Nullifier.
Well, he does have an Aeon Disc, so
that's true.
He might care a little bit.
He'll care about that when he's saving other people. He doesn't care.
That's going to help. There was also a force staff just picked up by Toby too, so that's another issue for that. And Tormentor will be coming up here shortly. XG in a very good position for it.
Yeah, they're even calling out the Lotus pools. I think, are they trying to get enough for a block of cheese? Roar mid, finds him. XXS wanting to blow up double roar. He did not like Toby, and that was 763 gold gained for that.
Okay, I mean, it helps out, right? Draws a lot of attention mid. Ame takes the top tower at the same time. He has a couple people smoking next to him right now.
Roar back up in 15 seconds because of that level 25.
Should Toby buy back here?
Saksa looks for a jump, immediately catching, trying to blow him up, but the cold embrace is there. Another way to save. That's BZM's BKB, and he's rooted. BZM able to get out. Oh, last second, able to get the stun from the Croaker.
Okay, Toby bought back for this. There's still Troll ulti. They have not gotten anything here.
A dangerous situation. 25 seconds until the Aegis is back up. How much do they have in the tank right now on Tundra to fight this?
I think they want to try and kite this, right? If you can get a disruption or something, try and like bait them into a bad fight right now if you can. And XG are backing away because they don't want that. They don't want to fight with no Aegis. There's no point.
Playing it safe. They get the double roar, they find themselves the kill, they walk down mid, they get a buyback as well.
And they're gonna start pushing this wave. They're gonna try and find something right now. There's a circle there from BZM. He encircles exactly where they are.
Look at XG, they're just running back to the base.
They're drawing the exact same line that Tundra are moving on right now. They're perfectly predicting this. Will this Swift Blink open something up for Chrysalis? Will he get lucky with a bash? What does he have?
Jumps in, zips, finds one, it's onto the Beastmaster. Is it gonna be enough? He got the Lotus on, but it's onto Ame. He pops the ulti, trying to stay alive, but a huge crit blows up one. Ame turns back now onto the jump, trying to find that kill. Chrysalis, he's out of here. A huge kill, and now looking for more. That's 2 down.
He's trying to get XXS, but he's just running.
33 is in too far, and XXS is healing up through this. But wait, they're also kiting over to the other side. 2 fights going on simultaneously. Looks like XM is able to get away for a moment, and the Pango rolls. Ethereal mode, trying to survive. Kills off Saksa on nothing, and he gets the blink away.
He's got the barrier.
I can't believe XM did that, getting away with murder, and now XXS also finds himself the storm. The toss, no! He gets the BKB out. Tundra in shambles after that fight. I mean, they got torn apart.
They look the same, I'll tell you that, since the break. This is XG. They have not lost a step right now.
Oh.
Simply utilizing their opponent's net worth lead to gain more gold.
Yes.
It's genius.
And now they do not have a Warlock for this defense because of the buyback. I mean, also no Golem for 80, so even when he's back up, it doesn't really matter. This is gonna be a full lane of racks for XG as they take this down. And I mean, how much more do they want to go for? What's the call, XG? Still 18 seconds till Jug is back up. 33 is behind them. And Pango is not quite here yet. Oh, Ame's just gonna leave his illusions there and slowly back away.
Xnova is just calling for the retreat, drops some vision behind
33.
him.
Oh, I thought he was gonna go in, but no. He is sending in his creep and finds XM. You could see Dota plus win probability still in favor of Tundra somehow. But it's starting to swing, I think.
I mean, if they eventually win a fight, it'll be great.
Yes.
Just so far, they consistently have not been able to do that. Yeah, Ame is picking up the lion's share of this gold, so just immediately buys himself bots too.
And buys out for it. So he will have buyback in, you know, a couple of creep camps, but if the fight happens before then, that could be a problem.
And they're still staying on the aggressive here, going in behind the creep wave, thinking, hey, they come on out. But, I mean, they have Ops and Sentry in this area, so they're pretty sure it's empty. Hoping that someone's smoking through, they can catch them off guard, perhaps. As Saksa is lurking in behind, grabbing these waves right now, trying to delay things once more.
Do whatever they can to stop the push that they know might be coming back their way. And the other thing now, too, is that with bots 2 online, Ame has the buyback TP in play to potentially just end it if the fight looks good.
That is true. They have so much split push potential on Tundra, though. It's very annoying. Like we got the multiple wolves now for the Lycan. He got the +2 at 25. So he's sending them out right now. He's got his Helm of the Overlord creep. You got a Storm Spirit who's zipping around. And have we gotten a good catch for the Storm yet?
Not
like,
really.
We don't have a Scythe really.
The best thing that we've seen is Troll Roots. And Saksa tries to blink away, TP out. Do they find him? Oh, he's sneaky, sneaky Saksa.
Yeah, he was here for so long too. Xnova will find his ward though. Figuring, okay, if this guy's been here for that long, he definitely dropped some vision. So good eye on that one.
But again, you bring all those people over, what are Tundra doing? Shoving out all of those lanes. They've got one in pushed very far on bottom. They do see Ame bottom alone.
XSS, Lotus is forced out here, but doesn't panic BKB.
Yeah, and Ame now TP's mid and realizes we're in the area.
I mean, it's when you look at a creep wave and you got 5 wolves on it from the shard, and you're just like, okay, this is a little crazy.
Chrysalis shows on the wave, so does Ame. Underneath some sentries, but no great vision.
He's going in.
Now they find him. There it is, immediately popping away with that Aeon disc. Ame is hitting onto these creeps, but off to the side, it's BZM that was able to blow up Xnova.
That's a buyback.
Roar now, connection. Do they have enough to bring down BZM? BZM zips away. Second roll now coming from XM.
We're still holding Omni Slash.
There's still a bunch of team fight that can come out here from Tundra.
Dude, he can't get out.
Kill him. 33 gets fully rooted.
Just locked down, no way out. Bought back on Xnova to secure the Roche pit. They're still chasing though. They're not happy with just Roche.
Ready for a moment, toss away Chrysalis, but the Omni Slash waits for a target and gets it there. It's on to Ame. Is it enough for the finish though? No. Ame hits, now immediately away, and Satanic's back up. They even passed the cheese over to him. But they need to back out now on XG. They might be a bit too far forward. Even without 33, it's a dangerous time to stick around.
And they know too, right? There's no worries here. Go back, get another Aegis, cheese, refresher shard. And Tundra, what can you do?
The roar is there. They know it's going to be dropping quick. Tundra, we always knew that this could have been an option.
There's still a curse right now. There's no Omni Slash.
Think about a zip. BZM not going in yet. The roar is there. Finds him. Chrysalis disruption, saving his life. Roche falling low. Not dead yet. Waiting, jumping. BZM, no, they curse right at the end. Great play by Xnova, and that stops this battle in its tracks. Rooted. BZM manages to get the zip out, but gets caught by XM. And then able to zip away. But the damage has been done. XG, China is back, baby.
Great patience there from Xnova to hold out on that curse there. Make sure there wasn't going to be a zip-in seal, because he definitely had the moment. But it was taken away by Xnova. And these buybacks have been very clutch from him, not diebacking after, and just helping to secure these objectives. And there's also an Amplify damage rune here, it looks like, in the river too.
All of this being done by Xnova without a Blink Dagger. He's still got it queued up and soon will be ready for more jumps. But again, this constant question comes back up. Do you want to try and walk high ground, threaten high ground? Or maybe you just kill them right when they come to mid lane?
Oh, that one hurts. I mean, this is the road to Scythe right now for BZM, and this is going to cost it for him. Like, this will be a buyback. Surely they're going to push right now. Dead Storm Spirit, 2 cheese, an Aegis, a Refresher Shard. They are coming high ground right now.
BZM, you got to do something to stop this.
They're calling for a wraparound. Chrysalis is trying to get an angle for an insane Omni Slash. He's decided this is the play for them right now.
You've got to do something. You need anything you can get. Fatal Bonds can also go crazy here if they can get the right opening, the right initiation. But after they get the entire racks, they just back out. Now underneath vision, Ame moves over, takes away the ward, and that stops it.
They don't want to go in, like, if they haven't bought back already.
Yeah.
You know, they're just going to sack the racks instead, knowing they have a tier 2 bottom. So they will hold that. They're going to give BZM his opportunity for perhaps another buyback after, just in case this push comes bottom lane for the Megas.
Very fortunate for Tundra that they had not lost that bottom tier 2 tower yet. You can see Dota Plus, in spite of the dominant position, they feel like it's still just 50-50. And to be honest, you win one fight with this Tundra lineup at this stage of the game, they could run down lanes. It's a possibility, but it's feeling harder and harder for it to function.
Can they kill Ame twice, though? I mean, once is hard enough. Oh, Vlad's as well. That's a GG Vlad's right there from ZigQ.
Oh, yeah, he knows.
Flying that out. He just wants a little last item, squeeze out every bit of juice he's got left. He's got no buyback anyway, so he wants to give his team an aura to go high ground.
You know, and we talked about it. Do you take the risk as XG to go high ground? You got double cheese, you got Aegis for 2 minutes. They're still not willing to. This is a patient team. They have waited years to get back into this situation to be playing at TI. They can wait another 10 minutes.
Also, more fantasy points.
True enough. Condolences to those that didn't lock in yet. But we are ready to keep that pressure on. And for Tundra, got to find some wraparound, some way to break the status quo.
This is the kind of game, too, that if you lose this as Tundra, like, it hurts. Because it feels like you've been controlling a lot of this game, right? You've always had the kill lead. A lot of the game, you've had the gold lead. And yet you just couldn't quite sync things up the way that you were hoping for with this lineup.
Well, and it was, you know, one specific moment of going for that Roche fight that really started the turn. And then it was like everything else after that also starting to fall apart bit by bit. A disruption onto Ame. XM immediately ready to cover his carry.
Yeah, I really foolishly believed this wasn't going to happen. I was like, this game won't go long. Nah, one way or another, I think it'll be a quick one.
You know, there's a lot of people that weren't quite sure also if, you know, this team was going to be able to maintain that level of play going into, you know, the international itself playing. But when the games go late, China somehow always seems to be able to pull out these amazing comebacks.
Yeah, I think for me watching XG and Tidebound, it has definitely looked like it's just this surplus of tools that they have as we get to this late game, because they're just so good at breaking down these team fights, and it's like they've already thought about all these different permutations and they have these ideas and these combos they want to use, and all of this together, there must be like some just very strong either just insight that they already have or communication of just how these fights can happen and all the different tools we have to make them go our own way, right?
So they hold on to this high ground there, Chrysalis. You know, this is the one downside too when you're playing Battle Fury heroes that don't have a helm also. It means you have to like show on a wave and then you might die. Otherwise, you can just send down creeps. It's fine.
It is crazy that we have heroes that buy Battle Fury and helm. I just want, the fact that you had to point that out is insanity.
One of them got banned, you know? It was the
I know.
So still floating a lot of gold at this point. BZM opting, of course, like you talk about, for the Hex instead of something like an Aghanim Scepter.
XM is getting close here. That we're very, very concentrated down here.
A jump for a moment. Finds him. Now the Golem to try and turn it. 33 right on top as well. Do they have enough damage to take him down in time? Yes! BZM gone again, and the winner's curse, and the wolf has been leashed.
Let me guess, rooted?
Rooted forever.
And
Ame, double kill. Takes them both down. Can they find more? The TP away looks, but not quite able to break that one. Roar gone. They take down another 3 clutch kills, and the buyback from BZM, it was not able to get back into this fight.
You know, I'm starting to think that this Troll Warlord hero might be a problem in the late game. Because it would appear there's nothing you can do when you're just constantly being rooted and dying.
You're not wrong. It's kind of crazy how that functions.
Chrysalis, he's looking for a snipe. This is a dangerous play.
I mean, you got to do something, right? Oh, he didn't go for it. Wanted to save the Omni Slash. It was close to an explosion. But the Nullifier, oh, he can't get up to the high round. Toby is going to be caught and killed. And now the silence onto the Troll does not matter. Still manages to kill the Golem. They buy back on 33. XG wanting to close out this game here.
They're thinking about it.
Sans Aegis, they move in. Now the pull back. There's the buyback on all the heroes. Do they have anything else left in the tank? That's a dead Soxa. Chrysalis tries to back away, still has Omni Slash when he comes out of this. Ame still alive. Hitting onto towers. 33 ready to jump. Do they have anything else left in the tank? They find him. He's out of the game. XM, come back. No, that's the wrong way. XM somehow stuck out of the base. Do they have enough damage Yes, they do. Ame now hits to the side, trying to find a route, can't quite get it, but the roar is there. Immediately it's dispelled off the end of it, but it won't matter. Chrysalis still to die. BZM, the last one left alive. They buy back on Jug. He needs a little bit more time before he can get Omni Slash back up. 5 seconds, but in that time, your racks are gone. They have Megas.
You know, XM taking the theme a little bit too seriously, heading into outer space there, but it didn't matter because he got the very important leading stun on 3-3, which gave the roots over to Ame and secured the kill.
One last chance to dance for the Juggernaut. Can he get in there and make an Omni Slash happen to stop this push? It does not look like it as they step themselves forward. There's the connection. Immediately, he goes away. He dodges it completely. The stack gets him out. GG is called. XG, they win game number 1.
They were down, but they were not out. XG continuing to show this beautiful defense that they have in these games. They didn't have stacks early. They were falling behind on net worth, but they gave the space and the time to Ame. And once again, he comes through in the clutch. His team sets him up so well for success, and he's just getting there for them. He's converting that into wins.
Unreal performance from XG. And for that man right there, you got to come up with some new answers. What went wrong in the draft? What could they have done better? We'll find out in game number 2 as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be asking those questions here because this early game was a little bit more Tundra favored than we were really expecting, Lacoste. We thought that it was going to be extreme gaming from those lanes, definitely into team fights. As the game progressed, we saw those team fights, but early on, it was just a different story.
Yeah, they did much better in the lanes than we kind of expected them to do, especially this bottom lane with the Lycan and Shadow Demon. I think Saksa did a very good job making sure that Lycan is getting the farm. He's the one getting the first blood as well. It's a bit of a slower game as we kind of expected as well, seeing that the extreme gaming, they have a lot of slow entries to the game, and Tundra, they needed to really try to close out the game relatively early on, and that's exactly what they tried to do, but a couple of mistakes were made.
Yeah, and I think XG capitalized so well on these mistakes. Like, up until this point in the tournament, this is what they've done, where you can see that they've isolated, like, what is the way that we're going to win the team fight, which was somebody deal with Saksa. And then Troll, Ame, can go completely ham on everybody else. He counters all of the cores of Tundra, and it's like the one time that they were able to pull that off, the game goes completely in their direction. And up until that point, it was legitimately, they were just biding their time. They were just waiting.
And it's also the fact that I felt like XG really utilized being on the Radiant side because it actually meant that they could kill Roshan between 15 to 20 minutes. And because they already had a bad start from the lane, from the side lanes didn't really go well. And being able to claim that Roshan before it moves to the other side, which would probably allow Tundra to get it, I think that was like a really, really crucial moment in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about these side lanes not going so well. There were still a lot of rotations, and I think something that could have been a little bit better to swing this in the way of XG earlier was the rotations coming out of XM Pega.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 rotations weren't really successful. This is the second one. You know, some may say that he's not a licensed driver there, so he missed a couple of crucial kills in the early stages. And they kind of needed him to connect, right? Because they were having a tough time on the side lanes, and the Pango kind of needed to help them come back into the game.
That was also at 7 and 14 minutes, right? So they were not just fighting, they were fighting around an objective. They were trying to claim the Wisdom Shrine. So if you fail to connect on those kills, it's even more impactful than if you're just like randomly ganking a side lane because you have a rune or something like that.
But that also kind of speaks the strength of their overall lineup, right? They could make mistakes, but there are still a lot of options to come back into the game later with their lineup.
Yeah, we always talk about like when a draft is easy to execute, if there's those contingencies for XG, there was. First Roche is always a big one, Lacoste, when it comes to any game of Dota, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It does give you tempo. This is something that they wanted to get on Tundra, but also what happened prior to that is, you know, there's always going to be memes when you see Troll, the way he's trying to utilize his ulti, 33 running away, 900 search radius for it. It's just too funny to watch, and Tundra realizes that XG realizes that at this point that they showed 3 heroes, so they immediately go inside the Roche pit, they take the Aegis for themselves. XXS is going to be holding that Aegis, and they're going to be losing quite a lot on him. The fact that I like about this fight is also a bit of a polarizing between 2 offlaners, what they're doing. One finished a Helm, the other one didn't. He did go for the Aghanim Scepter with Winter Wyvern. does allow him to get the sustain in this fight, because there's a lot of sustain overall. Another good role from XM to be able to finish off these two heroes.
I like the build from XXS, to be honest, because I feel like they understood on XG that all they needed to do was bide their time and go late game. And late game Beastmaster, he's not about the Helm Bomb too. Like, he's about even the Aghanim Scepter, this just kind of healing you. It's really about like Refresher, double BKB, double Roar, and we saw how much impact it was having in the team fight. So just if you have faith that you can get there, then I feel like the build makes sense. And that was where they wanted to win the game, because they had Troll versus a bunch of very good matchups for Troll.
Yeah, he truly understood his role. Like, he's the front line and he needs to be in front to soak up the damage. That's why he didn't go for the dagger. Usually sometimes you see Beast go dagger.
Yeah.
And they kind of had the dagger from like the other heroes, right? The Tiny, the Pangolier, and would actually love to see the Wyvern actually get the dagger earlier, because it kind of limited a lot of his team fight presence, because he didn't rush a dagger that game.
I think one of the biggest team fights that was an impact for is the one we're about to see here, right? It was 26 minutes around that Tormentor area, and it feels like so much of Tundra is grouping up together. If this Wyvern had have had that blink, it could have been a big swing.
He was also kind of connecting to the fight, so he was far away. But I could understand why the Troll decided I needed to hold the high ground. I cannot leave this area, you know? Yeah. But at the same time, if the Wyvern would have had a dagger, it would mean that this fight was going to be so easy, because he could have easily gotten at least a two-man curse here, save the Troll, and maybe the team fight would just end right there.
You can see in this fight, this is what happens when SD is not the primary focus, is you have Ame ults, and the person that he ults gets imprisoned, and he gets kited, and then he dies. And this was the name of the game. It was, if they kill Soxa on XG, they win the fight. If they don't kill Soxa or deal with him, they don't win the fight.
That one was a double whammy as well, because Beast Roar was used on that target, and Shadow Demon is just sitting there with enough range to be like, all I have to do is look at where this Roar is going out, Lacoste. That's my target. That's my teammate that I have to focus on saving.
Pretty much, but Shadow Demon, they focused Shadow Demon throughout the whole game for the pretty much last 25-30 minutes, because they realized, even though he had a couple of defensive items, Ether Lens, he was having Ghost Scepter as well, Aeon Disc on top of that, but you have heroes with the Blink Dagger, and as soon as they got Nullifier on Pangolier, this whole thing kind of changed, because they can initiate on top of him, get him to maybe even put him in a position where he's using the defensive disruption on himself, and then your Juggernaut's just straight up gonna die, because you're playing into Curse, you're playing into Troll. This is not the matchup that you want to be fighting 1v1.
Yeah, it felt like the Jug was in that unstoppable, unkillable sort of area. I'm sure he felt it too on Chrysalis. We saw him going a little bit deep on that high ground push. This was one of the moments that we could have seen Tundra just close it out. Extreme Gaming wanted that late game. They were fighting for it. It ended up paying off for them with such a good high ground defense. If this crumbled the Jenkins edge, who knows how it could have gone.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of timings that were very important. Like, I love Dota because you have so many like rock, paper, scissors type scenarios where like first the Ghost Scepter on Pango means that he can't be Jug ulted, and therefore Jug is stronger than Pango. And then once the Pango gets the Ghost Scepter, all of a sudden Jug is getting kited, and then Troll is stronger, and then SD comes in, and he's important, but SD is dead at the start of some of these fights or dealt with. So, I mean, that's just Dota, and it's basically like bide your time until you have that open window, and then try to take the good fight when that window is open.
I mean, it's also the fact that the SD kind of had too much to do in the team fights.
Eventually, yeah, eventually. It was
and when you look at the XG lineup, they had, I think, equally distributed responsibilities among the other heroes, the Curse, the Embrace, the Raw. You know, they needed to go on SD with the Beast, and someone else has another duty, but whereas the SD had to watch so many things.
It's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Do you think that was one of the biggest unravelings then, Lacoste, when we look back at that, is how much pressure it was on one support, how little the rest of the lineup could really stop that support being targeted?
They try to end the game relatively early on side of Tundra. You saw this 23-minute Blink Dagger on Lycan with the Orchid as well, because he's playing into Winter Wyvern, so you want to have something to get on top of him and try to kill him before he can get the defensive item he did. But this is not your traditional itemization on Lycan, because you want to be building into maybe your Shard, maybe AC, your auras, but it was way too difficult for them to take the fight. But once they get the items, Extreme Gaming, they managed to stabilize.
Yeah, this to me was the crucial fight for Extreme Gaming, and you mentioned the items, Lacoste. The reflected Omni slash there, Jing Q used the Lotus Orb. Like, that was incredibly important. And then at the same time, XM is jumping the backline SD, and he has that nullifier that we talked about. So Soxa had to imprison himself. because this is the only thing that he can do that is not going to get purged by the nullifier. And if he's imprisoning himself, he can't imprison to save the reflected Omni Slash or the Roar or the Curse or all of these other things that he needs to do. So once again, like, this is just so XG, the way that they win games is they find a way to perfectly execute a single fight and then they turn it into an advantage for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's what makes them a really, really tough opponent right now. It's either you beat them really hard in the lane, and then you have to also be able to execute in a team fight, which actually kind of happened this game. Tundra won the lanes, but they couldn't really, I think, control the first Roshan, which was really, really crucial. And that kind of, I think, gave Extreme Gaming the time that they needed to get back into the game.
How would you deal? Well, actually, let's talk about our standout player because he's on our screen, right? XXS here on that Beastmaster team because you're just like, there's no one else. I don't know. Pengo's kind of in there for discussion. XM did so well.
He's definitely in there. I mean, when you have a comeback like this, you pretty much have to shout out every player. Like we saw Xingqiu had the Lotus Orb play in the most recent fight that we watched. But XXS, I feel like he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Like he had the double roar, he had to go on the right targets, he picked up every Aegis, so they're saying, okay, you're gonna carry the game. He was top of net worth the entire game as well. He was going for a scaling build.
I would give it to XM because he found a new spot to be stuck in. I didn't even know that was possible. That ending fight where they're basically fighting 4v5.
Imagine winning a game where you get stuck, and I'm sure when he pressed W, he's like, okay, now I'm gonna get out. He just gets even more stuck.
Yeah, that shows how much better their lineup is late game because they won it basically 4v5 at that point. He didn't really do much apart. I think he had one stun on one hero initially, then he did nothing after that.
I wonder if anyone else out there has ever experienced being stuck in that situation before.
Oh no, Pango players, they find a new spot every single time.
It, yeah.
Yeah, they find all of the nooks and crannies there. We're also going to be looking, though, at some deeper details about this meta forming, just exactly how teams have adapted, because our biggest question mark has always been around this Helm of the Dom. What are people going to be doing within the next few days to counteract it, right? And for us, Purge, well, he knows exactly what these players are thinking about this item.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, the Helm of the Dominator is the item of the tournament so far, and how teams react to it at this point is really, really crucial to whether or not they win the tournament. And Tundra, being the Helm of the Dominator team, is certainly trying to solve this problem. But ultimately, it starts in the laning stage. They pick this very strong double heal safe lane, the Juggernaut, as well as the Warlock, allows them to pump so many heals in and then later get an advantage with their ranged heroes. So that basically results in a really fast, a slower Helm of the Dominator for the Beastmaster, but a faster Helm of the Dominator for the Lycan at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And on the other side of the map, Beastmaster is still working towards his at 8 minutes. So this basically means your timing goes faster. 3-3 was able to use his Helm of the Dominator to kill the enemy tier 1, and because he got his so early, after killing it, he ends up bringing his creep all the way to the safe lane so that he can then defend against their opponent's one that ended up coming later. So this is going to delay the gold advantage that the XG got with their Helm of the Dominator while compounding their advantage. They even rotated those 3 heroes to slow things down. They did eventually give up on it, but the amount of minutes extra that it took for XG to take this tower over Tundra gave them a nice gold advantage and more map control. In the meantime, they were getting things done. The Helm of the Overlord, the stronger Helm of the Dominator here, ends up being finished at 12.5 minutes, which is very fast. They get a stronger creep in this one, the old Black Dragon, and then they're going to use that to pressure the map. So this laning stage that they drafted towards, to make sure that they had a better early game and a faster Helm of the Dominator, they countered their opponent's Helm of the Dominator moves, and then they used their bigger timing to end up pressuring mid towers as well. But what was on the other hand is that XG picked the heroes they did, knowing that they were going to have worse lanes because they would have better heroes for some of these solutions. They first glyph this tower, and then they bring the Winter Wyvern over. He grabbed a really weird facet, actually, that almost nobody takes, that does allow you shield buildings. That would allow them to counteract this push that Tundra is doing. So both teams are on top of this Helm of the Dominator meta. They both have solutions to try to deal with those early pushes, and we'll see how this keeps cascading throughout the tournament, because this game, it was not good enough for Tundra.
Thank you so much, Pudge. And we got more of that insight, just exactly what's happening, that people are willing to just sort of sacrifice their Helm of the Dominator creep to stop the pushes of the other Helm of the Dominator creep.
Meta is evolving, but meta is evolving also with the itemization. We saw a very interesting build coming out from BZM. This is not your traditional build by any means, because he was building into Holy Locket as his item with the Soul Ring. So this gives you quite a, I would say, infinite mana, because when you check the numbers, it is 255 mana with 17 charges on this Holy Locket, slightly over 2 minutes that you get it from, plus the Soul Ring, plus the charges that you get from potentially fighting. So it is very interesting. This is the first time seeing it. Maybe somebody else did it before, but we can see some new stuff, new tech coming out, and this is very, very interesting.
So this is dependent just for the Storm, not anything related to his matchup in the mid lane per se.
I think it's any hero that builds into Sanj and Kaya also enjoys it, because that's going to amplify it as well. Like you'll see Ember will also go for a Holy Lock. I think BZM is the one who first started doing that as well. I think it's just a good item. And especially in this meta where like there's a lot of early pressure from the Helm Doms, like you have to have sustain to get into the side lanes and like actually be active. It didn't, end up working out, but the idea is there.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are just very nice for a core hero. I think I've been seeing a lot more core heroes buy that item nowadays, so we might see a shift. Like, it's no longer a support item, it's just like a very good early fighting item for cores.
Also, Winter, did you enjoy Purge pointing out the facet that Winter Wyvern took?
I mean, it's always, I think...
he said unconventional was his wording.
I mean, he said it's unconventional. It definitely is according to stats, but I think in a lot of, at least the games I played before I came here, I've seen a couple of players already starting to do it because it's just good against the Helm. It's really nice for your core because it gives you damage, and I think it's just much more reliable overall compared to the recursive facet, because pro players, they're not going to just clump up and let you get like an Imba curse, and kill everybody.
Sure, yeah, the other facet is more for when you're playing at home and you want to go for the highlight reel on stream, That's a Jenkins move.
Absolutely. I mean, there's like aggressive and defensive, and sometimes people go for some aggressive plays when you just don't need to, right? You have teams that do it all, or players that do it already.
I'm interested to see just what sort of aggression both of these teams are going to be bringing for a Game 2, for a Game 2 draft. XG were very willing to have the lanes lost a little bit. They were willing to bide their time. For Tundra, they wanted that aggression in the first game. They really wanted to close it out. Now you got to put it back a little bit where you go, what exactly is actually going to work here? Because we couldn't even do the early game plays out against Extreme Gaming.
It's such a tough one because it was working for Tundra.
Yeah.
Like what they wanted to do was happening, and they still lost. So I guess a lot is going to fall into Moon, like breaking down what actually went wrong in that game and how to fix it. I see Tundra as the type of team to not completely change their draft and say, okay, we won't do this.
Yeah. That's one that was definitely not on the draft because they executed pretty much perfectly first 15, 20 minutes. That Roche fight should have maybe happened because it was also a good play from Extreme Gaming, realizing what needs to be done, taking away Roshan from a team that is 5k gold ahead, which wants to put more pressure. But Tundra, seeing how they played out first 15 minutes, it was pretty much flawless, understanding what the holes in Extreme Gaming's draft are. And Extreme Gaming, they are a team that we've seen it so many times where they just put themselves in a position where they are 5k gold down 10, 15 minutes into the game. It feels like they really want to be pushing the limits, see if they can make a comeback. And this is one of the better comeback teams in Dota.
Yeah, I mean, something else to add to that, right? It's not just about the draft. I think which side you're on actually matters a lot. Because if you're playing the way Tundra is playing in the first game, you want to be aggressive, you want to secure the lanes. Being on the Radiant side, like I mentioned, the 15 to 20 minute Roshan, that is actually super crucial for you.
Yeah.
You do well in the lanes, you get Roshan, then you can snowball a lot stronger, So I think being on the Radiant side actually matters a lot for how they are playing if they want to keep everything the same.
I totally agree. I think if you were to look back at this game in retrospect, Moon is definitely going to call out the Roche play. It's very interesting though because the trade is a kill on Ame, right?
But it's not worth it.
But it's actually not worth it. That's the thing. But you can understand why players of this caliber are going to take such a bait because Troll is the counter to their lineup. You know that this is what XG wants to win the late game with, but you also need the Roshan to go high ground. So all of the fights should be around this objective, whether or not you're killing Ame.
Yeah, to sort of close out this game one, though, and before we move on, I want to ask about a Troll. It's now been picked 9 times in the International and the road to the International, and it's still at a 100% win rate. So how are you taking late game fights against a hero like this?
So apparently click R win game right now.
that's what it feels like, Winter. Is there a solution?
I mean, it's not just the Troll. I think it's the other stuff as well that's going on in the game. I think maybe the environment right now is really good for Troll to succeed in the game with the Helm, creating pressure. Because Troll is not exactly like a super greedy carry. He comes online quick, he hits your buildings, he stands there, and you have those auras on top of him. I think I already mentioned in the previous draft that Tro loves auras around him.
Okay. Well, a previous draft, our previous game, that's already been done and dusted. And right now, we get to look forward to a Game 2 draft.
Extreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports Game 2.
That's right, in this best of 3, Extreme Gaming already won a game up. It's not elimination, but you definitely want to give yourself the best fighting chance here, Lacoste. You want to stay in this upper bracket, and you want to learn more. You want to be able to find a solution to this team, but also what's working for yourself. So for the game number 2 draft, the bans, any big change-ups, that beast is not going to be getting let through by any means if Extreme Gaming has...
Yeah, for a good reason. He played an extremely good game, really loved the itemization. The big one for me is removing Mars, because they have a lot of success with Mars. I believe he is sitting at 75% win rate on the hero, which does allow them... I think the big reason why Mars is also popular because of the team fight, they are going for both of the facets, but also not necessarily rushing the Blink Dagger. Like, you're building into items, you're getting Yule Scepter, you're getting your Lotus Orb before that, and then maybe you're getting a Blink Dagger. This is kind of a new trend. It gives you everything, and this is the fan favorite, the Earthshaker. Maybe we're going to be seeing some Ogre, but yeah, seeing him use that Enchant Totem, it's always a pleasure to see him on a big stage.
One of the most overpowered heroes of the patch, too. It feels like every year at TI, it always comes back, but right now, it's not really about the big Echo Slams. I mean, you do see them, but it's more about the shard and the fact that you can one-shot creep waves with the Kaya and Yasha.
The shadow push.
Yeah, it's so hard to push into an Earthshaker fissure.
It also feels a lot of the times that this Echo is dealing so much damage.
Yeah, way too much.
It feels like you can one-shot heroes pretty much in a single creep wave, even with level 1 Echo Slam. And it's also a flex hero. Like, we've seen quite a lot of offlane Earthshakers as well. You're pretty much building into the same items, doing it slower than from the mid lane, but also if you pair him up from the offlane with a position 4 hero, with a range position 4 that can get to the triangle and get those stacks going, so you can use the first Echo Salami to be able to kill those creeps, that's still going to give you...
One thing to really focus as well on the Earthshaker, right? You mentioned the Echo, but it's the Echo on the Ancients as well, right?
Yeah.
You have to be really thinking about that first Echo in the game where he gets his dagger. So are you going to be able to contest it with your lineup? Or are you going to just be happy letting him get the...
That's interesting. Like, do you want to contest, go in and get 2 of your heroes killed because there's going to be like 20 creeps around?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, or you just let him get it and you have a trade on the map.
You also can't stack against him because he'll just go echo your creeps and kill you while you're trying to farm stacks. Like, that when people became comfortable with using the big ulti on the stacks, because I think there was a while where people were like, it's just a meme to echo the stacks, but you never use the first echo for a kill anyway, you know? You get more gold from stacks.
Sometimes in the lane, I guess you use it if you get a solo kill, but it rarely happens. So most of the time it's on the stack line. You gotta be thinking, because it's a huge part of Earthshaker. Are you gonna contest? And like both of them mentioned, it's very difficult to contest, risky. So you have to be able to get a trade somewhere. You get a tower, or you push and you farm your own stack, at the very least.
One of the things that Xnova has been amazing on doing on Extreme Gaming is blocking a lot of those tri-camps to ensure that stacks aren't happening. He'll pick himself a strong sort of trade support, and that's his goal, is just to ensure stacks aren't building up by any means, rather than having to even worry about, are we going to contest it? They themselves, though, Warlock might not really fit that sort of archetype, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an
No, I think they wanted a hero that can break the fight as well, especially when Shaker goes in, try to reset it. You also have Queen of Pain, so the picks coming out from the carry or mid-roll, wherever the heroes are going to go, these are not difficult, but these are difficult matchups to be playing into, because the pushback during the BKB Warlock with the Golem, so you're wasting good 3-4 seconds of your BKB.
I mean, the Golem is very good at stopping the combo, right? Like, he can come in with a BKB, try to combo your teammates, but the Rock just stops everything, right? So I think in that regard, they kind of have the better or easier teamfight execution.
I agree. And to be honest, going into this tournament, I was surprised to see Queen of Pain not picked up as much as it was on the previous patch, because in pro level pubs it was still very popular coming into the tournament. However, for XG, this is a different hero because Ame plays it. So what I really like about this pick here is that you can follow Earthshaker, all the roles you guys just mentioned, 4, 3, 1. They can play Queen of Pain in any lane against Earthshaker right now, and it will do well. So I think that's what makes sense here. Tundra, they go for the counter, which is Pugna. You cannot Queen of Pain ulti with Pugna ward being down. It costs so much mana, you will kill yourself, and guess what? You cannot Blade Mail the ward.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, we were mentioning about what would be the adjustments that Tundra is making. Right away, I'm already seeing they are trying to drop a lot more priority in terms of the team fight with the Snap and the Pugna. And now we're going to see a Slada here, which is not, I think, a very common hero against Pugna because of D-Crab.
Yeah.
But they're probably looking at a type of lineup where you don't really try to play around team fights as much with the whole wing. So you try to play the side lanes. These two heroes are really good at playing the side lanes. You go around, like with two heroes, you basically kill anything. And the whole wing is like good magic damage into the D-Crab. So you kind of have a lot of ways of killing heroes through D-Crab.
It's another BKB piercing tool. So they are going to be shutting down Crystallis pretty heavily. You're playing into 3 BKB piercing abilities, Sharpshooter, potentially break
I
mechanic.
mean, he also beats the Earthshaker in the mid lane if they want to go that route.
This has been XM's specialty for a long time, especially when we've been seeing these Ember Spirits being popular, Void Spirits as well, something that he's going to be playing into a melee matchup.
And it's a good counter.
It's a great pick.
Yeah, you remove the Fatal Bonds, you remove the Slada Amp.
This is an S tier Abaddon pick. It counters pretty much all of XG.
They need to ban Abaddon counters. Like Doom, I think, is one of the biggest counters. You can't heal, he just needs to Doom you before you get your ulti off. So that's something that you have to be on the lookout for. And obviously there's the break, right, from the Sharpshooter.
I mean, I like Abba here too because Tundra can run it in any of the side lanes against Queen of Pain, depending on where it goes, and it does well. Although we have seen Ame as a Quap carry do well against Abaddon. It just plays differently as a carry.
I actually think the Quap is probably going to go mid because the Abaddon is probably not going to go mid. I think that would be my trail of thought right now after I'm looking at the Abaddon pick. So they do remove the Doom, and right now they removed the Doom themselves when they could have just picked it to counter it. So they probably have something else in mind already. They ban Doom and Darks here. What are they trying to do here?
Could be, I mean, you have Warlock as your laning partner. It could be Alchemist. It could be Faceless Void. That does give you a good laning stage. If
Medusa, maybe? But Medusa doesn't care about Doom. He cares about Darks here, not Doom.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the heroes that you mentioned, Lacoste. I think they're quite good. Faceless Void would be quite solid. I mean, there's nothing really to kill him in this game so far. Earthshaker stun is the only really good disable for him, and I don't think that's enough to kill a Void full to 0. Not a farmed Void.
What else could Tundra be thinking about banning here? Because a lot of times
TA is Slada TA.
Yeah, I mean, also Ursa, I guess. Like XG really does like to play the bursty carries, and I feel like double down on the Slardar amp and just insta kill somebody. Sure, there's the decrep. Okay, they ban Ursa.
It would give them so many objective takings on the map because you have Slardar, you have Ursa, you can basically kill Tormentor Roshan in 5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Ame has a few options. We're assuming it's Ame. Could still be Ame Quap, but I'm sure XG has a few options here. They get to see the whole Tundra draft, so they will get the, hashtag perfect pick.
Have you decided where you see this Earthshaker going now that we've revealed a bit more for Tundra?
Probably mid, I guess. Mid is probably
That's
the
where you
most...
feel most comfortable.
Yeah, most likely hero. I think 33 is going to just get another Helm hero. They're going to put the Abaddon on the carry hero here.
Okay, what else is a good Helm hero with Beast and Lycan being taken out? In the 33 hero
I've seen Underlord. He played Underlord.
Okay.
I mean, you kind of want someone to maybe build Crimson Guard against the Slada. I think that could be an option.
Yeah.
The root is pretty nice against the Quap.
Broodmother?
Oh, Sand King, yeah.
Okay, so they don't go for a Helm hero. But instead they just go for
scaling, more scaling.
Yeah, it's a 33 classic. It's also something BZM has been playing a lot.
I know you've been a big fan of his Sanking Jenkins. You always talked about his itemization, like that one null talisman that he does buy. But you also need to rely a lot on stacking whenever you have Sanking, because he's not the strong laner. Even though I watched some of the replays from Tundra, they did lane for a couple of minutes first, and then you will have Saksa go into triangle, try to get some stacks going in the outer ring as well, because Sanking, he can still farm it. It got nerfed because of the distance between the camps, so he can't like fully farm, especially the outer ring in the top part of the map.
Is it?
Whoa. Whoa, okay.
A Clinks?
Clinks with Slada M, that is scary.
Okay, so last pick, Arme Clinks. Guys, we've got to talk about this hero because Fia was very adamant that we would never, ever see this hero at TI.
This is like the highest DPS hero if he can actually sit there and just right-click in the game.
Okay.
And you combine that with a Slada, he's going to shred them. But they do have answers, right, with the decrep.
So how does the Clinks play Lacoste? It's been so long since he's been seen in a competitive game, so long since he's ever entered the stage.
We see it from time to time. I think this hero definitely has a place in meta with a specific setup, because you have a good amount of saves. We talked about the BKB piercing tool, so that's going to be a good way of maybe protecting Ame. And this hero gets super tanky. Once you get to that level 5, 2 charges on eating the creeps makes you super tanky. Plus also the scaling. You did mention the Slardar plus his DPS could be very, very good. Plus Sanking, we talked about him not being the strong laner, playing into Clinks and Warlock. It's a very difficult lane for him.
Yeah, I think the Warlock is what really makes it work, because Clinks' laning stage is pretty rough. Like,
you want to heal, basically.
Yeah, you just want to heal and farm and get to the late game. It's kind of more of the same from what we saw in game 1, but I got to agree with the old man Fear. I don't think Clinks is a very good hero. Like, you can get bursted. Like, you can die. Earthshaker, Sand King, like Snapfire ulti, even a Pugna can solo kill you, depending on the time of the game.
Yeah, you're really not instilling me with faith here, Jenkins. The other question I have for the side of Tundra and their lineup is seeing a Shaker and a Sand King. Is it a little too greedy? We're looking for 2 heroes that if they have kind of rough lanes, they both want to take stacks. Where does the priority go there, and how are you going to play around that?
I mean, they do have strong supports to kind of balance that out, right? They just need to make sure that they can survive the early phases. They don't get run over, because they do have slower heroes in the early game, with the Shaker and Sand King having to farm stacks in jungle. But I do feel like this game, I'm going to have to agree with Andrew here, where Tundra's they're going to have the easier to execute draft this time, and I think we are probably going to see a game 3.
Lacoste, I feel like you have nothing more to say other than I concur.
Yeah, it's a lot of easy to execute team fights for them. The 1-2 combo with either Earthshaker going in, Snapfire with the ulti, or Sanking jumping in. So they always have some kill threat on the map, which is very easy for them to execute. I think Extreme Gaming, they like to really push the limits with the drafts that they do have.
100%.
But I think they're going to take this.
You got to respect the draft.
Okay. You gotta respect it, right? You gotta respect it, especially if maybe at home you guys knew. Let's see, though, if Tundra's coach Moon knew that this Clinks was gonna be coming out.
I am indeed very curious about that. Moon Meander, coach of Tundra. I was wondering how you prep for a team like this. Extreme, they made their way through the road quick. Only played 10 games throughout that group stage. You, on the other hand, had to play quite a few more, so you don't have much data on these guys.
Yeah, we're just kind of guessing what they're going to play, I guess, and looks like their lineup's kind of impossible to guess.
Yeah, Clinks is not something that many people can predict. If there ever was a player to do it, it's probably Ame, but still, it seems like these 24th pick surprises are still alive and well.
Yeah, but I saw him play a pop on Clinks, and he lost, so maybe things are looking good for us.
I like the sample size of a 1. And my last question is, obviously, this whole situation has not been ideal for you, although it seems like things exciting may be happening. I was wondering how you integrated Toby into the lineup so quickly, because making it here to main stage is quite a feat with a stand-in.
We had like 1 hour to pick a stand-in. It was so last minute, and we decided to get Toby because we saw him own with Team Liquid.
And hopefully he's going to do some more ownage here. Good luck, Moon Meander, as we get into game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. And we are into the game already, underway. A lot going on here, Trent, some crazy stuff. And the Bone Man almost got brought down, but we did get a first blood, too.
We did indeed. As Moon was taking the interview, wondering how the game was going to go, his team grabbed a kill. So that is indeed a pretty good start.
And Ame goes down again, down bottom. He was already coming in a little bit low HP, and 33 combos together with Sox to secure the finish.
Yeah, softens him up a little bit there on the initial play. They grab it. 3-3 is still very low. So potential maybe if they can find something on him before he regens. But he's got 3 tangos and, well, it's a Warlock and a Clink. So they're going to be doing a whole lot of chilling in this lane, presumably, as Soxa has to throw the body on the line here to get that Sentry into camp just to block the 1-minute spawn.
Yeah, important stuff right there to make sure they can't equalize this lane equilibrium at all. And I mean, you know, he talked about it there. This is a hard team to figure out. Moon was saying that even when you think you have an idea of what they're going to draft, it doesn't end up working out fully. They've ended up picking this Clinks. He said he did see him in a pub, though.
Yes.
So that means somebody on his friends list was playing with Ame. An important thing to watch for is when you can see their picks out a little bit earlier, since that's somewhat been gone recently. It's made some crazy matches, and we'll see if this Clinks pick is another one that gets them where they need to be.
And most importantly, he lost.
Yes.
As Moon pointed out, so we'll see. I mean, this looks a little bit like last game in the sense that things started out very well for Tundra. In fact, for quite a long time. They were doing very well in the previous match. We'll see if they can perhaps get the finish. I think if we go back there, it's BZM, of course, melee hero versus Queen of Pain tends to have a pretty rough time.
My goodness.
You know, we're used to this. But if we go back to that first game, I think if they had, may I continue,
trouble.
BZM, or you good?
Yeah,
okay.
it's good.
I think if they get that Roche's Tundra, I think they win that game.
Yeah.
That first Roche, I think that it gets so much harder for XG. So if they can manage to avoid a disastrous moment like that in this game, Tundra should have a better chance.
This is scary stuff right now. I'm able to get that deny on XM, but BZM still very, very low, playing against the 2 points in Dagger, Queen of Pain. And you can see that's going to the tune of 12 and 5 for XM.
And you can see he's not even trying to force this, right? Like XM's low there, he's got a blink. He's thinking of some stuff there, but there's an enchant totem, there's creep waves. Like, why not just secure the runes and guarantee that he's just gonna have to leave?
Yeah, they don't have to necessarily play as aggressively as they don't want to. Oh, Zinq, XXS, battling out in a lane that we have not seen a ton of, and they can't get in rune in range quickly enough to contest for that Lotus. And so a little bit of the disparity from last game, it is XG that instead is winning across all 3 of their lanes, and 2 of them in a pretty good fashion. That Clink's 13 and 6 right now versus the 10 and 3 for the Sand King. I do have a feeling Tundra are not going to stack 0 camps by like 15 minutes, though.
Certainly not. Yeah, they are definitely going to be getting the stacks on for the Sand King. It is a necessity when you're playing it in the off lane. You know, we get these mid Sand Kings, they just work the camps nearby. It doesn't even have to stack it too much because you can just grab 2, farm it up, stack when you can. But for the off lane, you need those stacks if you want to propel into these important items that get your game going.
XXS.
In this case, a helm.
Right. Yeah, XXS.
I remember, the panel was like, I think they could use a helm hero. And oh, they're going to pick Sand King. That's not a helm hero. Aha.
Yeah. Well, also Slardar, the other one that is going for it. So
yeah,
every hero, helm hero, as we've come to expect. I'll also mention, between all of the heroes that XG has, insane amounts of physical damage coming out later.
Yes.
Obviously there's Ame, but you also have a Slardar, and then even if the Hoodwink, if you start to get some more, items up on Zinq, and that's definitely a player that loves to farm.
He's warming up here on the Bushwhacks, as you can see. This looks like a really annoying lane for a Slardar, I gotta say. You like to be a bully, and obviously he's doing very well, but Chrysalis also still at 21 CS, and you're dealing with Decrep potentially. He doesn't have a point in it yet, and also just the ability to shield and kind of turn that damage back on you. So he's not able to shut down his opponent as much as he'd like to, as we tend to think of Slardar as more of like this anti-carry, where like you're played into this lane to also slow down your opponent.
Have a short disconnect here. Soxa gets the pause going for himself, and I would imagine that pretty soon he's going to be making that move back into the jungle that we've come to expect from him, stacking up camps and making sure that they're off to a decent start. Likewise, you can see Zinq already heading back that way as he's very low on HP, and will just reach up a little bit as he goes.
He queued up like 8,000 observers, but now he's changed his mind here. Gonna go for a wand into some arcane boots, pretty standard stuff. Can they contest these stacks, though? Probably not this game, eh? For XG?
I mean, yeah, it seems a little bit... I feel like you can contest. I don't think you can take. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. You could definitely target him for sure. Like, you get an obs in there. You see when he's going for these stacks. You can definitely come in, throw out a Sonic Wave, and maybe grab a cheeky kill.
3 points up in Dagger as we get back into the game. ZinQ is going to stack that camp up and head back. Oh, come on. Look, they don't even know how to do it. They're like, this is not our meta. We're just off fighting instead.
Man, usually, sometimes the 3 points Dagger is a scary thing because it really hurts your rotations in a lot of games because you don't have earlier access to burst damage for the Scream of Pain. But versus a Shaker mid, this is hurting. Like, BZM is just constantly off the wave. He is a fisher for CS. It is not feeling great. He is the lowest of the cores in terms of last hits, and he doesn't really have an ability to jungle yet. So we're talking about these stacks for the Sand King. We're going to need him for BZM.
Oh, and they glyph, they bring him low. The cookie to try and get away, but he is going to die to XM.
He knew he was dead.
Yeah.
I think the second he got hit by the Shadow Word, he just started going in knowing he was going down.
So they managed to find the kill on the Shaker right before the 6-minute mark, too. So this could also be a clutch.
Look at Xnova. Xnova and Soxa, though. They're battling right now. Xnova comes in. He does not try and body block, but all right. I thought he was going to try and stop that spawn from happening. Was too worried about potentially dying there versus Soxa, so he lets it go.
And XM is the one that is going to be benefiting from that, picking up a shield room now. So I'm not sure what you do at this point as the Shaker, because everything feels bad.
Yeah, this is not great. He looks more like that position 4 Shaker right now or something, but he does have a stack here, so he can start working on that a little bit. But yeah, it's not great. Sox is going to hold the wave. There's an obs in behind the tier 1 tower planted by ZinQ that's going to allow all these opportunities for ganks. It's a very scary place to try and play versus a 3-point stagger and a potential Sonic Wave.
This type of bullying behavior is what you want to see if you're an XG fan. On the other side, for Tundra, take away their abilities to bully you back. 33's got to get off to a decent start with this helm and is trying to finish that one off and maybe try and push this Clinks out of the base. At the very least, Clinks can't eat your creep anymore.
I know, right? Like, this hero will be crazy if you could eat helm creeps. Unfortunately, not a thing since they've become creep heroes, and partially why we're seeing them everywhere.
So while the CS starts to stack up, it's really 2 that stand a little bit above right now in the Clinks and the Quap, with Sand King and Abba still having a good time. And as we get to that 7-minute mark, did get the Shrine for each. And Toby trying to actually step forward and stop any extra passive pressure from the creeps heading his way. Oh, man, dude.
Again, Xnova just walking in here trying to disrupt these stacks because they know, right?
Yeah.
Like, all the Shaker wants to do is get this big stack going so he can come in and dunk on this. And he's going to interrupt at least one of them. It was close. They almost managed to get it still. But actually, the Ancients get messed up, too. So neither camp stacks.
Really well played by Xnova and Toby.
2-3-3
underneath. The bushwhack is there, and Sonic Wave for the finish.
All right, meanwhile, Ame's walking into a sentry here. He just eats the creep.
And he's going to take some of them away. I mean, if Xnova dies here, it's not the end of the world. If XM does, that's very bad. And so they're going to back away. Giving a little bit of space now for BZM in the mid lane.
He has nothing. There is no piggy bank, you know? You thought your parents left you an education fund, but they spent it all on your brother. He's got nothing left. Like, what is there here, you know? And 3-3 came over, took one of the creeps with his helm. Ame came and ate the other, you know? It's just, he's truly a zoomer.
Yes.
The previous generations are just taking it all.
BZM trying to find anything for himself here. Does have, at the very least, level 6.
So you can see that camp blocked in the back.
God, they're just making his life miserable.
They're bringing him the helm creeps. 3-3 is bringing him a creep wave. This is where we're at. He walked a creep wave to BZM in the jungle.
Toby, underneath his own ward, is trying to back away, and yeah, they did bring over a creep wave to make sure that they could get a little bit of extra farm towards BZM. Now, a kill here onto the Hoodwink with the Helm Creep helping might actually be decent for him, but instead, I kind of wonder if he's going to end up in further trouble. They dropped the golem bomb on him.
Uh-oh.
Have some mercy. Poor BZM. Will
Nice,
he be able to
okay.
get out of there? Aphotic shield. XM still on the chase. He's bottling up and finally getting a little bit of help.
Again, though, this is constant. The pressure on the other side of the map, Ame always takes advantage. He's very good at this. Gets a lot of pressure onto this tower. But once again, it is Ame at the top of the board at the 10-minute mark. He has all the space in the world down bottom. This is a consistent theme that we are getting from XG.
Well, surrounded now. XM playing in mid with Soxa nearby. And though they did not get the kill with the golem, they are going to get the tower with it.
Yeah, that ward lasting the entire time as well. So much value, giving them this capability to take this. I gotta say, the tower lasted longer than I expected. Oh no, not again. Not his little piggy bank.
Jumps in, finds it. BZM might need to get denied, and it's not enough. No! Soxa not able to take down his buddy, and in fact, could be in further trouble. Zinq doesn't get any bounces out, though. And yeah, there's still...
I think he got a glancing shot, because that only did 17 damage. That attempted deny on the snap. So I think the innate screwed him there.
Oh, the innate got him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very frustrating. Or the, yeah.
Good old snap.
Well, we said that we thought they could contest. We weren't sure if they could steal them. They're making an attempt at it right now. BZM still has Echo at the ready.
Oh, you don't want to share this XP, though.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Even to your allies, like, guys, can you guys leave? But he just has to go for it. He needs the protection.
A wise decision, and trying to get some more gold into BZM here.
Lyrical, he is 2,000 gold behind the next nearest core.
Yeah, it's been an impossibility. And this was a first pick XM here, too, on the Queen of Pain. They weren't able to draft things to help move over and shut him down more. It was just a complete answer the whole way through.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a different hero to lead the charge here. Now, you know, we've talked a lot about Ame farming up here. Chrysalis not doing too bad. He is behind, but he is going to try and rush into that Radiance as XM continues to exert this pressure mid lane. Tower here or gone or not, he's sticking around. He's decided this is the part of the map he wants to play to open up the room on the side lanes.
You know, it's interesting too, right? Because people often talk about Quap not being able to rotate effectively with 3 points and dagger, but instead he says, fine, you guys rotate to me and we'll take that tower and then make everything else feel bad for Tundra. Yeah, they're 4K gold leave at 12 minutes.
Yeah, when it's such a specific hero that you can target with a dagger like the Shaker and just make his life so miserable, it is very, very worth it. And amping up that physical damage that you can see will be a concern throughout this game will be that Deso.
Yes.
So, Slardar, Deso on a Clinks, it's going to be a lot.
It's Blade Mail for XM. The choice for this one. Toby back in base, thinking about where can I go? What's the play next for him? At the very least, BZM has another tower to play behind, so harder to dive and kill the Shaker, but not impossible, as XXS takes the top one and queuing up a pipe. I don't think I've ever seen a build like this out of Slardar before, but it is awesome.
BZM's tilted. He just body blocked his own camp. I mean, he's having a hard time, dude. It's not good. Like walking through your own camp spot in this situation. Meanwhile, the enemy carry is picking up 3 bounty runes. That just shows what, like, they create this just wilderness zone that no one wants to go into except Ame. It's like a private resort just for him, the bottom lane every game.
Ame's area, that's what they'll call it. They need to find a kill on him, though, because he's going to start taking off like crazy. And instead, they have to deal with this. XM runs in, and you have to keep Toby nearby, because otherwise BZM's just dead. They're going to try and make something happen bottom now against the Clinks. Do they have enough for a kill? He summons. He's trying to stay alive. Not enough.
That was kind of terrifying how long it took, but he does go down. Will there be revenge?
An attempt at one at the very least. Burrow strike to back away, and it looks like it's not going to work.
Yeah.
So a nice play by Tundra, managing to take down Ame. Still 5K behind, but some signs of life.
Yeah, good positioning there from 3-3 to evade any sort of a bushwhack play there by using his Burrow strike when he did. And Zinq knew it too. Didn't have an option to get him.
The other side, you've got Chrysalis here, who's been relatively quiet, but working on a Radiance. And BZM finally has that Blink Dagger done.
At level 8.
Yeah.
That's the downside, right? Like,
you're not wrong.
Unfortunately, you just don't have a whole lot to offer at this point. Like, he's the same level as Soxa. There we go.
I mean, he's going to have to make back up that deficit by virtue of finding kills and finding good fights.
Oh, or another big set of stacks here. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
that
awkward moment here.
huge.
2 cores. It's like, okay.
Well, they're going to stack again, but yeah, I feel like injecting this into the BZM would be a really big win. And 33, never mind, would be a really big win for 33 too to get all this gold. You got your blink already.
Yeah, listen, one of us is having a game here, okay? Just let me take care of this.
Still just 2 stacked on the side of XG. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that while we did see Clink stay alive for a while there, if 33 was there, a lot of like his survivability came by casting spells, and there's a decent chance they can just stun lock him.
That's true. Yep. It can happen if we can catch back up here. It makes me think of the FE voice line. You know, I'm farming lane because I'm a winner.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's XG right now.
Got
now,
it.
stacks, you know, I don't care stacks, right? They're just camping all 3 lanes, farming up like crazy. So all of their last hits are mega value.
Going in now, Chrysalis forced to pop ulti, and the TPs come in. Are they gonna go for more? Soxa nearby, thinking about it, hunting to the side. Toby decreps himself. That is the Radiance, assembled by Chrysalis.
Will
And
he
with
be the
rotations.
Avenger? That is the question with said Radiance.
Yeah. It's a tough one. They force a lot of rotations and then back out.
Ooh, XM, mid lane, Arcane, Amplify Damage Rune.
Yeah, good blink away there by BZM before things went south. And maybe 33, if you waited a second.
XXS, confused as to what hero he's playing, picks up the pipe. So his Helm Pipe Slardar ready to take over this game. It's great itemization in this match. It's really, he is just playing for his ult to help with the damage and then just control.
First time this tournament, it makes sense, and it's the perfect item. The question is, if you start losing out at this point, if you lose a fight or two because of some chaos happening, how well is this hero going to be scaling? I mean, you've still got the Helm.
They're very good at forcing towers right now, but if they were like, let's say, trying to hunt for a 5v5 fight, they don't really have very good tools for it right now, right?
No.
It would be like bushwhack or just a golem drop, whereas we have Blink Sand King.
Control, kisses, done. XM is out of there. That is exactly what they needed. And now 33 trying to find X-Nova, who is pretty quick in the river, but with Blink Dagger back up in 8 burrow strikes, trying to stay on target. Bushwhack stops it. BZM Fissure, they miss off to the side. Oh, he's getting out. 33, he doesn't have anything for him. And so they do manage to TP out with X-Nova, but the kill on XM.
Yep. Very, very important. And I mean, it comes back to what we were just literally just talking about as it happened. They have great ways to start fights as Tundra, right? We have the blink on the Sand King, we have the blink on the Shaker. We're gonna have these cookie plays, and then you can defend your towers with your kisses. It is risky to push into it, which is what they're trying to do with the pipe, but immediately losing your Queen of Pain like that kind of makes you look at your pipe and be like, oh, well, that wasn't great.
Ame runs into BZM, spots him, and oh, that is not feeling good for Tundra.
Yeah, you heard this brought up on the panel, but Klinks, although we don't see him very often, it is one of the heroes that just has the most insane amount of burst damage if he's allowed to just swing. And when you think about how XG has played this whole tournament, the best thing that they do is enable Ame. So giving him the full-on glass cannon of Klinks seems like a pretty solid strategy from them.
This gold lead staying steady, though. That's something that has also been a constant at this tournament, that even when teams are behind, they have found ways to keep farming, to stay relevant in the game, and to extend the duration. And, well, now these types of kills start to hurt a whole heck of a lot. Ame goes down again.
Ooh, a rare mistake there from Ame, pushing out a little bit too much, maybe an incorrect read as to where they are moving on the map. He tends to play just like so defensively.
I mean, Ame is 3 of their deaths in this game.
That's 75% Lyrical.
I thought it's half.
Yes, you're right. I was looking at the wrong column. Yeah. I thought I really nailed my math for a second there.
I mean, when you think
it's tough out here, you know.
I hear you. When I think back to the beginning of this tournament and, you know, the way that Ame had started it, it really feels like so many of the games of XG have been in response to those early days and how well he did, where people like are explicitly going out and saying, I'm here just to kill Ame.
that has only grown now. Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. after the Road the International. All right, some obs down here spotting some of this movement by Tundra. They scan, saying, hey, I think they're going to do a 20-minute Tormentor, guys. Just this feeling I have.
The creep is in. XXS, no blink dagger.
Ame's coming.
No, he did have it. He got it back up in time. Now Sonic Wave. Chrysalis low, but not dead yet. He's broken, forced to pop the ultimate. And now kisses from Saksa. Do they have enough damage? Ame spots him, immediately blows up.
Oh, wait, no!
Fire. No, he gets a cookie off, and then broke straight through. 33 says no, but big hit down from X-Nova. Can they take down this Sand King? Fisher immediately brooks off the burrow.
They need XM.
And now XM low, dead.
Oh,
XXS.
baby.
All the X's are fallen. There's nowhere left to go as Slardar 2 is going to die. What a beautiful setup from Tundra.
Oh, that's exactly how they need these fights to go for Tundra, right? Like, that ulti looked very dangerous for Chrysalis. He was forced to pop it because of the break. He was a little bit nervous there, so he just goes for it. They completely stop hitting him. He gets almost no heals off the ulti. And then you're worried about the re-goose from XG. But just that little bit of survival on Saksa to get the cookie stun onto Ame gives them that kill. And then a delayed fight, the burn of the Radiance going the entire time, and BZM finally getting his revenge after that mid lane.
So we take a look at this, the full breakdown of the view. I mean, again, at the beginning, you see Tundra, not as much HP, not as tanky, they don't have the pipe.
They kite the ABBA ulti, and then this play.
How did he not die? The decrep coming in saved his life before he got burned.
And there, it looked pretty dangerous with that ulti. You see this chase down sliders coming in, but the Fisher block even to help protect 3-3. I mean, that's beautiful stuff right there.
What a sick play. And in the end, it is Tundra that reigns supreme and able to survive through all of this. And some of it being that ABBA just making the difference there.
Yeah, and that's going to help him a lot. I mean, that is a fully finished Manta now for Chrysalis as he takes the top slot here over Ame in terms of gold. Now eyes will start to move to the Roche Pit. Likely the next goal you're hoping for on these teams. Particularly XG, of course.
Yes.
They can just do it instantly if they ever get the moment.
That's the thing that I think is going to be tough for Tundra is keeping an eye on that Roche Pit while making sure that, you know, Ame doesn't have a few seconds just to get away and start taking it.
Yeah.
And he's working on a BKB, 2 components of it. He shows over there to the side and immediately look at all of Tundra running towards Ame.
I mean, he has his own obs, right? He feels a little bit safer. Now there's a scan. They know they're coming through.
They see him. He's in trouble. Ame again. A 5th death.
Yeah, but he gets that last hit. So 50 gold going back his way. I mean, someone on the Radiant team was like, bro, they're coming. They scan next to him. It turns red, and he's like, well, I'm still just dead, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
He's trying to make a little bit more space here in this game, and he's getting punished for it.
I mean, again, when you've got the Slardar that goes first 2 items, helm, pipe, it sort of puts a target on everybody else's back in a way.
BZM and Saksa. Yeah.
Still taking a while to take down Saksa, but they do eventually get the Snapfire.
But there's that situation where they don't have Ame up, so they can't just move in towards the Roche Pit or something, even though they get a kill kind of nearby. They got to just wait for him. Come back in this game, and look over towards BZM. He's thinking about finishing up a Yashikaya here, just for some general, you know, mobility, gameplay, spellcasting, all those nice things for a Shaker. But he's not going to have a BKB anytime soon.
No.
I mean, he's got problems, right? You think about a BKB with Shaker, you think, oh, nice, like good mobility in the team fights, lets you get off your spells, but then you look at this, you're like, oh, there's a Slardar. There's the damage from the Clinks. You know, there's Warlock ulti. There's a lot of issues with BKB.
Yeah, there's massive physical damage in this game coming from the side of XG. And I will also say, sort of like when you've got so much burst on XG and you've got like the ABBA on the other side, Chrysalis could be that like sort of key central bit to this fight that can make things work. Because I think that they were hoping to blow up the ABBA in the duration of a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really happened. He's been able to get his ultis off twice when he's broken.
And the other issue is that your Slider just needs like every item in the game. Because he went for this Helm Pipe, he still needs Blink. He still needs BKB, and they desperately need a Nullifier.
He does have Blink though, but yeah.
Yes, yeah, but I just mean like all of these items combined.
Right, afterwards. It takes longer to come online as XinQ dies to 33. A lot of pick-off.
And you don't have full confidence in these engagements until you have a Nullifier on your team.
Yeah.
Right, because they're building Ghost Scepters and they have a Pugna.
Chrysalis, Ame ships in the night, passing by, BKB done. And that should stop. I mean, he could still hit chain stunned. Like, that's the problem.
Yep.
Gonna go for the Nullifier next. As Roche heads up to the north. Not as much vision around that area for a potential fight.
Oh, it's a very small lead right now. It's mostly just the idea of like Roche is what it comes down to, is they kill a creep down bottom while scanning the Roche pit.
Right, they're ganking creeps. They're ganking Helm creeps.
That is but the reality we live in, Lyrical.
That's right.
That's where we're at right now.
Sand King does have Aghanim Scepter.
That's a lot of damage.
And Tier 1 Tower still alive for XG. Also, Aghanim Scepter done on Quap a little while ago.
A haste rune here. They're going to give it to Chrysalis, and he's running in.
They want to take down this tower before a Roche fight comes in, so it's harder to reinforce.
3-3. He's winding up. He's thinking about it just in case.
A nice play right there. But now you know what's happening. And 33, does he catch sight of anybody? They're ready to jump at a moment's notice. XM is there.
They want this.
He's thinking about it. He's going in. 33, Blink, Burrow. How much they have? The Crush interrupts, but there's the Golem down too, and XM, he gets out. Broken, brought down low. 33 in trouble now. Great play by XXS to interrupt the jump. As XG planned that out perfectly and dodged from the damage.
Wait, there's no BKB here.
Never mind, they're in trouble now, and now XXS is the one running into kisses. Do they have enough damage to blow him up? Hits from low, the control is there, but XXS, he actually gets out.
They didn't dunk. BZM saved it.
They didn't decide to go in, and now XM, they're all fatal bound together. They're taking so much damage on the side of Tundra. Starting to die, Chrysalis needs to get out, but there's nowhere to go. Another 4 down.
Once again, it's just the first Roche. It's all these ideas around the first Roche that spell disaster for Tundra. It's just like game one. If they were able to secure it, they have a nice path that you can see the vision and where to go. And this time, they try and go a little aggressive, right? It all starts with this attempted epicenter under the tier 2 tower. And then back to here too, when they try and get this kill. So this is no BKB Slider. It's already been used. The kisses are coming down. BZM blinks in right here, but he doesn't want to echo. He says, you know, he doesn't think it's going to be enough. And instead, now they get no opportunity for it. And then you just get XS coming back in here with a pow, easy crush.
And as soon as those, you know, fatal bonds are out, it just shuts down any chance of a reinitiation from BZM at that point too. There's just nothing else that you can do right there.
Yeah, and now that's going to be Ame here. Has his BKB, has an Aegis, and is 500 gold away from a Nullifier.
Well, we have one big fight that goes the way of Tundra, another now going the way of XG. Still not a meaningful like separation between these two squads that's like an item difference. You know, you're sitting 3,000 gold on Ame. They're basically equal. So I feel like there's got to be some more type of a battle coming from Tundra. They're probably going to wait for their next timing too, though.
Yeah, we're going to get back to dodging here. Not the best lineup necessarily on Tundra for just like pulling waves and playing super safe. You do have the full bore on the snap, which is nice. So blasting away and cooking. Pretty solid hero with your shard too to clear the waves. Shaker, probably one of the best heroes in the entire game at this with the shard and the fishers. You can keep things down. But, you know, we have Jump. We have this spooky, scary skeleton guy. So it's not a super simple proposition to be pushing these out as Tundra.
A bunch of the whispers of the dread coming out. Everybody looking for spell amp and ways to burst. And it feels like those spells to save are going to be at a premium in this one.
Yeah, well, at least it doesn't reduce your nighttime vision, so
true.
They're safe for now.
30-minute mark. Saksa not going to get caught. XXS blinks right on top of where he was. And likely going to be looking for another chance at the Tormentor here in a moment. Another amp damage for XG. Toby making the big run in, and, well, he gets punished for that one.
It was a bold move.
Yeah, a little bit.
Boots of Travel finished for BZM, so wants to be able to capitalize on any opportunity they can find on these side lanes as Ame,
Nullifier out. No chance. Yeah, that is an interesting one too. Just saw that on Hoodwink finished off the Mage Slayer. So pretty annoying to deal with for Sand King.
Sand King, even just like everyone, really, it's truly everyone. So we're going to be watching those bounces on the Acorn. Not many heroes, of course, that can hit multiple with the Mage Slayer, but Hoodwink is one of them, so you get this debuff on multiple people. Feels great, but it does only last for 3 seconds now. It's not as crazy as it used to be.
Ame under a ward. But with the rest of the team coming in behind, he is going to show for a moment and then actually take down that tower. This is Clinks. This is the problem. Look at how quickly that fell.
Yeah. It is very, very fearful.
I'm gonna need to make use of the mass magic damage that you have on the side of Tundra and hope that's enough to burst him. Obviously, they're gonna need to do it twice right now with the Aegis. 1 minute and 30 left on that one as XG head up to the north and get themselves ready for a Tormentor.
What? Where?
Yeah.
Immediately gone here as the Shark goes to X-Nova. And Tundra just continue to dodge as much as they can right now. I mean, attempted Nullifier for 3-3 could be something. The Bloodthorn for Chrysalis is probably their best chance to at least get a full chain stun kill and just kill as fast as possible.
Man, it really is something else, Ame. Like, he has died the most in this game and is the top net worth on Clinks. Like, he's died more than the person that's died the most at the tournament so far in this game. And he's still just making it happen. Daedalus, close to being completed. And a 9,000 gold lead as XG ready to battle.
Yeah, look at this. They scan the high ground. They just want to run in, take over this area.
Counterplay coming from Tundra sometime soon. They're almost at a Nullifier, 433. Meanwhile, Bloodthorn is going to be the call for ABBA. Still a little ways away from that one being done. But Chrysalis, not sure if they recognize where he's over here or not, but he's going to blink out. And a tier 2 tower taken now bottom as well. 33 under the ward. And I guess they can just feel safe now, spreading out, farming away because they see that 33 is there. They know that there's no chance that he's setting up to kill anybody else. He's just trying to finish off his item.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to wait it out. It would be nice if Tundra was able to get some better vision out with a gem, but it's just so risky. Ideally, you manage to kill this Warlock, you know, maybe steal it from X-Nova. That'd be a great target for them to grab on these pickoffs, but he's obviously playing very far back and quite safe.
All right, a couple of items done. And the team grouping together down on the bottom side of the map, around the Bloodthorn, around the Nullifier, and an opportunity here. They find him. Xing Q, caught, out a bit too far, and brought down.
Yeah, Chrysalis has been very cautious to ensure that he's always bringing dust. He's got another one flying out right away. Does not want to let these kills go by.
You can see, though they are down 9K, Tundra is still very capable of pushing. It's not quite as quick as the Clinks.
Pretty fast, though. Pretty good.
They get it done.
Yeah. As we get an Aghanim's Scepter picked up for XXS. I was a little surprised by this. I thought maybe stacking Nullifiers might be the way to go here. But instead, obviously, it's a very, very good item on Slardar. Just helps you out so much whenever you're in your puddles or trail or river. Just gives you so many bonuses. It is pretty ridiculous. Just going to try and ensure that he doesn't get chain stun down. He's always got opportunities to go for his hits, get off his items as they hop onto Chrysalis here with the BKB from Ame even.
Use that. Yeah,
Is that
a big commitment.
Is that a fat finger?
Up a little bit north, too. They find 33. Throws out the sharpshooter, nothing there. But with no BKB on Ame, I feel like this could be a go.
Yeah, that is a big opening right now. I think for sure BZM is hunting. He's leading the way. He's angry. Hasn't had the funnest game.
And they're hunting down bottom. Okay, no, but Ame's backing out.
Good choice.
Yeah, realizing that that would go south very quickly.
Unfortunately, it's hard to go on this hunt without a gem. You know?
True.
Very scary. You don't want to be walking through these wards and potentially through the clinks, not knowing where he's at.
Well, 12 to 14. And while the smoke does not connect onto anybody for Tundra, they do get another chance to push out their waves. XXS is showing it mid. Ame still has no BKB for another 40 seconds if something were to pop off.
So if the Roche were to spawn instantly in 7 seconds, it would be extremely good for Tundra.
I don't even know about that necessarily.
Soxa is getting really aggressive. He goes, that's a greedy ward, my man.
Able to take
he
it
will
away.
take down the sentry, but
They
obviously
place another one.
he tries to get the deny. Wait, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did get it. Nice to played. It is not an instant Roche. It is a max Roche by the looks of that clock, I would say.
Wow. Okay.
It is like 3 full minutes, man.
All right, we're chilling here. Now, the flip side of that, too, is that I feel like there's still a potential that you could get into a big fight. It does also mean that Roche is probably going to be moving down bottom by the time something else is happening. No TA in this game, so neither team is fully aware of what time it's going to respawn at.
That's true.
But the wave shove is going to happen. And even though it's that 7K gold lead, the win probability is still very even between these two squads.
I feel like the gem advantage is just so good in this situation.
Yeah.
Like just moving across the map right now, they put it on XM so we can just move across there as, yeah, Dota Plus refusing to give up on Tundra today.
Favored him last time too. Next tier of neutrals out. Getting some pure cloaks. That's actually kind of sick against Clinks.
Yes, it can turn south very, very quickly.
Interesting. He does have like decent armor on Clinks.
Oh, the Radiant scan. Oh, look at this. Okay, so 3-3 has the Helm creep in the Roche pit, which registers as a hero. So then XXS has to send his creep in, which means now if they scan the pit, you know.
Yeah, they're going to be aware. Okay, good
now,
to know.
Keep in mind, you know how they changed the vision around Roche?
Yeah.
Right now, XXS doesn't actually see 3-3's creep. So he's actually still in one of those spots. So he's got a very sneaky creep placement where that creep can actually see inside the Roche pit, but when you're inside the Roche pit, you don't see that creep.
Could be very important how this plays out. XM.
The rune spot.
Oh, that is. Oh. Oh, geez.
All right, there's a call from Xnova. He wants to wrap around.
Again, they don't know yet. Roche not up. It's going to be up very shortly. That is a Lotus now done again for XXS this game.
Yeah, no more Helm shenanigans. He's fully sold it? I guess.
I think so.
I thought maybe just backpacking it, but no, he's just done. He wants his Lotus, he wants to play. He's done microwing. Just wants to work on his own hero, you know?
Now, when I think of XXS, I think of like Mars, Magnus. He's not a micro guy.
Here comes the Croaker.
So second Roche up, wrapping behind.
They see the creep moving. They know someone was here. All right, now there's really good heroes to get first and really, really bad ones like Abba, right? Unless they can fold a 0 up. Can they do it?
Can they blow him up in time? Looking for it. He's broken, but he gets the ulti off. And that stops it.
That's a free reset, but that's 65 seconds of no ulti. So that does take away one of the good conditions of an engagement for Tundra, which is they go on ABBA first.
And it basically costs them nothing.
Yeah.
The other issue.
I mean, pipe, I guess, you know?
That's true.
Croaker coming in. Congregating. Tendril of the Deeping even.
And they're just going to start taking it. 33 sees this, though. His creep is gone. X-Nova, Glimmer, walks away. BZM throws out the fissure.
Xingqiu's just coming up. Hello?
A chance.
Little poke.
Ended up hitting him for a moment. XM also jumps, but not able to connect as 33 did.
All right, there's only 10 seconds here. Rosha's going to migrate.
Yeah, and now he's going to get fissure blocked.
Oh,
I'm not sure what's going to happen. XM is right there to the side. 33 gets caught, but BKB, the reaction from XM.
Wait, he's alive.
He's staying alive. Able to get it off the Lotus, keeping him back and low, but dead afterwards. XXS puts the kibosh on that, and Chrysalis, now in more of a world of hurt, is going to start to fall ethereal form for a bit longer. But in the end, it is going to be a dead ABBA. And hunting down Toby, hides off to the side, ethereal form, no way to break it.
Do you know what's crazy? Is that he didn't have ulti as that sharpshooter was coming in. His ally died and gave him ulti from his facet.
Ame moves back, but no. Comes in, shuts down the captain, 33 to fall, and XG ready to run away with this game number 2.
Just, I mean, everything going their way, but like, what more is it, you know? They jump in there. At first you think like, oh, there's a heal, you know? Maybe they can turn it with the shaker, but they just never find these opportunities. And just instant roshing. Zero chance of contest here. And yeah, this is where it starts, right? Like, on to BZM. What is the heal here? Did someone pass him a Lotus or something?
Yeah, it must have been. Regardless, you could see also the just swing that came in as soon as 33 burrow striked, and then the reaction of the BKB from Quap shut that stuff down completely. And I mean, now that you lose the fight like this, you get the Aegis ready to start going high ground. I mean, there's got to be some answers to it, but you don't have buyback. You don't want to buy back on Sand King.
Their spirit is broken like their base. I mean, that wasn't even a fight. It was just simply a massacre. The comms are quiet right now, you know?
And another tier 3 tower going to be hit.
They're TPing in with BZM. They're going to try something.
Does he have the range? The creeps are starting to walk forward, but Ame just backs away. Now the jump finds Chrysalis. BZM waiting for his moment, waiting. There's a fissure block. XXS is stuck.
He wants Ame, but he's just not coming in.
And the cookie, but there's the BKB reaction.
But Ame's just running.
A chance? Sonic Wave 33 can't chase now. No Blink Dagger available. XM, he's fine too, gets the blink out, and after just destroying that base, are gonna freely walk away. Full 2 sets of racks.
And they've still got Law, right? They're just walking out with this Aegis and only a single lane now to try and keep alive for Tundra. Their last hopes here in the upper bracket.
XG. If there were any questions about if this team was for real going into the main event, they have been answered at this point. They have looked so good. And now an Aghanim Scepter done for the Clinks. They're doing it with the weird heroes. You love it.
It's so much damage, man. The Burning Army comes out. It already is a lot of damage, but now this is that safe damage, the way he's been playing, right? He can just chuck this out.
Does also get increased hits to kill the skeleton archers when you pick up that Aghanim Scepter. So big range, drop it down, say come and fight us in this, which is even harder to do now because they're going to be breaking Blink Daggers of Sand King and Earthshaker.
Yeah, who've already struggled, of course, to try and find these plays in. But you know, he doesn't have buyback.
That's true.
So kill him twice, you won't have to kill him a third time. At least there's that.
Tundra, how many more tricks they have up their sleeves? Ame is there, channels ton of damage onto the ABBA, and then he's forced to back away. I'm not sure what the right answer is at this point for them. They're down so much gold, and it feels like the fights have just not gone their way at all. And look at this. XM just blinks right into the middle of everybody here. They find Toby, And he is going to end up dying for his troubles.
And look at this. XM scouts the amplified damage rune, too.
And there, Soxa dying. Woo, buddy.
All right, I've now seen an Outworld staff actually save someone.
It almost worked last game there. Oh, he went all in. He bought a refresher on Shaker. This is going to be a reveal. They jump in. Burrow strike. Do they have enough control? Wanting to kill Ame. He's not dead. He's not going down. Ame Klink survives through it. He held on to his BKB that entire time. And now BZM is going to be the one that's caught instead. Still everybody from Tundra alive. Unfortunately, their base not so lucky.
No, that's mega creeps. And could you even want to go into this mess?
I mean, you've got to do something. You've got to find a way to punish, but the damage is just not there, and BZM's so low. XXS jumps forward. There's the epicenter. It's hitting onto nobody. They do burrow strike, though, and now it starts to click away slightly, but the damage is too much. Ame, he stands tall despite the early deaths, taking out hero after hero. Another burrow strike used, but look at the Clinks. The Skeleton Man is doing way too much damage as they find a triple kill, looking for 4. Can they get it? Ame instead gets the nullifier out. There's another combination. Damage, maybe? No! They're not gonna kill him! Ame is too damn strong! They take down 2 without buyback. GG is called. XG, they came to play.
The streak will continue for XG, undefeated in series on the road to the International, and they're going to keep that up here as they take our first series on the main stage to stay in the upper bracket.
Continuing on through the upper bracket, and for a team that had looked so good and felt like they were, on the verge of making things happen, even with the stand-in, it's just one of those things that couldn't come together in the end. So impressive, this XG team, because you think about that game number 1 again, and how things could have gone different if not for that Roche fight.
Even game number 2. I mean, again, it's the same thing where they have this advantage a little bit there on Tundra, and you're thinking, okay, we're seeing it, this could be the play that they get where they actually make their way through this game, get a little bit of a surprise upset, but no, XG, they just slam the door in their face and say, no, we're the favorites for a good reason.
Absolutely, the favorites make their way out of the stage, and for Tundra, they're gonna have to forge a new path through that lower bracket, come up with some other answers. They're gonna wanna move on in this tournament. But XG, the ones that come out on top in this first series, what a performance from them on the main stage. Trent, I mean, the other thing to think about with this is, I mean, how worried are you going up against this XG team for the next squad?
Well, if you were thinking things like, well, there's not that much data on them. They haven't played that many series. We'll just wait and maybe we can learn some more. I don't know what there is to learn. I've just learned that they're even more frightening than I thought after that game 1. So if I'm their next opponents, I'm just thinking, like, what is it? What is the solution? Because they tried playing a little fast. They went for this insta-Lycan. That didn't work, right? They got this big early lead on Tundra, but they're able to fight back on XG. They're so good at picking these team fights, very much like Team Spirit style, right? Of no matter how far down they are, they know the exact moment when to strike.
And it's been so long for XG coming together here on the main stage. They forgot, we gotta go over and shake hands as well. So they come back in, give a handshake there. And of course, Tundra dropping down to that lower bracket. But the fans loving it here out in the squad. XG taking that 1 victory there. And again, I mean, for Tundra, you kind of got to reset yourself because they came in on a high.
Yeah, they did, right? They got that amazing win versus Liquid. They're feeling a little bit better. It feels like the team's starting to come together a little bit. And unfortunately, after all that hard work, you go up against the Titan of the event so far, right? So you obviously have some players who are very familiar with going for long journeys at the International. So I'm sure that they're going to be able to talk to the team, figure that out. They have a great coach in Moomeander, who's also been going through this a lot. And, they've also had stand-in issues before in terms of having to bring someone extra to the event. So don't count them out yet, right? It's a very tough opponent. And I'm sure that they will find their footing as they move to the lower bracket.
And of course, a type of event like this, where it's one of those moments where anything could sort of happen as you move through, because it's a squad that's going to gain more momentum as time goes out, as we have a chance now to get onto the stage and hear from our victors.
Thank you, Trent and Lyrical. Yeah, fantastic. To be here at TI with Arme on the main stage, it's a fantastic way to start the show. Great opening and a great series. Arme, that was a very impressive Game 1 victory. Does it feel good to be back on the stage at TI?
你觉得回到 TI 的舞台感觉怎么样呢？
就感觉还不错吧。
It feels pretty good.
Fair enough. You guys played fantastic, so I guess it does. There were a few mistakes from both teams in Game 1. Do you feel that was nerves coming into TI?
在第一把的时候，双方都有一些小失误，你觉得是紧张呢，还是有别的原因呢？
主要狼人比较难处理吧，这英雄，所以第一把打的就比较艰难吧。
Because like it was a bit harder to deal with, that's why Game 1 was a bit more challenging.
Fair enough. And I've got a question about Clinks. We haven't seen Clinks yet in the tournament. Would you have picked this hero if you hadn't won the first game of this series, or was it something you were very confident with?
我们想问一下克林克斯小苦工这个英雄，如果第一把没赢的话，你们还是会选这个英雄的吗？
就看情况选吧，觉得他好用就选。
It depends on the situation. If he's good, we'll pick him.
If he's good, he's good. Fair enough. And last thing, there's a lot of Chinese fans here supporting Extreme Gaming. Have anything that you'd like to say to them here at the TI 14?
现场有很多中国的粉丝，有没有什么想对他们说的吗？
谢谢大家支持吧。
Thank you all for your support.
There you go. Thank you, Army, for a fantastic performance. And let's throw it over to the panel now. Nat T and the gang, take it away.
Thank you so much, Theory and Ahmed there as well. It was nice, you know, in a way he was saying it wasn't really nerves. It was just kind of coming up against Lakin for that game number 1. And for game number 2, there was no doubt in his confidence about this Clinks, which is, I think, the big thing that we have to start off with, Lacoste. Did this Clinks have that impact you thought? Did it kind of play out exactly as you expected for this hero that no one thought was going to be picked at TI at all?
He did at the later stages of the game. His lane was fine, but he got caught off multiple times. Like, he was getting killed left and right. At one point, he wanted to go for the Dragonlance, but he realizes, you know what? I need to get my BKB. I need my BKB. I need my Nullifier. These are going to be 2 core items that I need to get to be able to survive, because he was getting heavily focused. He was out of position a couple of times as well, playing super aggressive with XM, which did cost him a couple of deaths. At one point of the game, they had like 4 or 5 deaths on Ame out of 7 deaths, which is not something that you see usually.
Yeah, I mean, really all they needed him to do in this game was be damage, because the other cores on the side of XG had such phenomenal games. XXS on Slardar, like, he was doing so much again. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. For me, he's my MVP of the entire series. I think he did incredibly well as an off-lane enjoyer. But XM in this game as well, even playing into Pugna, very hard counter. It's difficult to use any spells against the Pugna ward, and he made it work. He did a ton of damage in this game. He was a menace in team fights to deal with. They felt like they had to completely focus him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the Corp and the Slardar, they were moving around the map to set up kills, but all that couldn't have happened if Clinks didn't really shove out the lanes. Right? I think Arme did a really good job pushing the lane. Sure, he died a couple of times, but it was due to really, really good ward placements, the Observer ward and the Sentry that caught him out. But I wouldn't say like he didn't really do a lot in the game. You know? I think that he did a lot in terms of maintaining creep equilibrium for them. They pushed the waves, and it allowed the Corp and the Slardar to do their job in the game.
It's also now something moving forward that you have to think about, that we're seeing Extreme Gaming winning in multiple different ways with different heroes, right? This Clinks, no one thought was going to be picked. It works in a very different way than what Arme has been playing and heroes.
But it's the same kind of hero that Andrew was mentioning.
All damage.
Yeah, the damage, the burst hero.
Yeah, but it's not as much as this 4 Protect 1, which was the early stages of Extreme Gaming.
Even Slardar offlane is somewhat unconventional, and he did an unconventional build on it with the Dominator into pipe build, like realizing this is basically what they needed. One thing that we have talked about all year for Extreme Gaming, pretty much the only thing, because they've done decent, but they've never been this powerhouse that we're expecting to beat Tundra, you know, is that they're weird. Like, they pick Sniper mid. They can play these unconventional picks. You know, they pick Juggernaut carry when Jug is terrible. They pick Spectre carry when Spectre is terrible. So to me, it's interesting that, like, this is not the narrative we're talking about, that they can pull out these weird heroes, because this is what we've seen all year from them, but they're just also, you know, mixing it with excellent team fighting and decision making, which we're now seeing.
Yeah, it feels like that spell casting, everything feels very on point, comparatively. However, the laning phase, Lacoste, it was really strong this game. I think that was the biggest difference between game 1 and game 2 for Extreme Gaming is we saw them be a lot stronger in those lanes, and it was more Tundra on the back foot having to find farm for themselves, having to claw their way back into it.
They had a couple of small tricks up their sleeves
Yeah.
because the matchup in the mid lane wasn't really too good for BZM. He was struggling pretty much throughout the first 15 minutes of the game to find his kind of blink dagger. But look at this observer ward. So they're seeing everything. Jinkyu's being very annoying. He plants down a sentry ward. BZM, he can't go into triangle. This is where Sanking's going to be farming. We talked about it in the panel before the game. He's trying to stack for himself, maybe get his Echo Slam on the multiple creeps, maybe get that Blink Dagger early on, but it's just not working out because right now Sox is stacking the triangle, and again, BZM's gonna go here because what Jinkyu did is he did show himself, he did body block, so BZM didn't think there was gonna be a sentry in this camp, so again, he doesn't get the stack and he's farming only one camp at the time, which is super slow, and then 11 minutes in, you have them trying to invade, so they go with the Fatal Bonds, they're gonna be trying to steal the XP, they know that they want BZM to get this Blink Dagger, they wanna use this Echo Slam, he's only level 6, 11 minutes into the game, which is something that doesn't usually happen. They're going to be stealing a couple of creeps away from him, but you can tell that Extreme Gaming, they have a very good read on the game, where they're going to be playing and how they're going to be playing the game.
And that was going into this, we knew that Sand King, Shaker, heroes that love to take stacks, how exactly are Extreme Gaming going to deal with it? And it felt like they weren't really focusing on that try. They actually wanted them to get those stacks and was like, we don't have to take the last hits, we just have to make them get less from it, Jenkins.
Exactly. I think the idea there is like, you just look at the amount of heroes that Tundra had to bring to defend that. We talked about the Sand King and the Earthshaker. You don't want a Sand King just watching his mid take stacks. That doesn't feel good at all. Like, Tundra had to allocate so many resources. And this is another thing when it comes to Extreme's decision making. They're able to make these calls where it's like, this was not about the fight. This was not about kills. It was about, we're just going to posture and force you to make bad decisions, essentially, which is a very interesting way. I mean, essentially nothing happened, but in the decision, a lot happened.
Yeah. For yourself, Winter, is that where you were seeing this game going, or at what point were you kind of impressed with what Extreme Gaming was doing?
I think they were kind of behind till a point where I think they sort of got a good fight when Tundra dove, I think it was the Quap in the mid lane at some point. I mean, they did a really good job like catching off the Klings here. You see, he got spotted on the Observer and Sentry. I think Toby predicted that he would move up, so he placed the Observer and Sentry early and they got the kill here. And this was another Observer and Sentry in the lane as well, which saw the Klings again, So I think the game was going pretty well for Tundra up to that point, but then they sort of messed up when they overcommitted for a Quap in the mid lane, and I think four-man Rock, Fatal Bond or something, they lost the fight, and that was when things started to go in favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is like the overall last pick, Klings coming out, it kind of feels really good to run around and kill Ame, but we even saw that happen in game 1, where he was troll and he died, and then XG goes and takes Roche. Like, they seem to be very good in this series at sacrificing Ame, and then the other cores just carrying the weight.
Yeah, there was this fight that you did mention, Winter. It was pretty similar to game number 1 when they were pushing the tier 4 towers. Tundra did kind of crumble, and same thing did happen in game number 2, where they're going for the push, they're going for this tier 2 tower, and there's going to be a very nice counter initiation coming on from XXS, because he goes in, they proc Abba ulti almost immediately. They're going to be killing the Sand King, who can't really save himself, even though he has really good items this game. He does have Lotus Orb. He's going for the Helm of the Dominator as well, so he's super tanky, knowing that this is going to give him quite a lot of armor. And now they're on the chase. They understand that they're weak without Sand King. They don't really have that much. And at this point, XXS, he feels like he's in trouble, but he's sitting in the river, getting that river buff from his innate ability, gets the Glimmer Cape. And this Sonic Wave, it doesn't look like it's that good until XM blinks in again with the Blade Mail, and the rest of the team, they're ready to chase. There's not going to be any kind of a buyback coming out from Tundra, and they're ready to clean up. They could sense that at this point, Tundra, they're really weak. They try to go for this push, but didn't really end up going well for them. And something to highlight as well is this itemization, this Pipe on Slardar, which was unconventional, as you mentioned, Jenkins, but also pairing up with the Hoodwink, who goes for the Glimmer Cape, who goes for the Mage Slayer as well, which is not a usual item on the hero, because they understand that you're playing against Shaker, you're playing against
Sand King,
you're playing against Snapfire as well. It's all magical damage. So those bounces from Hoodwink are going to be reducing the damage heavily, and also just the casual Vlads coming out from Hoodwink as well to be able to amp up the damage of his carry.
Yeah, the name of the game was just survive the start of the team fight, and then they have enough damage to persist and kill the rest of Tundra. Like that's the thing is like we talk so much about Clinks because it's like it's Ame, it's last pick Clinks. You expect a lot from this year. We don't see it very much, and then you just have Queen of Pain late game. Aghanim Scepter, he went for the right talent, so he was getting extra scream damage, and he's doing so much damage in these fights. As long as they survive, he's able to chase and put out the damage.
Yeah, we can revisit this a little bit more and talk more in depth about that game 2 and exactly about this tier 2 and how Tundra sort of let it slip from what it feels like their fingers, but we really want to hear it from Purge and some more insight he has about this game.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to take a look at why BZM had a below average performance on his Earthshaker. So I went through and looked through the clips and I found some really cool stuff. First off, XM got to play Queen of Pain against the Earthshaker, which is a nice matchup advantage because every time that you go for these runes, you can bully him with daggers and right clicks. He did a great job doing this, even missing some last hits to get extra daggers and harass on BZM. But BZM knows this. He's going to trade his health to try to get last hits because he's just trying to accelerate his game and get towards a blink dagger so he can affect the game in a huge way. But check out this dagger here that XM throws. Pretty normal here. It's at the exact same time that BZM gets a healing salve. And keep an eye on these buff area. It's almost off, and he actually isn't paying quite good enough attention. He pops his salve and he gets interrupted almost immediately. So he not only spent gold trying to get that salve, but it also got completely wasted. So as a result, he has to go back to heal. XM gets 2 water runes, and at this point has a huge last hit advantage, about double. And then when the rotations come in, BZM is going to get punished. He ends up getting killed in this and many other scenarios, and it basically gets him off to an atrocious start. Very, very abnormal for him. He thought he could get through the difficult moments, but it ended up just being XM getting a bunch of kills throughout this early mid-game. BZM dies here as well. So 10 minutes in, a couple deaths for him, and eventually they do clear these ancient stacks over here for the Earthshaker, but that mistake with the salve really cascading, because take a look at the net worth advantage here at about 12 minutes. Here's the Queen of Pain, 5,300, Earthshaker all the way down on 3K. He just cleared stacks, and he only has 1,100 gold. It's incredibly low. So this laning stage, they thought they could handle it, but the small mistake that BZM made ended up being a huge deal, and it ended up really affecting his damage output in the mid-game fights.
Thank you so much. I had someone in the audience shouting it out as well. It's all these small things. I didn't even notice it the first time we were watching because you kind of assume this matchup isn't going to be easy at all winter. There's some players that are very good at having those bad mid matchups and still coming out, just a little bit behind. But for it to just be down to a small thing like a salve not being on you for long to the point where your net worth is all in one blink dagger.
I mean, we were kind of wondering why he was losing. We knew the matchup was bad, but it felt like he lost the lane really, really hard, more than usual, and we didn't really notice the salve. So thanks, Bert, for showing us.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest and just say that hurts to see. Yeah. That really hurts to see in a matchup like that. As a mid laner, a lot of the time they'll say, okay, I know it's a bad matchup, but I'll deal with it. Like they know the tricks, right? You send a couple salves here or there.
It actually matters so much for the lane.
It matters a lot. If he can just have any game in a matchup like that, like they could win off of the back of him doing that.
Yeah, and they almost did. We already talked about it, just how close everything was. Ultimately, it did go in the way of Extreme Gaming. That's only our first series, and while those games are happening and in between, Sax was catching up with some fans.
Hey everybody, we are here at the arena with the fans, and today at this international, we are implementing a brand new system. The current time is 10:59, and we have actually gotten everybody's Steam IDs on their introduction passes. We've linked their Steam IDs, and we are going to be sending out very shortly a text message or an alert to people that have a less than high Dota skill, less than median. These guys are going to receive an alert, and then they're going to find helpers within the crowd that will potentially be able to help them raise their MMR. So hopefully at 11 o'clock, we should get that alert going. How's the MMR? How high are we?
Like 3K.
3K? I'm not sure if it's going to ping it. It is, if you're above average. What's your MMR?
15K.
15K. Who has the highest MMR, do we think? 15? Oh, back here? Hello? You got pointed at. I don't even think this guy knows you. Oh, okay. MMR, sir?
6.5.
6.5? Can anyone beat 6.5 MMR? No. 7.2. What do you spam? Oh, wait. All right, if you are below average MMR, your cell phone should be going off right now. What? Everybody? Everyone? Everyone here? Oh, no! Oh, my God! You? 7.5? right now. Well, that is unfortunate, but it looks like the entire arena is below average. Yeesh. Well, back to you guys. Dang, I'm so sorry.
The entire arena of Ireland Jenkins, including Slacks himself. I saw that alert on your
Yeah, my phone went off as well.
Yeah, I know. It was really annoying. I was asking you to turn it off the whole time.
I was just paying too much attention to the wonderful game, Lacoste.
Lacoste's phone didn't go off, though.
No, it
There was
didn't.
no alert there.
The only
pro here.
Get this 15K guy on a team.
He's
This
so
guy-
old, he doesn't use a phone. He uses he writes notes with pigeons. That's why he did his
Still
didn't go off.
out
Yeah, I use
delivery.
abacus.
What's it?
That's for maths. That's how you count.
You gotta
Did you
Google
actually
that.
not know that?
I don't know what an abacus is.
Okay, all right. I just had to check
I've
if
seen
your
Doctor
IQ
Who.
was also below average. It's not. Good work, all right? We can look at our next series. We've got P-Vision up against Heroic. So it's going to be taking us halfway through the day. Winter, obviously, as someone who also didn't have their phone alarm go off, that knows a lot, where would you expect this series to be pointing towards?
I think probably most people will expect it to be favorites for P-Vision, but I do feel like based on the games that I've watched Heroic play, they definitely understand the meta in a very different way. They have a couple of distinct picks that only they are the ones using it. So I think it's going to be a surprising series for a lot of people here.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, I want to just kind of point towards the fact that we want to get into these games, right? Our teams are already ready. I know they are. I can see them out of the corner of my eye. And for the very first time, 3 players are going to be taking to the TI stage as their debut. So everyone, I definitely want to hear a lot of hands clapping for P-Vision. It is definitely a team that a lot of people are familiar with. However, these guys are not so familiar with the TI stage. Satanic, Nine Class, and Ducalis. It is their very first time performing in this arena at a tournament like this. There's a lot of prestige, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and it's going to be a tough one because their opponents are not to be messed with.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Heroic! Choose wisely.
An 8-game win streak. That is what the team of Heroic are coming into this series with. That's right. I told you it was going to be a tough opponent for P-Vision, but Heroic, the sole South American representatives here, making it to a top 8. In fact, Jenkins, I think that makes them the sole American representative in the top 8.
That's right, our brothers and sisters in South America. Of course, we were a combined region at a point, and still, for some qualifiers, we are a combined region. So,
Maybe for the fans as well, still a combined region.
I think so. We're all very familiar with each other. It's so great to see these guys in particular on the main stage because they really embody the South American traditional style of Dota, which is just cause as much chaos as humanly possible and then take advantage. And it is so damn fun to watch.
Okay, what game do you think, or what moment has caused the most chaos from Heroic so far on the road to the International?
I would be very surprised if P-Vision lets them get Clockwork. I think if you're talking about chaos, probably the most chaotic player in the world is Schofield. This guy is...
You could see him on stage that he is chaotic. He can't wait to go in.
He just can't wait. He's out of his mind. I mean, maybe the other guy is like 9 class in another 4 position, so it's great to see this matchup. But we can see some niche heroes that they play. We always talk about Yuma playing Meepo. You know, if it's a good Meepo patch, Heroic always seems to do well. Finally, it's a good Meepo patch. We have to look at the Whisper Punch. Come on, he's played 3 games with it, won 2 of them. And I think all of these picks, at least for Whisper, are enabled by Schofield having such a weird hero pool and weird playstyle as well. Like the way that they manipulate creeps using Clockwork in particular is what I think lets Whisper have a good early game on something like Pudge.
Yeah, dishonest playstyle, right? You said these are the kind of things that you want to watch right now. I think teams are just finding ways of making Dota work in different ways and manipulating the creep wave with Clockwork. I don't think every team does the exact same thing. I mean, it's a common thing already. You already knew that you could do it with Clockwork, but they are the ones that they like to do it because Schofield is a Clockwork specialist.
Yeah.
And I also have to point out that these 3 players, these 3 cores from Heroic, they do have 3 people in highest average KDA. Like these guys are so good at playing the map, being super aggressive. I think Yuma right now is playing the best tournament of his life. Like Meepo, he did bang it out a couple of times. He's having, you know, Pudge plus Meepo combination as well, but you also got to be careful on the other side because P-Vision, they also play both of these heroes. Not from the core role, they do play Pudge from position 4, but also Satanic. He's also very familiar with playing the Meepo.
Yeah, I think them being so high up in the average KDA is something to take a look at Lacoste because at the end of our day 1, it was really funny. We had Ame up there. He had a 90 KDA, right? That's how good the game was. It's shifted a little bit over those 4 days where GBK now is the highest. Ame is there on the 5th. And then right in the middle, yeah, it's Yuma, Analog, and Whisper there. So something that you really have to take into consideration. And what helps was that 8-game win streak I was mentioning coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's like really impressive about this is that it's not just one core that's soaking up all the kills. It is everyone. And in terms of average kills in this tournament, Yuma is actually number 1 with 12 average kills per game. 12 kills per game. Think about that. On average, that's insane. The next person, which I think might be GBK, is like 9. And then everybody is within that like 8 to 9 range in the top 10. 12. He's ahead by like, that's like 3 standard deviations or something, Lacoste.
Yeah, he gets active very early on, like also the heroes that he has been playing so far, playing the Nature's Prophet, playing Ursa, Monkey King, Gyrocopter. Maybe Ursa not as much to be super active early on, but these other heroes, they can be pretty much anywhere on the map, using the Twin Gates, using the Teleport from Nature's Prophet. Meepo as well, using the Twin Gates, can be anywhere on the map. Gotta be careful about these type of heroes, and I think coming into this series that they needed to figure out how to play against Heroic. And if you shut down Yuma, I think you're also not just shutting down the carry, you're shutting down the playmaker as well.
Yeah, he kind of enables everything else for his team, right? I think it's he's like a dream type of carry that you want on a team where he actually prioritizes helping his teammates a lot. And he doesn't really play selfishly, right? He wants to come to the fights, he wants to defend the towers, he wants to enable the off laner, he wants to enable the mid laner. And you can see like from the heroes that he's been playing here, it's all very active heroes, right? They can fight early, they can come to the gate, they can gank, they can defend towers.
Love the Spectre, putting a win on the board for the Spectre players here.
Yeah, representing. You know, there's always that 1 or 2 heroes that people want to see. That's their spammer. I think on the side of P-Vision as well, though, because we're giving Heroic a lot of credit about their niche heroes, what they're really excelling at. The same thing can be said about P-Vision. They definitely are a team throughout the year, not just this tournament, that have had massive picks that no one else is really looking at. Then they do so well with it, other people have to adjust, and most of the time it's by picking up those heroes themselves.
Yeah, this is like gaslighting the team because I feel like 9 classes heroes just absolutely ruin pubs. And I'm not even sure, I feel like it ruins DM's lane and game as well. And P-Vision just kind of makes it work. And then everybody bans heroes against them. And I'll just say what I'm thinking, which is I watched the Alchemist gameplay. He just fed and then gave an Ags.
Which one, or all of them?
All of them are like that. It's like obviously it's good. Right, I'm memeing a little bit here, but it's like the fact that it's good, it's weird. Other teams can't seem to make it work, but other teams have to ban it. This gives P-Vision such a huge drafting advantage to the degree where I even feel like if 9 class was like overtly feeding on all of these heroes. You probably still do this strategy just for the drafting advantage that you get.
Well, we should talk about that because with unique heroes, you have to wonder when do you want to bring them out? When do you want to be getting a more stable pick for yourself in a draft where it feels like you're not really going to be able to predict what either team is gunning for?
And usually when we talk about the important pick, it's always like the 18 pick for the first, when you're on the first pick side, and the 24 pick and on the second pick side.
So it's the last pick is 24, and then the last of the second phase.
Yes, correct. So basically what we've been observing during the road to the international is like Vision has been prioritizing more towards their mid and their carry, with I think around 10 picks each, whereas Heroic, they're prioritizing more on their off-laner. So there's a huge difference there with who is the boss in the team. For Heroic, it's the off-laner. For Vision, it's the mid and the carry.
Vision's first hero pick usually is a normal hero, let's call it. And then they start going with the weird stuff.
They unravel at that point.
With their Zeus position 4 or 5, with the Shard farming the jungle until they get the Aghanim Scepter. And I think this is not going to be an easy matchup by any means for Heroic, even though they're playing one of the best Dota throughout the year. They did win one of the Valakias, 2 different players on the team, but still, the core still stays the same. And 2025 didn't do them really a favor. Vision did beat them. You know how many times? How many games?
You're about to tell me.
It's 10-1. So they only managed to win 1 game off of Vision.
Yeah, I think this is often a thing that seems to happen to Heroic, where they get like pitted against each other. And the reason that I think this is such an iconic matchup is you have Cavs versus Astini, right? It's like you have Brazilian coach and genius that is, controlling and masterminding this new team. And then you have Cavs and a bunch of Brazilian players who, these guys have known each other for years. Like, they are in each other's heads. They know what Whisper can bring out. They know what Analog is good at in his mid lane. They remember the days he was an OD spammer, right? I was in those pubs as well. Like, we have played so many years with each other, and I think this adds another layer to the draft, where it's not so much about what is the general meta right now, it's what is the meta between these two teams, and historically speaking as well.
Yeah, they played in the road to the international playoffs against each other, right? That was the very first round matchup for them, was Vision up against Heroic. Vision came in, they 2-0'd them. From there, Heroic just kept winning, right? They were just in a fantastic position for themselves. So just kind of looking back at it, it really puts this question mark on, has Heroic ramped up enough that time frame is enough of a change that we could see a series win, that we could even see a game win here.
And I mean, these are really good teams as well that Heroic beat.
Yeah, 2-0ing Tundra.
Like, Tundra, Yakult, it's like you can make the argument, like, Wildcard didn't do so well in the tournament, but I feel like their games were pretty good. Boom also, it's not like these teams bottomed out.
I mean, it's not just about winning, right? It was the manner that they won. It was really clean game.
True.
So it actually showed that they had a lot of confidence. They knew what they wanted to do in the game, and they didn't make a lot of mistakes, So I think that is the important thing to take away from that.
So then is your answer yes, Heroic have powered up enough to make this a 3-game and interesting series?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to come down to the draft. Can they come up with something that Astini doesn't know?
Yeah, and it feels hard to do that with how much Astini is cooking, with how the boys over on Vision are kind of going back and forth.
He's cooking, and he knows the boys on Heroic better than any other coach in the tournament.
We've seen some crazy picks coming out from Vision so far in the tournament. The Zeus, the Alchemist that you mentioned, again, position 4 Slark, but DM, he also has a very interesting hero pool. We're talking about Necro, we're talking about Medusa. I'm not sure if he was the one who pioneered this offlane Medusa or it was 33, but still they are playing it. Other teams, they don't want to touch it. He's playing the Phoenix as well. This is also something that 33 did play, Brewmaster as well. So very interesting heroes that he can bring to the table, and very interesting player, because you are saying that a lot of the times 9 class will put him in a situation where DM is kind of on his own. He needs to figure out how to get back into the game, because 9 class, he's playing mostly melee position 4, so there are some Rubiks, maybe some Zeus, but these heroes can't really stack.
I mean, that's why both of them are perfect for each other, right? Their heroes just work with each other, and DM kind of enables 9 class, because I've been saying this a lot. 9 class is a support player that needs to be enabled. I don't think he's like a support, he's like a core support. He plays like a core. And I feel like they sometimes have 2 4.5 heroes in the game. They don't exactly have a clear 3 and a clear 4.
And I think this is a perfect storm for a player like Satanic, who we've actually not touched on that much talking about this team. But he has the record for the least deaths, highest GPM, highest XPM, highest last hits per minute, and overall last hits. That is insane. He holds like half the records in the tournament.
And you got to think about it. He only came into the scene, the pro scene, at the conclusion of last international.
He's brand new. This is his first TI.
A massive debut for him, and there's still also those question marks around his hero pool cost. He gets to sometimes get the cheesy last picks of Broodmothers and whatnot.
He does. He has also shown that he can play carry Tinker, which is something that...
I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, this team also has a bit of a toxic lineups with the heroes that they've been playing, very annoying to deal with. And seeing him on camera tells me that he is in a good mood. Like, this is his, you said 3 players, first time TI, so there's going to be some nerves playing on the stage, most definitely. But seeing him super relaxed, I think they also have no one who's kind of, dad in this team, because he's been playing for such a long time, that he's going to give him the good advice. I think there was also a video after EWC where he was telling him how to bounce back, and you can see the connection, you can see the bond between two of them.
Yeah, that was my biggest question for Satanic. It's like, does he have the champion mindset? Because he has the skill, 100%. This is the most skilled Dota player that we've probably seen in like the last half decade come onto the scene. But my question was, can he survive the pressure? Can he survive the crowd?
And did you know there's a fun fact about him? He spent like around a year playing in SEA because his dad was in Vietnam. So he was playing Dota in SEA. That's how we kind of started to notice him like a couple of years back.
So P-Vision is an SEA team is what you're saying?
They're the four players and 1 SEA player.
Yep.
That's what you were talking about.
Oh, that's the combo
that was the winning combo Winter said at the start of the day.
Yeah, keep it. Yeah, it's great. No one can know.
Right, no one will know.
No, of course. For this P-Vision and Heroic matchup, we're just still struggling to get some of the players into the lobby, so don't go too far, guys. It's definitely going to start very soon. But we've talked about just how crazy everything is when it comes to a draft, when it comes to a hero, and how to predict that. But what I want to know is, who do you think has had the cleanest gameplay? Heroic on this upturn of not having lost a game, 8-game win streak. P-Vision just kind of all over the place, but are those wins just as dominant for them?
I would say no. They have not been looking clean. In some of the games, they've been really struggling to find what they want to do. I'd say a lot of the times with this position 4 and 5, these weird picks that they do have, it does feel like griefing a little bit, but they seem to manage to find what they want from these type of picks, especially Slark, who's being super annoying. You see him go on one side of the map, try to get something done. You see him dewarding, you teleport, suddenly he collects the information, and then he just bounces back, runs away. Also, Helm of the Dominator from position 4. This is something that 9 class does like to do. I mean, we've seen it mostly from the carry role, some invokers from the mid lane. Offlaners, they love to buy it, but most of the position 4s, they don't love to buy it, but the 9 class, he will definitely do it because he wants to be even more annoying. I think this is the perfect item for him.
Yeah, P-Vision is such an interesting team. I mean, Astini himself has said publicly that they always throw once, at least in a series. And
in a series?
In a game, sorry, in a game.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Definitely worse, but they know that the problems that they have. And I think the heroes that they pick make it more likely that this sort of thing is going to happen. Like, you have an Alchemist running around stunning himself on Ancient stacks. Like, goofy things are going to happen. But on the flip side, I don't think you can call Heroic clean either, because they intentionally create a game which is unclean so that way they can capitalize.
The way they play upsets the momentum of their opponents a lot. I think it's very hard to find a rhythm. I think in Dota, it's important to maintain rhythm. You know your heroes are strong right now. You want to play with that rhythm. I think against hero, it's usually difficult to do because
they break the rhythm.
They kind of mess everything up, so you don't really know whether you're still strong or not.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pre-lobby chat. One of the teammates, I think it was 9 class on the side of P-Vision, said, "Yeah, we're ready." They only had 3 players in the lobby, and he's ready to start the game. They don't even need all 5, apparently, Jacob.
I don't think he thinks about his teammates in general, to be honest. If he's picking Alchemist for...
He's like, I'm going to be the carry and the support and everything else needed.
But the goofiest thing is that in the draft, it's going to be banned. Nobody wants to play against it, even though it's so silly when you watch it.
I mean, We'll see. We'll see, right? Because people have lost against still banning the ALK. People have lost against letting the ALK through. I really don't know where to take us from here except straight into a Game 1 draft.
P-Vision versus Heroic. Game 1.
There's definitely some mixed cheers here. Heroic having a lot of fans in the crowd at P-Vision as well. And so they're going to be hoping for a lot coming out of this draft. That small little delay there, does it kind of ease the nerves, do you think, Winter? Or does it make you more impatient? You're like, I just want to get into this already.
Yeah, I think most of the players would think that, you just want to get the game started. You just want to get into the game, make sure you're focused. You don't really want to bother yourself with the noises outside or anything else, Just focus on minute 3 Lotus, minute 7 Wisdom, minute 6 Power Rune.
I agree. Yeah.
You're thinking about all those things, and as a core, you're thinking about, okay, I have to make sure that I don't throw myself away when I see my teammates fighting and I'm not ready to fight,
I think when the game starts, that's when System 1 activates and you're just like, you're just in, right? You're literally not thinking about anything else. At least that's ideal, in an ideal world.
Okay, well, hopefully we're going to get the draft up on the screen soon because one of the bans is already very interesting from the side of Heroic. A bit of a spoiler is that Tinker. We talked about it, Satanic, just how he's able to have some cheesy picks for himself. I thought it was, Brood in that last bit, but they also love to open with Tinker, and that could potentially have a bit of flex. It's so annoying to do.
Yeah, it could be, but this is also a hero that can be pretty much anywhere on the map. We talked about, again, Helm of the Dominator, that is very annoying, split pushing, and this is the hero that can actually kill it with laser because it's on such a low cooldown that you can actually use it multiple times. And this is something that they definitely theory crafted, how to deal with these annoying heroes, because they are probably the most annoying team to play against in terms of when they don't want to take the fight, they're not going to be taking the fight, they're going to be doing something else on the map with these multiple Helm of the Dominators with the position 4 Slarks that they love to run. And this also leaves Beastmaster in the pool if P-Vision wants to grab it, because there's no gyrocopter, seeing that there is Undying as well banned out, so potentially it could be a good opener for P-Vision. We talked about them getting like one really good pick at the start of the draft. Mostly it has been offlaner, getting something for DM, some Enigma, and also leaving maybe a bit of a flex with some Kunkka potentially that they can run across 3.
I mean, I kind of like that though, because if you have to open your draft with Beastmaster, right, and if you're in P-Vision's side, you're probably thinking, oh, if we have Beastmaster often, it means that my position 4 can't actually run around and just do his own thing. He kind of needs to stay and secure his lane, So that's kind of like a little bit of upsetting the way they normally have to play. Because with Beast, I think ideally the situation is you have a position 4 that's range, that you want to sit in the lane and secure the Beastmaster's lane. And if they don't really want to do that, so this might be a good pivot, for Heroic.
This was one of the first teams, though, P-Vision, I'm speaking of, that would run the Beast as mid and as carry as well. So I could definitely see if like Beast gets countered in lane, they just run it as another position, or like let's say you have a free safe lane as Beastmaster. I could absolutely see Satanic flying Beast.
Yeah, when the maps changes were first introduced, we really thought we...
Oh yeah, baby. You're kidding. First pick.
All right, do your bend.
What about the stable openers? What happened to that?
Well, we never talked about Heroic teams.
There's no stability here.
They're doing it for the crowd. Look at the cheeky smiles of KJ and Caps. They definitely knew that punch pick was going to get a reaction.
Wow, I really respect this. I mean, Hook one-shots the boar, doesn't one-shot the Dom creep anymore. But I will say, if you're playing Core Pudge, Aghanim Scepter plus Flesh Heap, you run in, all the Beast summons hitting you, it doesn't do any damage. The Beast Aghanims is also effectively damage over time. Like, Flesh Heap counters all of this. I actually think Pudge is one of the better heroes against Beastmaster in general. Once you get a BKB on Beast, Dismember, you can kill Beast while he's BKB'd with a little bit of extra damage. So it's honestly not a bad pick here. But yeah, I agree. Like, I'm really shocked Clockwork is not out of the pool here. Like, this is how they make Pudge work as an offlane, is they do the lane manipulation. It is always...
Hey, you know what, we had this discussion, right? We were saying, is it important to actually ban it, or we just let them get the Clockwork, and before you start the game, you try to control your side of the rune, and you anticipate his movement, you place the ward, and you kill him when he's trying to block the creeps with the corpse.
Yeah, and I think we
because it's important to block the first one. He can do it the next time,
Right,
but it's not
right.
not so impactful after that.
And we disagreed on this, where I think that you would have to invest too much to deal with Schofield, and he
loves to do that.
He loves to do that. You're playing into his hand, but it is an interesting question. You know, I have to see it happen.
And there it is.
Well, you're gonna get an answer eventually. Just
P-Vision knew this
exactly-
was coming.
You know, one of the better supports to like stop that is something like a Bane, because you can just go in and sleep him. So I wonder if they're gonna try to do that. But the downside is Bane is not as good against the Clockwork in the mid game. He's only good at stopping the lane shenanigans with the steal.
I think SD is the same. Well, you can't SD either because it's the cogs that aggro the creeps, right?
I mean, you have to wait for him to come, and before he does it, you have to sleep or disrupt.
That's the problem, is where he does it is literally at the tier 1. He walks into tier 1 range and aggroes from like far away. It's like there's a very small window where you can stop him from doing this.
I would love to see some position 4/5 that is going to give them something to get out of the cogs. Snapfire is still available, so you can push him out of the cogs. Also potentially good against Hook, good against Dismember, so you're not taking the rot damage as well.
Yeah, are there any other supports that sort of do that? I do want to go back to the clock a little bit while we're thinking about that, because for me, I'm looking at the P-Vision bans. It's this Enigma and Like It. And so then I had a question mark, is the Pudge potentially going somewhere else? Why are they so focused on taking out those two heroes? Is it a lead-up protection to what they want? Or were they actually looking at this Pudge not necessarily having to be an offlane?
I think if these two are supports, Clockwork and Pudge, it's just not going to work out. Like
I guess mid Pudge is the idea. Like
potentially, but I think they're just going to keep things.
I mean, they must know something that we don't, you know.
Yeah.
But
based
that's
on
what
the
I'm
bans.
wondering. Like, we see it from Heroic very straightforward, just offlane, but P-Vision aren't necessarily showing that same sort of line of thinking. But either way, the snap does come out as well, exactly what you're looking for, Lacoste, just something to help with those cogs.
Yeah, it also gives you good amount of damage. It gives you overwhelming team fight. Beastmaster, I love the 1-2 combos that you can pretty much kill any hero on the map.
It's
One roar
easy.
with the Snapfire ulti, Monkey King, Boundless with the Blue
I mean, don't
Punch.
forget, if it's a pause 5 snap, you just go into the lane and you learn your Shredder and kill the cogs.
Yeah.
So that is
Also
like
do that.
very annoying for the Clockwork in the game.
Pudge is also a very low armor hero. So running into the lane and little shreddering him at level 1 is pretty good.
Have you seen the Blightstone build?
I have seen the Blightstone build. I don't think it's that good. I feel like little shredder already does what you need it to do. I mean, the weird thing here though is like Pudge Clock is not going to be laning. That's why I'm not a huge fan of like the Monkey Kings and Undyings, these heroes that normally counter the melee offlaners. There will be 2 lanes. There will be Clockwork cutting one wave and then Pudge playing on the other wave. And both heroes will be farming just fine. You will 50-50 this lane always. That's why Heroic plays this strategy. So I'm curious to see what P-Vision does. Like, I think that idea of like hard countering it with the Bane makes sense, or bringing a position forward that can help.
Crystal Maiden, that's another uncontested hero so far at TI getting picked up here.
It's for the Pudge.
Oh,
it's a Crystal Maiden.
I think it's a carry.
It's a carry Pudge.
Frostbite.
Wow.
Also, the Flesh Heap plus the Crystal Maiden facet
Barrier.
allows you
Yeah.
to be extremely tanky. Do not mess with this. Like, this is super
Really?
insane if you want to turn the fight around with the stick, with the barrier, with the Flesh Heap as well. You feel like you're going to kill them, and then they just stop taking the
There's also another thing good about CM. She's one of the better supports at dealing with the Helm creep, because you have Frostbite and you can kind of kill it.
It's
in
the
a way.
one thing that still works against the creep.
If you're laning against a Beastmaster and someone
You
that
still
builds
kill the
Helm Dome,
boss.
but
You
what's
still
the,
kill the boss before he gets Helm.
right? Then, but what's the skill build then
Most
for
of,
her in lane?
Most of the time, I think you would get your Frostbite max because you want the cast range and
Okay.
everything else you have. I think the cooldown, the lockdown as well, because it's easier for Pudge to follow up if you have a higher point in cast Frostbite.
Yep.
Pudge CM is just one of the most classic
It's
lanes.
crazy lane. You just die at level 1 if you're not careful, you know.
Yeah.
Frostbite into hook, you die.
I love Pudge in the safe lane. I mean, I play at 5. I grief my games. But the tree spots that you can now hook into, you need like 2 trees to Quelling Blade to get out. Otherwise, you run through the tower.
This is a very good pick into the Pudge, potentially Pudge carry. This is one of his worst matchups, you know. Lifestealer against Pudge. You can't really fight him because he does more damage because you have a lot of HP. I mean, the only good thing about it is you can bite him during his rage, you know.
Yeah, they have a couple of BKB piercing tools. against the Lifestealer, but overall a good matchup. What Pudge Core doesn't like to be playing into is some stacking damage, playing into Ursa, playing into Viper, playing into Lifestealer, these type of heroes that can actually man-fight him. And you're also going to be fighting into Monkey King, whether this Monkey is going to be played from the position 4 or the mid-roll. It's still going to be building into the Fusel Blade, because we've seen 9 class go for Helm of the Dominator, go for the Fusel Blade, and this is something that Pudge doesn't like to be playing into. If he has no mana, you're basically just
You're also getting
just
ganked by Ghoststorm.
Yes.
He's coming with a creep. He is the creep, and you're going to be able to kick the enemy carry out of the lane.
I think the Meepo ban is very smart, by the way. You do not want to get obsessed with this idea that it has to be a CM Pudge lane just because it's a classic lane, because you can still rotate CM through the portal and play with the Pudge. Like, for the game, and for the early game especially, it's still very good. And this would be a phenomenal Meepo game.
Yeah, but if you do that, right, I feel like it's not easy to kick the Lifestealer. Let's say Lifestealer is already level 6. Like, it's not that straightforward for you to kill.
I think you would just play as like the trio, and then Puck connects, and you're never going to kick the Lifestealer out, right? But I literally saw them do Clock Pudge against Lifestealer Undying, which is a harder lane than this, and they did fine because he's just farming on Pudge.
And so would you say like the gate wards are going to be very important if they're going to play like this? You have to place wards to see those moves coming.
Definitely,
which can be very game-changing.
Or jungle wards if the trio is like moving between the one side lane and the mid lane.
I like this ban a lot from Heroic, removing Void Spirit. Even though they have a good amount of lockdown, you have CM's Frostbite. This hero has a good matchup against Puck in the mid lane. The other one I'm looking for is potentially Ember Spirit, because you can build into Mage Slayer. Blade Mail is not as good as it was, so we're seeing them going back potentially for some Spirit Vessel if it's a good game for it, going for the Mage Slayer as well. And so far I'm seeing Heroic having all magic damage, even though Pudge, if it's going to be core with the Rotten core, he's still dealing good amount of right clicks, but most of the damage is going to be magical.
And by the way, the good shout on the Void Spirit ban, that also means that they think that it could be a monkey support.
I was going to say, like, could you not still move that monkey into?
And it is a 9 class specialty hero from back in the day. I don't think it's as good because the Simian Stride, you need to level the jump up to level 5 before you're getting the instant jumps. It's a lot worse, but I don't think 9 class really cares about that sort of thing.
The thing is, they're going to have to reveal it, right? They're not going to be able to have that flex. Is it a Monkey King mid? Is it a Monkey King 4? Going into this, they're kind of just going to have the last pick and place their odds on exactly where they think the Pudge is. It's still 2 carries that they're banning out, both Meepo and Terrorblade.
I like.
Do you guys like the Monkey King mid and you pick something like the Rubik for 9 class to play the lane? Seems like a pretty decent Rubik game.
There's some good spells to steal.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Monkey versus Puck is a classic matchup that I think no one in particular has done really well in.
Oh, this is good. This is something that
position for Night Stalker
that NA team did use. And got banned a couple of times against it, I believe. Night Stalker, like, Puck doesn't get to play the game. It's a very difficult matchup for him, forcing
you have to buy
either a BKB early on. Force Staff does work, but once you go in, like, having a vision game, it also allows you to have Lifestealer being inside of the Night Stalker. There's a lot of memes that you can actually do with the Snapfire, with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Infest, and then just hitting someone out. Suddenly you have 2 heroes. We're gonna save that for the later stages, but I think overall this is a very good Night Stalker pick, even though the hero is not the strongest right now.
Some sort of illusion hero would be so good here. Like, if Naga was still like, okay, they go for Ursa.
Well, it makes more sense than why they did ban out that Meepo and that Terrorblade towards the end, wanting to lead into a mid beast and an off lane Night Stalker actually was what it is. So that's the change up that happened. And 9 class is still just going to stick to that Monkey King for himself. And then Yuma having the Ursa last pick.
Yeah, it's a very good carry-to-carry matchup against the Lifestealer. Yeah. I kind of like it, and it's also good against the Beast in the lane and in the game. And I feel like overall, I'm not so sure about the Night Stalker. I know the Night Stalker has his play here against the Silence against the Puck, but can he secure Beastmaster? Actually, it's not an off-lane Beastmaster. It is...
it's a mid-Beast.
It's a mid-Beast. Oh, so it's going to be support Monkey King.
Again, we're saying DM, he gets his lane griefed. Monkey King, double melee against Ursa and CM just doesn't sound that fun. Even though Night Stalker... It did, but Night Stalker with the Night Rain facet, he does put a lot of pressure, very difficult to catch because of the extra movement speed. Has a lot of regen as well. Want to see the lane shenanigans, I think, in this one. I don't think you can just straight up fight it 1v1.
Yeah, the gate ganks are going to be very crucial to watch. Who can destabilize the lane? I think it's probably more important for Heroic to get a good start. And try to snowball with their heroes, whereas for Paravision, they just want to like get their levels and try to play a slower game, and eventually they're going to have that overwhelming vision to win the team fights.
Okay, well, it's that offlane Pudge, and I know you love Pudge, Jenkins, so I'm going to give you a little bit of time to talk about it on the side of Heroic.
Which set he's gonna use, that's what matters on.
I can see on my screen here which set he's using.
That's cheating, you can't do that.
It's the best set to use,
Okay.
to be fair. I mean, yeah, I agree with what these gentlemen said, which is I feel like the laning phase will definitely go for P-Vision. They're going to win that. But then after that, like after the 5-minute mark, once the lanes start breaking down, then we're going to look at this trio. We're going to look at Whisper, the Clockwork, the Puck, running around, CM going through the portal, and see if they can get kills in those moments. Like, this is how Heroic makes space for Yuma.
Okay, all right. Look, I was checking behind my shoulder because I already saw Slacks with one coach, and I was wondering why we weren't hearing from him, and that's because Slacks has both coaches.
Absolutely, absolutely, my friends. I have brought the two biggest brains in Brazil here to fight it out. I dubbed this segment the US East server. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. Now, you were having a conversation before the camera came on. What did you say to this man?
I asked how spicy would the interview be.
How spicy will the interview be? No, not too spicy, not too spicy. But let's go ahead and ask, why did you give them their iconic Pudge Clockwork? Pretty risky stuff.
I full respect them, so the best way to show respect is giving them their best strat and beating it.
Oh! It is spicy! All right, last one. Any words for him? You gave him a lot of 100% heroes. Snapfire, you know, the Monkey King. What do you think?
I think we should give them the best strategy and beat it, you know?
Okay, all right, gentlemen, give yourself a handshake here before we get into it. Let's get into this match between these very good friends and these two fantastic teams.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we're getting ready for the action here. It's going to be P-Vision up against Heroic. What a way to start the draft,
Perfect.
right? We get the Pudge coming through. I mean, there was no way they weren't going to do this, right? When you saw what they were able to do during the road to TI, you got to go with these Pudges and these clocks. The question is, are P-Vision going to be able to deal with it here on the main stage?
That's the question, right? Because I think Schofield, for time and time again, especially at internationals, he has broken ankles. Even at other tournaments, of course, too, but he's playing his signature and a ton of signature heroes, as we do see across the board. Master tiers, Grandmasters all over the place. This will be an absolute treat, as we do see pointed out by our beautiful observer right there. Yeah, this has so much excitement in it because there's some heroes that maybe were not really countered so much, right? The Puck, limited disables on one side. They clean up the draft with the Night Stalker at the end on the side of P-Vision to just have that type of lockdown. And this long silence could definitely be pretty disruptive. It's something that even Ursa doesn't like to play against at times. Yes, the lane for the Ursa with the CM looks fantastic, but as we've seen sometimes, lanes can be broken very early on. 9 Class has shown it, Schofield has shown it that they just go through portals, they make all these crazy types of moves. So yeah, we're in for a treat. This early game is gonna dictate quite a bit.
And because overall as well, I mean, very much putting the vision into P-Vision, right? Especially with this Night Stalker last pick. The sort of information that P-Vision's going to be able to set up with in these kind of early to mid-game plays, it's going to be quite difficult for Heroic to catch them by surprise.
No, for sure, and we've seen it so many times, right? P-Vision, that's a strategy they do. That's why they used to, well, I say used to, but that's why they do the Slark as this 4 position at times, right? They're a very vision-based team, picking and choosing their battles at ideal moments. So Heroic, I mean, it's kind of a good matchup for them, though, because this is a team that likes to cause chaos, likes to make a team make mistakes. And yeah, when you have Pudge, this type of hero in particular can cause mistakes. You get hooked past position. Some really cool stuff that we could have coming in as...
And what do you sort of make of the last pick from Heroic, going for the Ursa to close this overall draft up?
Comfort hero, obviously, for the side of Yuma, but it's a core-to-core matchup that they wanted. Because I was debating a couple other heroes that would be good for the game, perhaps, but I think they wanted something in particular that deals with Satanic. Because looking at the other 4 heroes, yeah, you have the bite that goes through, you have the Clockwork hook shot that goes through that rage in particular, but you want somebody that can stand toe-to-toe. I think me and you were debating like Spectre or something, right? But these heroes just don't match that core-to-core matchup the same. So I think they just want him to be able to scale in these later stages.
And, you know, sort of talking about the bites, talking about the support, so getting Crystal Maiden coming in. We didn't see this hero at all during the road to the International. It's definitely not a rarity in pubs, right? This hero is played. Why was it not picked up until this point, and why do you think Heroic have gone with it here?
To be honest, I can't give you a direct answer of why it wasn't picked up in particular, but in this game, you have great setup. It's a great lane as well, too, if you know that you're going to be playing versus something like a double melee. And I think I've seen a lot of games, especially from P-Vision, it's a double melee off lane. Yeah, they're going to creep pull, they're going to do some shenanigans, right? But at some point, CM is very good versus most double melee lanes, especially with an Ursa.
So you think that Heroic, they do have the tools to sort of match the pressure that P-Vision will put on during the laning stage, or kind of heroes to heroes, it will still be tough overall?
I absolutely think they can, yeah. It's just this top lane. I want to say that, you know, the lifesteal and the snap should come out advantageous, but I've seen Heroic play almost versus the same lane and came out ahead with the Pudge in the past. So, yeah, curious to see how these lanes are going to be played as a bit of an extensive pause we got.
Yeah, because I guess that's because when we talk about the snap being in that lane and trying to deal with this kind of, you know, these Schofield clock movements, is this sort of a hero that you're picking because it's going to be kind of chasing around the clock, or are you just trying to focus on fully punishing the Pudge when they're left alone?
I think it's the punishment, but also they mentioned something on the panel there. I don't remember who it actually was, but you can kill the cogs, so you can do some little things to disrupt this clockwork. You know, the cookie's not as effective, but there are ways that you can play around it. And I think, yeah, Pudge, low armor, can definitely look to take advantage if you get a good position to pressure with that snap. Did you see what was going on? Okay.
Apparently should be good to go pretty soon. Just getting some final things lined up in the booths, making sure all players are ready to roll.
Something I'm looking forward to is, I mean, we're likely to have some dominators, of course, in this game, at least 2, potentially even 3, because we do know 9 class likes to build it, but Heroic, they don't have a dominator build.
I don't think, they don't need no dominators.
No, so
maybe some of the victories they had, but definitely a lot of the wins that they were getting towards that second half of the Road to the International, where they started to hit this win streak. They were just doing it with kind of just raw chaos.
Exactly.
And especially around these 2 heroes, of course, that they have opened up the draft. So this sort of game 1 as well, it's going to be very much a test or a showing from them whether, you know, other teams and if P-Vision down the line in the draft in this series need to make sure that they don't let this kind of Pudge clock get through as the first 2. You know, if Heroic can get this game 1 win, they're definitely going to have a lot of implications in how P-Vision is going to have to start their draft in game 2 against them.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that we actually did get, I knew we were going to get it, right? The double coaches down there, they're such good friends. I think this is going to be a really interesting kind of thing that maybe dictates how the rest of the drafts are going to go for this series in particular.
Yeah.
Because they might just give them everything. Both sides might just go, you know what? We'll just give you guys what you want, and we'll see what happens. Because the bans, if you saw, were pretty specific. There was a gyrocopter ban in the first phase. You don't see that always. So.
No, absolutely. No, and indeed, as we heard from the coaches, you know, the respect they have, they want to beat what the enemy gets the best at, you know, the best in the enemy's hands. So, you know, maybe sort of, just sort of a mutual agreement that kind of played out during that draft as well, in the fact that both teams did get those strong openers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see what we do get going down, but we do have this pause at the moment.
We do. It will be over pretty shortly, and hopefully once the pause is over,
anticipation.
we'll be good to go. Yes,
anticipation for a hook immediately, right? That's what we want. That's what everybody wants, the Pudge.
Getting a lot of scribbling on the mini-map.
Yeah, they were playing tic-tac-toe. They drew some stars. I don't know. But it looks like we're underway. Ducalis gives it the good.
Ducalis has said he's ready. We'll see if Heroic's got everything good as well in their booth. And hopefully we'll then get the word to get this game underway. But one thing for sure, I don't think this is going to be a game that's going to have a pretty slow opening 20 minutes. Right?
No, I don't think this series will, period, right?
No.
These 2 teams are definitely going to be looking to run at each other. Heroic maybe more so than P-Vision, who does like to play, as you mentioned, more about the vision, controlling the map. But let's go.
All right,
we're
well,
underway.
Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get on with the action here between Heroic and P-Vision. And action we should definitely be getting.
And look at this, P-Vision, they want to secure that lane in particular, right? They don't want Schofield to do his little put a sentry to make the lane meet at a weird position, get the cogs down to mess with things. So they're trying to protect their jungle as much as possible here to prevent these type of moves and maybe an early hook, right? So you see P-Vision, they will back away. Heroic places a deep early ward and we are underway.
P-Vision holding back, but still under the cover of smoke. Still difficult really for them to approach and try and make a play into this. So yeah, purely defensive. Just making sure they don't get tripped up by Heroic as the lanes do set up.
See, if Heroic wants to stick a 3rd hero just for the start of the lane, since they do have that CM Pudge combo, they could trip them up to potentially go for that quick early first blood.
That's true. Yeah,
there's definitely a
first blood
chance.
Play could be pretty tasty and a very good thing to go for, especially here on the main stage. Now, if you can start to shake up the enemy early, you could start to tilt them a little bit.
Yeah, look, let's see the positioning. Schofield, he's doing what he does. He's going to immediately run in, put the cogs down, or just body block the wave until the cogs get closer. And that lane positioning, it's going to be, exactly where they ideally would want it. Let's see if Satanic catches the wave we do see this combo is up here.
Yeah, let's see. See if Satanic's ready for this. Heroic. Getting ready just in case Satanic steps out a little too far. They're going to go for the hook. They're going to be able to grab him away from the creep wave. They'll get him caught in the cogs. They'll have to skill the level 1 rage to back up. So no kill to be found, but a decent bit of damage there from that early setup and an early aggressive poke from Heroic, showing that Satanic's got to be on his toes.
And then we do see Dakalis does what we were mentioning, right? What the panel was talking about as well, too. Get that little shredder early so you can either kill the cogs or just be able to harass a hero like Pudge, who's 2 armor, super low armor in this hero. So we'll be able to attempt to counteract these moves.
Now, let's see how well he does. Because I feel like even in some of the lanes where you expect Whisper's Pudge to get punished, he ends up coming out insanely far.
He does.
So very, very comfortable on this hero in this position.
Yeah, and let's see how many, I'm going to keep watching how many cogs they do kill, because, yeah, Schofield, he's going to be doing his annoyance in this lane. But overall, I would say Satanic, yeah, on paper, right, Satanic should have a pretty free time up here, unless some crazy stuff happens from Schofield and Whisper. And looking at the other lanes in particular, it's similar, right? P-Vision does have very strong setup for the lanes. The mid Beastmaster versus the Puck is very, very strong matchup. The bottom lane is the one that can be a bit different, where the Ursa and the CM can take advantage. So 2 lanes that do look quite strong for the side of P-Vision at the start.
I mean, and sort of take advantage to the point where is there kind of sort of a stage in this bottom lane where the Ursa CM can get kills?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime that they do see a misposition, misstep there from DM, they could look for it. Same thing from 9 Class, but 9 Class also can do some pretty annoying stuff, as we've seen from him on this Monkey King, of going through the portal, bringing numbers to an area that is not as expected. So this mid lane, I've seen the Beast most of the time come out ahead, but also these Pucks usually don't fall that behind anymore in a lot of these matchups that they used to struggle, like the Earthshaker versus Puck matchup, which used to be a hard one. Now these Pucks just do fine because of curveball. So we'll see how no one does in this matchup with Analog.
It definitely feels like a mid matchup where, I mean, probably from both teams, right? The supports, rotations early on could warrant a kill in that mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if we'll see an early rotation, though, because these side lanes are... They do need their supports to stay there. As we do see early aggression, even from bottom, DM, and getting the early point in silence, maybe they'll be able to play this lane a little better than anticipated, even though it's versus Ursa CM.
CS-wise in the top lane so far, 8-4 on Whisper against Satanic's 13-3, so I see the damage here coming in with a little shred and a few right clicks. Not too fun for the Pudge here on the early levels against these 2. Anytime that Schofield steps away.
Yeah, he even went for the chainmail immediately on Whisper, right?
They've got to watch out for this, though. Something about Schofield and sniping the carrier's couriers. It's happened so many times.
We had that one series earlier.
Yeah, he got like the DK's courier like, what, 3 times in a row or something. So Satanic's definitely going to have to be a bit more careful with his courier placement when he gets those, or he's trying to get those items brought out. Because Schofield, he will be on top of the timings. Like, you know for sure, right? He's keeping track of when that courier's respawning, and he's going to be ready to get in position to go for it again.
100%. I mean, that's his best involvement that he can have up here, is really killing the couriers and just disrupting them from killing the Pudge. Because right now you're seeing Whisper, he truly is struggling up here. He even bought the chainmail level 1, or immediately when he had the gold, so that he could try to survive the pressure. But look at it, it's constant.
Yeah, it's poking him underneath the tower. Still have to be careful. I mean, you saw that anytime that Dakalis tries to set up and go for that, if he lines himself up to get hooked under the tower, could get turned around.
Definitely wants to have the lane in maybe a better position. They're not so close to that tower, so they can get aggressive.
Down on the bottom side of the map, Yuma so far 20 CS, 18-4 on DM, so being able to match the farm so far on this bottom lane. And yeah, indeed across the board, just Whisper is having the slightly tougher time top, but as expected.
To be expected, exactly. So mid, Analog is handling his own, 22-3 to the 26. A couple extra denies on no one, but
I mean, look at this damage. It gets harder now, though. I mean, no one just stepping up and just absolutely beating the hell out of this. TPs are coming in. He's going pretty deep, no one.
No one is very deep.
It's taken a lot of tower hits as well. He went for the dive. Is he going to be able to get away? There's going to be the all back up in a couple of seconds. Analog, he's going to have it.
He's got him.
First blood there for Analog as no one gets far too greedy there with that aggressive dive.
He tries to go for the axes, but the shift is back up. He dodges it, and he has more than enough damage, and they lose the courier, too.
That's a big kill to get as well. I mean, up to that point, the mid-matchup was pretty close, but now Analog's going to get the chance to get kind of a full creep wave ahead, and having that first blood as well secure. burst.
DM.
Analog has to back up now. 9 class able to survive.
DM trying to find that angle with the Dark Ascension for the puck, but can't quite. A good invasive play here coming out from P-Vision, but it only nets them the clockwork. Radiance is done. Whisper will find more money.
About halfway towards the Aghanims, and as we saw just there, Satanic getting the pre-15-minute Radiance done and online.
And that second Dominator is soon finished for 9 class.
Schofield, maybe considering something around the mid. Needs Analog to be a little bit closer though so they can bring in the damage required. And King Jungle's a little low on the mana right now to contribute.
It's funny how Schofield, even in this type of game, he's still queuing up the Aghanims. Doesn't deviate his build, even though the other games when he got it early, he was kind of crushing the game. This one, it's a lot slower, but he's still going for his build.
Oh, here we go. Smoke time here from the supports of Heroic. Whisper ready to join.
How long on the Roar? The Roar is back up. There's no nighttime, though. That's what they're taking advantage of here. DM did pop the Ascension earlier.
It's been hit by a scan, so P-Vision know what's coming. Can Heroic really still stand a chance of catching them by surprise here?
The rocket for Vision.
It's going to give them the Can Whisper line up the hook. Ooh, not quite, but the coil does connect before the cookie jumps there. Hook shot comes in as well, but it's deep. Backup's coming in from P-Vision. Then we have a lay down the Crystal Maiden ult here. Destroyed Ducalis, but the TPs from P-Vision continue to come through. They're ready to turn. Boundless strike on a King Jungle. Satanic moves in to kill off the CM as they're ready to see if they can maybe catch Analog as well. He's got the jump back up to the orb, so should be fine.
I love the aggression, but it's a little deep this time. They were able to get punished. Their P-Vision, they're TPing in, might be able to pressure this tier 1 themselves now. Might actually get the tier 1 first now because of this move.
Yeah, pretty hard to push Satanic and no one off the tower, especially with some of the ults expended by Heroic.
And they had to use so much to get the snap there. The hook missed, the coil was broken. As Ducalis,
and gets himself another one there. Finds Schofield alone up top. He's got the burst to do it solo.
Wait, he got him by himself. Look at that. Maybe a Dominator creep also assisted, but either way, able to find that grab. As yeah, we did see the creep.
Yuma
though, with his blink.
Indeed, with the blink reveal comes in, he gets a kill for himself, back up to level 12 now on the Ursa.
Now, Yuma is having a phenomenal game here so
close.
far.
Look at the 2 carries, right? Pretty much
so close.
As close as it gets, really.
This
game, the progress of these 2, and both of them not afraid to turn up to the action, right? You know, when you look at P-Vision's heroes, they've got a good ways to kind of get Satanic on the Lifestealer onto the front lines, and Heroic, obviously with his Blink Dagger Ursa, Yuma, any sort of fight that happens around a tower that's going to be set up by this puck Analog with Dream Coil, Yuma's going to want to make sure he's there.
Now we'll see how the economy game goes, right? Because, as we said, Heroic playing a more honest approach toward the game. No Dominators. P-Vision, the double Dominators are up. A 2K separation at the moment, and a lot of that is the Monkey King's extra net worth, of course, over those supports at the moment. Roar, the shield rune gets off.
It's giving him a fair bit of protection and should be easily enough to allow him to jump out of this one. So the Roar will push off the tower. 9 class is there with the backup, but Analog forces at the ready, gets himself away from the follow-up to that boundless strike. They put the nighttime though, DM, closing the gap. Yuma ready to jump in aggressively. The kiss is coming in, but Analog's got another orb up. Jumps back under the tier 2 tower. Satanic and 9 class going to kill off of King Jungle's under the tier 2.
Yuma
has to enrage, get out of the Wukong's command. Whisper not quite able to find a chance to get anyone hooked in over towards the tier 2 tower. So P-Vision back off. They don't take any casualties themselves. They're just able to get that kill against King Jungle's CM.
A lot expended again there, though. Roar was used, but no one's able to secure himself this amp damage. Roar going to be back up in 30. Heroic, are they going to look to make a move to try to punish now that this Dark Ascension's down and Nighttime's down?
It's got to be appealing. I mean, we saw that earlier play. That it is that raw timing that's kind of everything when it comes to what Heroic can try and punish when it's down.
And Whisper does have a big timing now. His Aghanims is done, so a lot stronger in the fray in terms of the aggression he can put on, but also just disrupting the healing and things from the Beastmaster,
It's
right?
a lot.
It does do quite a bit versus Beast. So they're feeling confident to get a bit aggressive here since those ultis are on cooldown. And we do have to mention, you know, you talked about their Analog adjusting his build. You're playing versus Night Stalker, you need a Force Staff either on yourself or supports. Probably wanting it on the puck as well, too, so he did go for it. And he'll have a blink next soon, too.
Yeah, he's going to be very slippery on the puck. Now, we'll have the tools to indeed dance around these heroes that are trying to get in on top of him.
See if we see perhaps an Orchid built up at some point. I know we used to see some of these Monkey Kings go for it, but maybe not yet. Maybe later down the lines could be something he thinks about versus that puck.
Overall, though, we can see kind of during the slower paces and periods of this game, P-Vision able to make that little bit more out of the map. Around a 3K gold lead here. as the game starts to slow back down a little bit.
They do just farm that bit faster with these Dominators, and yeah, having this Monkey King able to play like this, but Analog.
He's feeling pretty safe. I mean, it's just going to take a lot to lock him down, right, and stop him from being able to slide, blink, and orb away. They do need a pretty perfect combo of skills to come down on the puck to punish him.
Nighttime is hit. DM. Ult also at the ready very soon. The Tormentor, it's a bit different since it is with this Night Stalker, so it's on the bottom side. So unlike usual where it is up top. P-Vision is going to be setting up for that one very quickly. It doesn't look like Heroic is in any way to contest it. They'll throw a rocket to Scout.
See the shard.
Who gets it?
It's going to go the way of DM.
That's a really nice one to get for free.
Heroic. They'll make something happen elsewhere, though. Into the pit. Drop the freezing field as well. They need to speed this up.
I think so as well. I was about to say, they might want to use every spell as possible that they can to damage it. Looks like they should get away with it.
Yeah, P-Vision, they do smoke up now, but it's a little too late, Roshan. It's going to all be Heroic. Streamer's going to have that Aegis secured for the next play. So, P-Vision, they get a Tormentor, they get a Shard, but Heroic do manage to find that timing to get the Ursa in the pit and secure that second life.
Balance in all things. No one, a full BKB finished up now for this Beastmaster. He is going to be very difficult to bring down. Even though they have BKB piercing disables, the damage, unless the Ursa gets the fully free hit onto him, could be problematic now to deal with this beast early. But could just be a bit of a slowdown time. Both teams might be content with sitting back, finishing up that next item. Yuma in particular, his BKB.
Yeah, it's going to be so important just to be able to give him the chance to run in and not worry about having the silence come into play, stopping him from getting that enrage off.
DM is the big nuisance for sure versus that puck and the Ursa. They have to be very careful in terms of this game. I'm wondering if Analog even at some point does pivot toward a BKB. Sure, not yet, but maybe one of the next items, even though we don't see it too often on the puck. Depending on how he gets tripped up from the Night Stalker, we'll have to see if he does want to adapt.
Satanic, he's got his plans completely lined up.
9 Class is spotted.
He's going to get a hook shot in here from Schofield. 9 Class, unlikely to get much backup here. He's able to jump out there with a sharp boundless strike.
He's actually going to survive.
He's away. No one. Coming in from the high ground. Maybe see if they can get an angle in on Analog, but it's very, very difficult. Analog at the ready, and Yuma. He's going to be around the mid, ready to grab that bottle and hold on to this amplified damage rune for the next teamfight play that they'll look for. And you'd imagine Heroic.
They have vision, got him.
They're going to want to do something. Whisper. Look at the setup on a DM. DM hopping the ult off onto the side of the map. He's going to be able to sneak away. Nothing they can do about that right now whilst the hook shot's still on cooldown from Schofield. So DM will get away. But yeah, there's 3 minutes of opportunity really for Yuma to try and force a play with the rest of the team. And you can see how aggressive he is. He's ready to try and find some action. With the BKB, amplified damage rune, and the Aegis, I mean, P-Vision, they've got to be prepared for this aggression that Heroic's going to be looking for.
They just have so much info getters, right? We see the Night Stalker and the Monkey King just constantly getting information. Again, they see Heroic.
Whisper. Some of the blink. He's only going to find the helm of the Dom creep.
So they avoid the smoke immediately. Just from that little play there from the Night Stalker. Able to gather that information, as you see time and time again.
I see Yuma there as well. Was maybe seeing if he could find the chance to get the solo catch on Ducalis, but Ducalis headed elsewhere.
P-Vision's just avoiding until they get these timings.
And they're getting a lot of the timings. The gold lead increasing with every moment here for P-Vision. 6 to up to now 7K. Gold lead here, 23 minutes in. Heroic, they're desperate for blood, but P-Vision just aren't giving it to them.
Just avoiding every single time. Satanic. SNY is now finished up too, so he's got that status resistance versus that bite in particular. So a lot safer for him to survive. Now Blink also for no one, so easier for him to pick and choose his target for the roar. P-Vision is slowing the game down into a more and more comfortable position to be able to fight versus Aegis. They're very strong in team fights. 9 Class.
He is able to grab him off the trees. Has to dismember. It's going to be enough here slowing him down in the rot. So a little bit of action. The Heroics have to get back on the table there as 9 Class gets caught out.
It's been a long time since they've found a kill. It's just been avoidance from P-Vision. But look at the Dark Troll Summoner. 9 Class dies, but so he lives on.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. And there's another one right above it, by the way, too, cutting the next wave that maybe was getting through.
Let's see what Heroic do about this.
They're trying to hunt them.
I mean, what do you do if you're Heroic in this situation? You know, you want to find the fighting, you want to kind of get this action going, but P-Vision are just not letting themselves sort of trip up.
That's a good question. You might have to start looking to play the economy game yourself, or just maybe go for more crazy type of plays forward, but that's a risky play. Going for such aggressive dives when you know that P-Vision's playing on this defensive footing, it's dangerous.
And P-Vision just getting so much DM.
He's in.
He's got his eyes on Schofield. No one's ready to back him up as well, so P-Vision will be able to grab themselves a kill here.
I they'll use the roar.
I mean, the game's kind of at that
It's
pace
slowed
that
down.
I don't think he cares. Yeah, he's ready to drop that cooldown. We'll see top lane Yuma having to back off here as Satanic's starting to run him down a bit with the Radiance. Won't want to chase him down too much. Still 40 seconds left on the Aegis on Ursa.
Will find himself a Dominator creep.
And that's that
Nullify
timing.
finished
DM,
already.
I mean, he's pretty terrifying. That
and
4 stuff ain't going to save you anymore if he gets on top of you.
And this is a Night Stalker who is in a lane versus a CM Ursa, and look what he's got. He's got Blink, Nullifier, Dominator at the 25-minute mark. It looks like he was in a lane that was pretty much free for him. That's going to be very problematic for them.
Yeah, because now it's at the point where, Heroic, they couldn't quite find any action. Now if they do, it's not necessarily going to be guaranteed at all that they come out on top of these skirmishes. P-Vision will be ready to turn.
And this is that time. We'll wait for a second. 9 class again.
Should be able to finish him off here, a little too far away. And now, at this point, they've got the damage. So
good kill.
They're getting something. They're getting kind of a 9-class kill here and there to kind of keep that overall gold lead that P-Vision have against them kind of closed up, at least not growing any further than it did in the last couple of minutes. Still around that 6 to now down to 5k gold. So Heroic definitely starting to slow down the advance that P-Vision was gaining on them.
And Yuma is still farming very nicely, right? Almost neck and neck with that Lifestealer, so he's feeling confident. The Basher's done. I was going to mention this, so for Analog, let's see if he does adapt in the build that we were talking about, because that Nullifier's done for the Night Stalker. So now if he gets on top of him, Silence plus Nullifier, it can really cause some problems. But at the moment, it looks like he's content with just going for scale. And if you can get away with this type of itemization on Puck, on Ursa, your lineup does scale super hard. So, yeah, curious to see if this does work out for them, because they're not overreacting to the side of P-Vision. They're just playing their own game, and they're like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see who idea is better.
Always have that threat of the high ground defense, right? You kind of consider P-Vision's lineup, the cores, and one of the supports, it's melee heroes, right? So when it comes to hitting the high ground down the line, you're lining yourself up for some pretty tasty hooks to be coming in from Whisper.
No, absolutely. And Whisper, we didn't mention him, but he also has his BKB Blink done. He's actually matching the farm of DM, even without the Dominator. I guess those extra kills do matter, of course.
On the hunt themselves now.
See what they can find.
Schofield. Oh, they're going to make the jump forward. Don't get him. Very easy kill around the tower.
No funny business, but look at the wraparound here. Heroic. Looking for a sneaky play.
I mean, maybe if they can kind of catch P-Vision starting to split up, but at the moment, P-Vision staying pretty tight to one another. He's going to buy back from Schofield. They'll make the jump straight away onto Dakalis. They'll clean him up. Wukong's command of the barrel of the strike. Drop down on a Whisper, but he's pretty tanky. Dreamcore comes in onto the two of them as Alan jumps forward with the burst. Yuma trying to look for a target, but the ethereal form at the moment for no one stopping Yuma from being able to get the right clicks in. Now it ends. They're able to continue to chase the Beastmaster out of the fight. Schofield gets cleaned up by Satanic, but that chase at the top against the Beastmaster succeeds. They kill no one off. All in all, I mean, they did lose Analog. They did lose Schofield a second time, but they are able to take 3 kills away from P-Vision.
Satanic and DM want to go back in.
Fight might not be over yet, indeed. King Jungle's getting jumped. Yuma's going to try and help out. He's getting the swipe stacked up onto DM, but Satanic comes in with the heal. Still the Yuma, keeping those swipes stacked up onto DM. The damage building up. The bash comes in. DM.
He's still alive.
He's actually going to be fine. No, okay, back in. Accepts his death. Did get the Nullifier off onto Yuma. Satanic will run him down. Good jump to the low ground.
Can he stick on him the blink?
He's going to blink up in a second. Good jukes as Yuma will manage to dance away from Satanic.
Oh, what a cool fight. I mean, the wraparound for Heroic almost works beautifully. The problem in that fight was, honestly, DM killed Analog Photo Zero. That Nullifier that he got, he just, completely sandwiched him and brought him down. Satanic and Yuma will survive at the end of it all, but Satanic comes out a bit more ahead in the end of it all. Up to level 21, a 20k net worth now for him. I think he does have to adapt somehow. I'm checking Analog, what he wants to build. Okay, he's going Hurricane Pike. So he's going to use that on the Night Stalker instead to have that be the counter rather than having to build a full another item to protect himself.
Because if you Hurricane Pike the enemy, even if you're nullified right, it still pushes back.
Yep, it does not dispel it off of you.
You're still able to get pushed back.
Exactly. So this is if he had this in the last fight, he likely lives, and it could have been a completely different outcome where Heroic maybe comes out even a bit more in a good position there. But as it stands, P-Vision, after that fight Satanic, he is cruising. Almost an AC finished also for him.
Oh, yeah. And we see, on the other side, Yuma, he's going to opt to try and get that Abyssal as soon as he can. and he's got it now. So Abyssal Blade done. We did see how kind of clutch the bashes were coming in that last fight. He's able to drop down the active on someone, should have the chance of tearing them apart pretty quickly. Now, obviously, that last fight, they did get no one, but it did take them a long time, right? They had to really chase him out at the team fight and stay on top of him to get that kill.
And that was them with the positioning, right? They got that wraparound, and it's still, they didn't get those kills almost immediately. And speaking of which, P-Vision, Smoke, or Invis, sorry, on no one, looking for another play. Whisper, he's under vision.
As I said, straight in with the Roar, bringing in Satanic. They easily have the damage to tear apart the Pudge.
Satanic gets the last hit as well, too. Even more HP, up to monster kill. 418, 421 bonus HP now for him. He is getting very tanky.
Difficulty definitely rising here for Heroic.
Does feel like that, absolutely. Analog, he's got the pike, does get the phase shift off. Can he play his round this?
It's tricky to chase. Silence comes to an end. Nullify will catch on to him, but no, he's able to jump out with the phase shift dodge and the orb. 9-Class is sweeping across, so Analog has to continue to play on his toes there because they're on him. Jump. The Silence is back up. They get the jump on him, and this time he's not able to jaunt away.
And in the meanwhile, too, they get a rush. P-Vision is starting to accelerate things.
They really are. About 500 gold away from that AC now on Satanic.
No one's got the Roar ready. They bought him a gem earlier, too, after that last fight. He's always in a good position to know if anyone is stalking him. Schofield. They found him.
They do. They've got the Roar.
There's just kills everywhere, Owen. It is falling apart for Heroic.
I mean, King Jungles, I think he got very close to a bit of a clutch snipe there. I believe the courier did have the rest of the BKB of DM on, but the delivery was actually made just before the courier got killed, and of course King Jungles still loses his life for that effort.
This life steal is just getting way too big. Just the difference between him and Yuma now at this point. Yuma can't do it on his own. No one jumps forward.
It definitely
4
feels
minutes
like
on this Aegis.
It's going to get to the point where the question is, how strong of a high ground defense can Hero pull together? Yuma will find a grab out to the side whilst Ducalis is separate from the rest of the team, but now the rest of the team's ready to close in. Defensive hook will drag Yuma away, as Yuma will get away with that one. Gets the kill, gets out with the help of Whisper.
P-Vision sticking in the area. Satanic still feeling as strong as possible.
Definitely, yeah, the pressure's going to fall onto the shoulders of Whisper. Can he get these crazy angles on the high ground defense to get those hooks, pull apart the attempts from P-Vision when they look to try and close up towards the barracks, towards those tier 3s?
It does feel like
that's going to be their next best shot.
Yeah, it feels like it's very dependent on the cores in this game on Heroic. It's been a pretty quiet game from the support zone, I have to be honest. Schofield not really having much of a game this time on the Clockwork. Maybe, yeah, in his lane, absolutely, but right now, he's 0-7, and he hasn't even built any items to buff up his allies either. He's built completely for himself, so.
It's definitely one of those risky builds, right, when you rush the axe. Sometimes it looks great, sometimes it looks like the support you encounter in your pubs. It's a risky move. It's not paying off so far, but, Schofield will say, hey, this game's still young. We're only 32 minutes in.
Hey, it's very
We're
true.
probably going to hit the 60 minutes, and Schofield's absolutely still got a chance, if it goes 30 minutes more, to maybe come in with those plays, and he'll say, hey, you know what? The Ags rush, it was absolutely warranted.
We'll have to see if it does pay off, because he can do still some really nice stuff with the Aghanims. I'm only critiquing him a little bit extra because it's Schofield, but, he can scout a lot, right? And in this game, scouting has definitely been pretty crucial, so.
And you can clear the waves, right? You can prolong the game.
You absolutely can.
Those flares, being spammed down, so. As I say, yeah, Schofield, he's ready to keep playing this game for another 30 minutes. Let's see if they can try and hold on that long, because P-Vision against them, they're continuing to hit these timings. They'll get themselves another shard. This time goes the way of Satanic. They've got 2 minutes of Aegis, so very likely to bring the fight. Heroic, they've got to do the best to kind of limit the casualties and try and not lose too much against these next moves from P-Vision, because otherwise P-Vision, they could be moments away from shutting down the game.
Absolutely. I mean, P-Vision, they're just getting a bit too much. It feels like out of the map. The map is shrinking it. All of Heroic is having to follow each other because of this annoying vision game that we've seen from P-Vision, so they can't really separate from each other because they just might hemorrhage 4 kills as we saw before. If they split up on Heroic, heroes could die all over the place, so they have to kind of stick together like this versus the P-Vision strategy.
A refresher on no one.
Continues to grow.
They can find the opening to get that sort of setup. The Silence, the Roars on towards Yuma. If any of these fights really where they take Yuma out, the damage, it's just not going to be there for Heroic to tackle these 3 beefy cores of P-Vision.
I think the only reason this game has felt as close as it is because Yuma is having a flawless game.
Absolutely.
He's 6-0. If he had died even once, this game might just feel completely out of control.
He's holding on pretty hard here for the team, Yuma.
Another amp damage to spawn. Satanic will be waiting at the bottle at the ready.
They're
just going to pick it up. All right, they wanted to pressure with it. So 1 minute left on this Aegis that he wants to use this amp damage with.
He wants to get in. Get right in there. So start to bring in the mid push.
What's the response going to be?
Not going to be able to push them off the tier 2, that's for sure. So they'll have to let the mid fall.
There's a sneaky ward that has been placed down bottom also quite some time ago that could catch Heroic off guard when getting back to their base.
And at the same time, we'll see if Heroic themselves are able to get some sneaky vision outside of the base to set up for those high ground hooks from Whisper.
Whisper's looking for it.
He's going to try for 9 class. Is he going to get him? He'll get the Dismember off onto Satanic, but Satanic is perfectly fine. They have to be careful about how they go about tackling the Lifestealer, and indeed they'll be able to pull back. They do not want to put too much into trying to go on this Lifestealer, especially once he still had a few seconds left of Aegis. Will start to now come to an end.
Daytime will hit. Looks like P-Vision will back up with that. Continue to play that economy game as they continue to grow and grow and grow in terms of that economy. Seeing 9 class, he's gone full greed this game, as he tends to, but Diffusal into the Scotty next, it's going to be very, very annoying to play against for these cores, in particular the Pudge and the Ursa. The fights just, they continue to feel harder and harder and harder for Heroic, and I'm wondering how and when it's going to feel that much easier. Perhaps it's when Yuma does have that MKB, but again, it does feel like it's starting to feel like him versus the world a lot in this one.
Still just sort of little things like the Ghost on no one that makes it hard for them to get jumped. He's going to try for King Jungles. King Jungles at the moment kind of juking him in terms of the vision, so a lot of time in this BKB being put to waste. Still will get the Roar, though, at the end of it, allowing Satanic to close up and take down another.
Oh, and that's actually a really good call that you did mention there, right? Like, Yuma has to do so much, and he has no nullifier. So they can just dance around him, either with these Ghost Scepters or Force Staffs in particular. Very hard heroes to bring down with the Monkey King as well, too. He can just boundless out of a lot of situations, too. So definitely hard for Yuma in terms of how he wants to progress into this later stage.
We'll see Refresher being queued up next. I imagine what the plan's going to be. If Whisper can come... Ooh, no, he's in there. The jump on a Yuma. Schofield comes in with a hook shot in the cogs to hold them back. Schofield will fall for sure. Yuma, though, with that play from Schofield, should be able to get out. Did cost him his BKB, though. Had to use it.
85 seconds, no BKB. No one's in.
He's going to have the buyback coming straight away from Schofield. Does not want to allow P-Vision to get away with that.
He's got another Roar. He still has that at the ready, and double BKB if he wants to have it for the side of no one. Forcing a buyback again. That's 2 from Schofield.
Yeah, the gold difference starting to look
growing.
Pretty crazy now. 20K gold advantage here for P-Vision 37 minutes in.
Satanic is getting close to being maxed out too. He's got to believe the Daedalus finished up. His Axe is going to get consumed too. He is massive, and that's the Scotty's finished up now too for 9 class. These supports, I say supports, these cores now on P-Vision are cores as well.
Absolutely, I mean, 9 class, he's definitely not got any problem with this game going on. He's more than happy to get to the stage where he might just be 6-slotted as well.
Heroic has to do something chaotic, and that's what they're looking for here. Smoking out, there's no Dark Ascension, there's no nighttime, so looking to perhaps take advantage of that here. But P-Vision are all so far back.
This could be a bit risky, stepping out on the map like this.
They're not even going to find Ducalis down here, who's just farming in a
Do they find
very
anyone?
interesting spot.
Even if they get up here onto Satanic, it's going to be tough to take him down before backup is inbound.
Oh, and Yuma also has no BKB, so it's 15 seconds on cooldown if they commit for this.
He's going to get it.
Satanic.
They're going to make the jump. They're going to see if they can try and burst him. The damage is stacking up. It's enough.
They got him.
They killed him off, but the Roar comes in. P-Vision ready to punish. Yuma is going to be able to jump away from now. Refresher's pop. Whisper holding back no one, though. Will give the chance for Yuma to continue to retreat. It looks like they're going to get away with it. They're going to try and go for more. The Boundless Strike will stop Yuma from getting his hands onto no one.
What a play from the split second. He was a split second from getting that infest off and perhaps surviving.
And it's such a risky time, as you said, to have the foresight to go for that play, despite the fact that your own carry, his BKB was still on cooldown. That could have gone horribly wrong, but they get get away with it and take away at least a 5K gold, sort of lead that P-Vision did have, down to 15K.
And Owen, look what just spawned. Roche is up. It's 60 seconds without the lifestealer. If they're able to scout that, be absolutely massive for Heroic. What a heads-up play. And I think that's, honestly, that might just be how they have to play for this game. They can't just like sit back. They kind of have to do these chaotic plays and find this lifestealer.
So
very
nice
nice
keep
play.
this up here, Heroic. P-Vision next time round, they're definitely going to make sure that the backup is ready if Satanic does get caught, even in the deeper areas of their map.
Oh, and they're going to get, it looks like 2 T2s and maybe even that Roche if they do back up for it right away. They scouted.
And you've got to imagine again, when you go for that play and you carry Yuma still at the BKB on cooldown, that was probably Yuma making that call,
That was
right?
so, yeah, I mean, that's...
It definitely feels like Yuma being that sort of solid rock that's bringing the team together.
High risk, high
giving them
reward.
a chance here in what so far looks to be a very difficult game still for Heroic. They'll finish the Roche. Aegis here for Yuma.
They killed it before it could shift sides too, so a good aggressive play there coming out from Heroic. A massive turnaround.
Yeah, they're coming back swinging here, Heroic.
Almost have completely recovered this game just off that one move, finding Satanic. A 10,000 gold swing. Level 26 now for the Ursa. He's actually gone for the double Earth Shock, which I feel like most times we see the overpower lately, but yeah, an interesting little adaptation also for him. Maybe just wanted to have that extra bit of enrage too is going to be nice for these fights.
A big step up in damage output also for Heroic. The Plasma now online for Analog. And this is the thing, right? Whilst there's been a little bit of a difference between the carries that Yuma has now pretty much closed against that of Satanic. Now, when you look at the other cores, it's pretty even.
It is.
We have Analog pretty much in the same position as no one. And DM and Whisper, they're in a very similar situation gold-wise as well. Overall, the majority of that difference, it's between the supports.
Exactly, so. And Yuma now, a full another item picked up. He's got the Swift Blink. They have the luxury of the 4 minutes with this Aegis. And they have this Refresher Shard on Whisper. This Refresher Shard could just change everything too, right? If he gets a double bite, full duration on the core.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That gives more than enough time for Yuma to kill anyone that Whisper's got his hands on.
And yeah, Cheese, right? Cheese for the puck. He essentially has a second life to protect versus that Nullifier combo that can come out from the Night Stalker.
I mean, looks like
we're in for a treat here.
They're not afraid to fight still, even though this Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard is on Heroic's side. They've smoked up themselves, and they're ready to try and get the jump.
They spent their gold too. No buyback on DM, no buyback on Satanic.
Well, let's see what they do here. They find Yuma with the Nullifier. Jump in from Whisper, though. He will miss the hook. 9 class, he's going to get the hook shot in the face here by Schofield. Caught to the side. That's 9 class gone. Back in the midst of the fight, Whisper will fall. Analog, he's going to try and push forward. Phase shift just in time before the roar was going to be coming in from no one. And now Yuma makes the jump forward. Looks to DeCarlos, but the 4-star gets DeCarlos back to safety. Buyback's now coming out from both sides.
Analog's alive.
Phase shift's there just in time. Analog, can he jump out of this one? He cannot. He'll get the coil off, but Analog's gone. And that probably should be the cue for Heroic to get out of it.
Trying to disengage, but looking to reset. Yuma's thinking about it.
He's considering. He's under this observer wall from P-Vision, though. They're going to set down further vision, knowing that Heroic will try to look for this risky play. They do get the D-ward, though, so Heroic, they're going to know that P-Vision was maybe prepared for this.
It's eyes on Whisper. He did use the buyback in this fight.
DM. And 9 class just sort of stepping forward. Heroic. They made the call to back off. I think as soon as they sort of popped the sentry down, saw that P-Vision had vision on Yuma maybe trying to get back in at the end of that fight, they kind of called it. They said, we don't want to go for this anymore.
Whisper dies with almost getting nothing off. He got his BKB off, but wasn't able to get the secondary one, got completely locked down. And then Analog, he jumps in to try to help his buddy. I think he uses Cheese and gets Greater Healing Lotus and still can't reset and get out of that fight. So still getting tripped up by the silence. Even with all these defensive tools that he's tried to go for, no BKB, no way to just prevent it completely.
Yeah, now P-Vision, they're going to be more than happy to try and look for the play there. I mean, we saw them not afraid to fight and being able to kind of come out even on the results of that little bit of a skirmish. Now that there's no Aegis, no Cheese on Heroic, P-Vision, they're absolutely going to want to try and go again. Besides Schofield, he'll get the setup, catch the two of them in the cogs, he'll die for this, but Yuma's able to get the jump, they get the dismembering onto DM.
He's gone for 90.
Schofield happily trading his life there for the core of P-Vision.
And it's the gem as well, too, so big pickup. Great connection there from Schofield. I don't even think that was the initial target that he wanted. That hook shot actually hits the smoke target that was blocking Ducalis. Nice little pickup there from Schofield again.
And no doubt about it, even though P-Vision have maintained the lead for the majority of this game, they're definitely going to feel shaken up a little bit with how well Heroic has proven to be able to hold the game, punch back.
I mean, and Yuma just continues to just play almost flawless. Like, he's 7-0-3. He's truly being the rock for the team.
That's pretty insane, yeah. If you consider sort of the amount of action that's been starting to go on in these later stages, the fact that they've not been able to get this Ursa at all is rather remarkable.
Doing a great job of keeping that core-to-core matchup versus this Lifestealer.
Yeah.
That's why they wanted it. That's why they wanted this last pick, because we do see Heroic smoked up again. Still 30 seconds, no Night Stalker.
And I guess this is the thing as well for Yuma, why it's working so well for him in these fights. He's just got so many heroes around him that are more than happy to throw their own lives into the front lines, right? You've got Whisper jumping in, Analog ready to make these aggressive moves straight underneath the entire team of P-Vision, and Schofield always ready to initiate with a hook shot. So with all this stuff being thrown at P-Vision, it's very difficult for them to isolate and deal with the bear.
And he's not the one getting silenced, right? It's the Night Stalkers having to go for the puck. Because if Analog gets left alone in these fights, Analog might run rampant. So, yeah, it's a good way that they've been balancing off of each other of who takes which spells. We do see Heroic still looking for potentially another play, but not going to be the case. Schofield just has to continue hugging Yuma. And he is just, using this Aghanims to just scout tree lines.
Yep.
Every single time he can, he's shooting the rockets, looking for 9 class.
Oh, it's doing a lot. I mean, it's definitely, as I say, getting closer to that period of the game where the greediness of the clock definitely feels good. You're happy to have him on the team.
BKB also finished up for KJ, so that Frostbite, or that Freezing Field is going to start having some impact as well, too.
A lot of money on no one. What do you think he's considering next? 5.7K coming up in the bank for the Beastmaster.
That's a good question, because they already have the AC. He already has... Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
Could you look for a Hex, or does a Hex not really do too much?
I think Hex is probably the best one. I was thinking Hex, or maybe even just Linken's to protect and block this Abyssal Blade in particular on a core, but...
That's true. Maybe help someone kind of for the dismember efforts, right?
Yeah, because there's a couple of different single target abilities that can be very annoying this game, so like he's got options. I'm not too sure, though. I think he's also debating which one is best so far. This gold lead, it's been kind of sitting at a similar amount for a lot of this game,
really
but Heroic has been able to play around that beautifully.
And it does feel like each time that P-Vision's had the lead, they haven't really left their side of the map too much.
True. Yeah.
They're very much holding back, seemingly sort of waiting until they themselves have kind of like these 6-slotted, maybe, as we said, the 6-slotted supports like 9 class. You know, it's very close to having that BKB on top of the Diffusal and Skadi.
Just having more difficulties getting the scouting that they did earlier on. They're gonna go for another smoke play, looking for something here. No one still has not used his gold, but he will he will be able to boot to travel and buy back into the team fight. So maybe that's just the thing that he's prioritizing most.
Sure. I mean, he should still have a little bit of money on top of that, but indeed maybe not quite enough to pick up a full item. So really considering his options.
It's probably just in case he has to buy boot to travel 2 and rejoin the fight rather than just bots 1. It could be something along those lines as we do see the fight coming toward this top left side.
There we go.
The Rockets will give some information.
That's true. Heroic, no, the P-Vision's coming for them.
Whisper on the front.
Shot off the mark. And there's the BKB, no one. It's going to make the jump in. They're going to try and go all out in onto Whisper. Found the strike to the side, holds down the glove, and there's Yuma jumping in, looking for DM. DM's able to get out to safety, though.
Whisper's gone.
He's got to back up now with his teammates dead and the BKB in range coming to an end for the Ursa. He's got to run. King Jumpers will put the BKB, but the physical damage tears him apart. P-Vision coming out on top and maybe not even done yet. They've still got their eyes on Analog. He'll get the phase shift off. So if he can jump out of this one, he can't at all. P-Vision take down the 4 of them.
He spent his gold on the puck, too.
I mean, they all have
destroyed.
No buybacks available here on the 4 dead on Heroic. This could hurt them big time. Only Yuma alive. We'll see how much P-Vision's able to take away from them.
This could just be a Rax without the other 2 cores available. Yuma's got his work cut out for him. The Dream start to the fight for P-Vision. They kill the punch. He gets nothing off. Whisper, I believe he gets a bite off at the end, but the damage is already done there. Complete chaos coming out from Heroic, and P-Vision just playing the fight beautifully. Look at DM even hiding Yuma around during that coil.
Absolutely, it's just too slippery, too fast. Can't stay on top of the Night Stalker there in that situation, Yuma. It's P-Vision. Here comes the push up to the base of Heroic. Let's see how much they can take away from them.
It's at least 1 set.
It's tier 3. And the barracks gone. Still a painful amount of time for Heroic, where they're going to have to sit back without the presence of Whisper or Analog for the defense.
They'll pop the glyph here. It's, yeah, still 30 seconds without the puck. They need every single one of their elements.
There's no way the three of them are going to try and make a move without the 5-man alive, so they've got to let a second set go on.
All right, this could be 3 sets. They've got to defend soon.
And P-Vision, with the patience and lead that they've had this game, finally finding this huge opportunity to absolutely demolish the base of Heroic. Schofield's going to try for himself, but Yuma's going to go for it, but the Raw's there.
Invest.
We'll get the enrage off Yuma. Has to start backing away, though, as the BKB begins to fall off. P-Vision, they've got the damage done. They've taken the barracks all the way from Heroic. The Mega Creeps are out.
Heroic have done such a good job through the majority of this game to hang on, but hang on it just was, it seems, as P-Vision now Mega Creeps, and a huge opportunity as now Roche will also spawn. They're hitting their element. Yuma, as we said, still yet to die, but can't do it on his own.
I mean, they're trying to head out.
P-Vision.
It's been hit by a scan, though, so P-Vision know that Heroic are going to maybe try and make this last-ditch attempt outside of the base.
And they've just got this Dominator up on the high ground, giving information as well. How do you approach this fight as Heroic?
It's so hard. In particular, where it's 4v5, you don't have Schofield ready to sort of throw himself in and disrupt the action with a hook shot and a cogs.
I think they might have to do that, though, and I think they can't approach these fights normally. They kind of have to get the initiation.
They've got eyes on DM, but instantly out with a blink. Yuma's going to try and chase. We'll get the Abyssal connection. Whisper jumps in as well, but DM is going to get forced away. Coil will catch on to a refresher spot as Yuma stays on top of DM. Is able to kill him off. Pudge in trouble, though. Whisper controlled here by Satanic. They'll get the buyback coming in. King Jungles will live for now, but Satanic jumps forward, takes him down. Yuma having to run for the last few seconds of the BKB, but P-Vision will stay on top of him. His Earthshock's down to the low ground, but the Abyssal from DM's back up. Yuma's dead. Triple kill for Satanic. Heroic, they tried to go for that last attempt. It does not work out. This Roshan, and very likely the game fogged, it's going to be P-Vision's.
They tried to do the chaos play, but they did not have the numbers. Everyone just buys back. The targets that they prioritize, DM's like, I can throw my life, buys back, rejoins it immediately. The Ursa dies for the first time in this game, but as you said, it could be that nail in the coffin. He has buyback.
He does.
But let's see if they can even hang on here.
Whisper, though, does not. Still, yeah, 350 gold away from having the buyback on Pudge, so we'll just be with the four of them and trying to hold against P-Vision now seems pretty impossible as they're on to the tier 4s. Aegis on no one, refresher shot on 9 class. P-Vision, they're ready to lay down the Wukong's command. Trying to Yuma, he's in with the jump. They're trying to burst the Lifestealer. Satanic, he's gonna get hit, but get another match. Get him with the Infest. Survives, heals up. They take down the bear, and with that, the tier 4s continue to remain exposed. This game is over. GG is called. P-Vision will take the first game.
The economy war, I mean, P-Vision playing the map as they do, as we've seen them do so much this tournament. It works again. Heroic, they
really
tried their best, getting these type of chaotic plays, which absolutely worked at least 1 or 2 scenarios, but overall, P-Vision, they had a pretty good grasp in a lot of this game.
Yeah, the lead was just too much for Heroic to deal with. They just needed to find more of those plays. We just saw such a long period of this game where P-Vision, they really were a step ahead, and to a part that was going to be expected because of how strong the Vision game was going to be from P-Vision.
Absolutely. I mean, the Night Stalker in particular, this last pick that they were able to grab up really was such a nuisance for something like Analog in particular. And DM, he had a crazy good game. So see what they do to adjust.
Absolutely great play and great patience from P-Vision in that game to maintain the lead and know that when they go for that killing blow, it's a successful one. Game 1 to P-Vision.
And it was a great game for P-Vision here, right? If you're there in the arena cheering for them, you're so happy with how this one looked. It felt like just every core was having the time of their life, Lacoste.
Yeah, beautiful execution of a strategy coming out from P-Vision in this game number 1. We were wondering, whether there's going to be some nerves kicking in. They're playing in front of the crowd, the 3 new players at TI stage, but didn't really feel like it. It feels like this is their home, and they're playing it extremely well. You did mention the 3 cores. I love the synergy between them. I like how both supports are kind of allowing them to play their own type of a game. We saw so many early rotations. Beastmaster keeping in, making sure that they're going to be killing Whisper. And also, this Beastmaster, like, usually we don't see it from the mid lane nowadays anymore. It is still a good flex, but they realize that they can pick this Lifestealer as well, and combined it with the Night Stalker overall last pick, and now you have overall the better vision in the game. Monkey King, Night Stalker as well, it's very difficult to fight into these heroes.
Yeah, well, we want to focus on those rotations, right? Because we're talking about how good no one was rotating to help that safe lane of the duo with Satanic there on the Lifestealer, but something that's more important that we're not really seeing too often is actually carries themselves rotating through the portal, right? We saw Yuma do that one quite early, Jenkins.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like this is the Yuma rotation. He does it in almost every game, where he comes through the portal sometime after 5 minutes, and he gets a very important kill here because Whisper was struggling against Lifestealer. They pick Ursa to counter the Lifestealer, and it almost worked. Like, he didn't die until like very late into the game, where they had to literally throw like 3 heroes' deaths into buybacks in order to kite out all of Yuma's abilities in BKB, and then they finally killed him, like at the very end of the game.
But I also felt like P-Vision did a good job exposing the weakness of Pudge as a core, right? Because the hero doesn't push out lanes quickly, and because he had a bad start, it's really difficult for him to recover. And you see, like throughout I'm sure there are more clips later, they couldn't really push the wave out, and they're constantly getting ganked by the Monkey King because he's giving vision. So I think Astini said, he wanted to give them their best strat, but he had a way to deal with it. He knew that Pudge is not strong because he can't really push waves, and it's really important that your cores are able to push waves out. And Puck couldn't also push waves because he got countered by the Night Stalker.
Oh, I have an idea. Something that can push waves? Pudge Helm Dom. So you can block your own hook.
Okay, back to retirement home with you. All right, look, guys, we're going to look at that vision game specifically with the Monkey King, the Night Stalker. We said the lineup was big, but seeing it in action and exactly how they're able to utilize it is a whole different thing.
Yeah, 9class is just being himself, being super annoying. Look at him dodging the ganks. This is 3 heroes, so there's going to be a hook, there's going to be another hook shot that they're trying to go for, and he's still going to be escaping, lurking around the 14-minute mark, trying to go for the Wisdom Shrine, and he's just going to be staying around. So he came back, and what he did is he provided vision for Schofield. You can see that he's buying time, he drops down. It feels like he's going to die, but they also understand that they can help him out. The rest of the team, after he provided vision, they're going to be helping him. He gets a really good boundless strike, and in the end, he doesn't even die. But this is what he does the best. He's very annoying, and there's going to be another situation where he gets initiated on, again, providing info for the team to see where the heroes are, which allows others to play much more safe, and then you have him escaping with the shard. Plus, also, we got to point out the Night Stalker. Like, he's really, really good. He's going for the Nullifier as well. Didn't have